Tabling of documents. Dépôt des documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 11 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Déclaration des ministres. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development in relation to Bill C-40, an act respecting the Rouge National Urban Park. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi éminent des députés.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me
Madame Ayala.
Ms. Ayala, seconded by Mr. Cash, asks for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Establish Latin American Heritage Day. This motion is deemed to be adopted.
Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour for me to table this bill to establish a Latin American Heritage Day. As you all know, I'm someone who was born in the southern part of this continent. This is a designation when we talk about the part of the continent that was really established by Portuguese and Spanish, but this also includes the Antilles. Why did we think of having a Latin American Heritage Day? Well, because in my work as an immigrant, I've been able to understand that people who come from the Latin American community are identifiable. We have an accent that makes us stand out, but we are rather recent immigrants. We're from the 1960s onwards. It's not a very old community. So despite the fact that this is not a community that has been here for centuries, it's a community that has well integrated into Canadian society. So economically and politically speaking, this is obvious. Culturally speaking as well. And in terms of academics, we have great scientists, men and women, who have worked very hard here. These are people who integrate easily into this country and society. So we are everywhere. We love Canada, but we also have our own culture. We're very cultural. And for all of these people who have given their hearts and minds to this country, I think we should have a Latin American Heritage Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madame Ayala.
Ms. Ayala, seconded by Mr. Cash, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture du projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Mr.
Chiquan, seconded by Ms. Matheson, moves that the third report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, presented on Tuesday, June 3rd, 2014, be concurred in.
Débat.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased this week during Veterans Week to be able to launch this debate, and it takes some time to honor the memory of all of our Canadian veterans who sacrificed their lives for us, indeed, in order to protect not just our safety and security, but also our values and our ideals. This year, on Remembrance Day, it will have a particular meaning for all Canadians. The shocking events of almost 2 weeks ago will remind us what our soldiers and veterans are prepared to do and sacrifice in order to protect us. This year, all Canadians will have special thoughts for Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent as well as for Corporal Nathan Cirillo. Our thoughts will indeed also be with their families. Following these events, we also saw veterans from across the country stand on guard at their local war memorials. They once again have answered the call to protect these sacred monuments. I thank you all, Canadians. We're all proud of you. I was also stood in wonder at the reaction of Canadians who stood up at stand on guard in honor of the soldiers who fell just 2 weeks ago. There have been more than $500,000 raised to help these families, and I thank all of the Canadians who donated for their generosity. Their donations will help these families go through this inexplicable grief that they will experience. And finally, I'd like to also congratulate my colleague from Scarborough Southeast for his motion yesterday, his bill that could, as of next year, make Remembrance Day a national holiday for all Canadians. And I also would like to thank all my colleagues in the House who almost unanimously supported this bill. We will never forget. So we're here this morning to concur in the report on the new Veterans Charter. This report was tabled on the 3rd of June, and the committee tabled its unanimous report on the new Veterans Charter. We met 14 times and heard from 54 witnesses at the committee. Of course, we had many representatives of veterans groups, experts in health care for veterans, as well as compensation experts. We heard from every sector, and we did an exhaustive study on the ways in which we could improve the new Veterans Charter. From the outset of this study, all of the veterans groups testified and spoke of the urgency of quickly improving this new Veterans Charter, and many also sent a message talking about the problems that had been experienced. Their problems have been set out in many reports for some length of time now, and these are things that the minister already had in his possession. There are enough reports to be able to act quickly. There's a lump sum payment, and there are allowances for permanent injuries. Also, it discusses fairness for the reserves, families, and employability. So those are the themes that are the most constant running through the report, and what the witnesses spoke most about during the study. The members of the committee were in seeking a unanimous report because we wanted there to be no ambiguity whatsoever. We wanted to be able to act quickly in order to be able to deal with the most glaring shortcomings in the new Veterans Charter. So we concentrated on the most urgent priorities to show the minister and the government that it was necessary to act quickly on some points concerning the Charter. So veterans have been waiting for these improvements for 8 years. For 8 years, there have been different reports tabled either at Senate committees or here or through the Ombudsman, and therefore it's been a long time for these veterans who've been waiting for the improvements to the new Charter. Now, veterans, throughout those 8 years, because they weren't seeing any changes and there was more and more dissatisfaction, many tried to bring court cases to try and get fairness, class actions. And of course, they government has the opportunity and the ability to improve our veterans' lives, but they decided to wait again and again, and the minister's still dragging his feet. He said, we agree with this report, but we're going to have to take more time before we act, and it just doesn't make any sense, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned, the witnesses were almost unanimous in this regard. The minister has all the information in hand in order to be able to act quickly, but even so, 6 months after the tabling of this report, we're still waiting to see some action on the part of the minister in order to finally improve this charter and make changes to it in order to improve the quality of life of our veterans. And I can tell you, obviously, that we are extremely disappointed in the minister's response because he still says he needs more time. With the unanimous report, I was hoping that the minister and the government would listen to reason and act quickly. The government therefore decided to take a two-stage approach. First of all, the minister will look at the recommendations that are non-budgetary and also the ones that could be brought into effect within the current budget of Veterans Affairs Canada. So believing, Mr. Speaker, that we can improve the charter and the quality of life of our veterans without adding any additional funds, well, I think that the minister won't be able to do anything in that regard. Veterans shouldn't have to pay political price for this. They have sacrificed so much for their countries, and they deserve to be properly compensated. And it should be in line with the sacrifices they've made. When the government talks about phase 2, what scares me is that there's no deadline that is been established with this approach. So the veterans could wait until 2016 to see any kind of concrete results on the lump sum payments or on the income replacement allowances. So if they're waiting until the next budget, well, it's possible that elections might be triggered a short time after, and then this bill would die on the order paper, which means we'd have to wait until another bill is tabled and the studies that would go along with it and so on. And veterans could still find themselves waiting for years more, and that's completely unsatisfactory. We need a bill now. We need to improve the quality of life of our veterans now, even yesterday rather than tomorrow. And I think we cannot wait for the next budget. As I mentioned, it could die on the order paper, given that the elections will take place next October, and we need to see action from the minister now. I want to speak on behalf of them, but it's not just me saying this. The Royal Canadian Legion spoke before the committee and made the same comments that I'm making now. And I'm going to talk about what the Legion said following the minister's response to the report. And so the Legion was saying that the Legion is disappointed with the lack of progress. The Legion is convinced that the government has had sufficient time and enough expert advice to be able to act and to take concrete steps, tangible steps to help veterans. The veterans and their families should not be a political football or in the budget. The Legion, of course, is not the only one to represent veterans, and the other groups are also asking the minister to act now and to allocate the legislative and budgetary measures necessary to improve the well-being of our veterans as well as their families. They simply no longer want to wait. The Ombudsman, the Veterans Ombudsman, also made comments. He said that the deadline for the implementation of the recommendations really concerns me. The recommendations should be part of the 2015 budget. If not, these changes will never occur until several more years have gone by. So the Legion and the Ombudsman agree with us. They themselves are worried about the possibility that any major changes will die on the order paper. Our veterans can no longer wait. It is urgently needed action And I can't not say it enough times. I cannot overemphasize the urgency of the situation. The minister has everything in hand to be able to act. Last month, or even the month before, he might have done something. I'm still waiting to hear what's going to happen with the recommendations. It's completely unacceptable. I'll now talk about the main problems that the Charter, and particularly the issues that the Conservatives and the minister are not acting on quickly enough. Those needs are urgent, and I will tell you why. One of the first things that the committee studied was the issue of the government's duty towards veterans. You must remember that a group of veterans had gone after the government with a class action, with the group Equitas, and exactly they felt that the new Veterans Charter was a breach of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and the government had said, or rather they said that the government could not claim it had no duty towards the veterans. The government seemed to be saying that they weren't making the same kinds of distinctions that other Canadians would make. So most veterans groups were outraged by that kind of attitude and comments made by the prosecutor. And the veterans groups were outraged by those comments. As I said, the minister didn't feel that it was appropriate to say anything to that prosecutor about those comments. This is a sacred duty that has existed forever. No previous government in this place has ever challenged that sacred duty that Canadians have to take care of the veterans who've been wounded and through the nature of their work. And
so, the committee decided to enshrine the preamble to the Pensions Act by adding a few amendments. The government said that it would table another bill to amend the Charter to insert that recognition that the government has an obligation to our veterans, but it took months before the minister and the government recognized this. So, of course, I'm very pleased that the government finally sees sense and recognizes this pact between the government, Canadian citizens, and our veterans. Now, with regard to another subject that was broached, another problem that was cited, is the lump sum. Right now, the lump sum to compensate injuries in the course of service are set at a maximum of $300,000. If you compare that to civil courts, such as the Workers' Compensation Board, their maximum is $350,000. So that's a gap of $50,000. So the question that arises is, can you compare the injuries of a civilian employee with those of the military? Are those two things comparable? It's not the same kind of workplace, of course. They're completely different. If you compare these two things directly, we see that nothing's been taken into account about the fact that a soldier takes that unlimited risk. If you give a soldier the order to do something where you know that his life or safety is in jeopardy, he cannot refuse. That's a major difference. If you compare this with a civilian employee, if his employer asks him to carry something out, he has the right to refuse if he feels that his safety is at issue because of that action. You can't compare the two, but what we do see is the compensation is not advantageous to the soldier. There's that direct link between the fact that he can't refuse an order even if it puts his life in jeopardy. I think that Soldiers deserve to be compensated even better than a civilian employee. I think that's the view of most Canadians. But when the minister says that a veteran can get up to $800,000 or something of that magnitude, that's what he mentioned a few months ago, well, it's because he's trying to pull a fast one here. When the minister said such a thing, he added up all the compensation possible, including life insurance, which is something that the soldier contributes to, pays premiums through his salary. So they pay for their own insurance, and the government sends them in danger zones without them being able to say no. So, of course, the minister should not consider that insurance as being part of the benefits offered to veterans or the military currently in service. There's another problem with how the amount is established. It's according to the disability chart. A given amount, X, is allocated for each type of injury. To get that maximum of account, that disability has to be total and permanent. Many types of injustice have been brought to our attention. We're thinking of one veteran called Bruce Montour, who was a striking example. He had had a serious head injury. He had surgery to save his life. And those operations cost 5% of his brain. He faced the side effects with great courage as well as the necessary rehabilitation. After that operation, that was the result of an injury, the government gave him compensation of $22,000. You heard me right, $22,000 for major head injuries to the brain, which of course greatly affected this veteran's quality of life. That's far too little, Mr. Speaker. He's going to live with this for the rest of his life. He's only in his early 30s. He's going to live more than half his life with the effects of this injury, with a very inadequate compensation. So we can't continue to give lump sums that don't represent the degree of disability in an appropriate way, as was the case that I just cited, Mr. Speaker. We need an amount that recognizes the gratitude that Canada has toward those who sacrifice their physical and psychological health, especially given the deployment in Iraq. The government has to solve these problems quickly so that we can have a good conscience here and not have veterans who are injured and have a compromised financial security, as is the case for too many veterans, Mr. Speaker. Another point that was raised, a jury of the soldiers' gross pay. Compared to that, if a civilian public servant is injured, he or she gets 85% of their salary. Do I have 1 minute, Mr. Speaker? Only 1 minute? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I could have spoken a lot longer about this, but let me conclude quickly. There's the loss of income benefit, which was another issue. We propose 85% to be on par with civil servants. Our military deserve to be compensated in the same way as other government employees. They get 10% less, so that gap should be corrected quickly. Another event that was brought to the attention of the committee is everything concerning loss of income benefit. And there's something, the ones that have a total and permanent disability don't have the same compensation. Almost half of these veterans are not entitled to the loss of income benefit, those who can get the least paying benefit. We have to correct this deficiency. There are many other problems brought before the committee. I'll conclude by saying that all these problems have been known for a long time by the minister. It is up to him to act quickly and table substantial improvements in this House through the Charter for Veterans concerning all the problems brought before the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there is absolutely no doubt that the Veterans Committee, through its meetings, has come up with a document, a working document through the Veterans Charter that is of great benefit, not only to our veterans, but to Canada as a whole, as we recognize the many different deficiencies of government policy, a series of recommendations that have been brought forward. This is in part done because of the hard work of committees. Committees, as demonstrated, Mr. Speaker, through this, clearly show just how beneficial it is to have our committees meeting. I'm wondering if the member can provide some comment in terms of what his opinion of the Veterans Affairs Committee, even though it has met a few times since the beginning of September, it has missed committee meetings. Other committees have not even met since June. But I'm asking the member, does he recognize the valuable work that committees can play, and that it would be a mistake not to have the Veterans Committee or any other committee not meet because of procedural plays by any irresponsible political entity in the House?
Based on the number of rulings that have come from the chair, I'm going to rule that irrelevant and move on to questions and comments. Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Algoma. Okay. The honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the ruling you just made, because we're quite fed up with seeing this lack of respect for the House of Commons. Now, for my colleague for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant, I'd say he's just delivered a very passionate speech about veterans. We have a report that came out, and I would like him to comment on the government's reaction to that report. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, I was before the House of Commons, in front of the House of Commons on Wellington, and I saw veterans selling T-shirts to get enough money to pay for their medication. This is disgusting. It's disgusting to see how this government has ignored veterans. We saw the government's response. Can the member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant shed light on the government's reaction to this? The honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for Burnaby New Westminster for this excellent comment and his question. Of course, this report was tabled, as I mentioned, on June 5th. During the examination by committee, most veterans groups repeated the same comments. The minister got enough reports. The new charter was adopted during a minority government period between 2005-2006, and veterans were promised that even though the study was not exhaustive, the charter will be substantially improved as problems arise or are revealed or reported either to the committee or through ombudsman reports. So for 8 years, one single improvement was made in 2011, minor improvements, despite the fact that even at the time, many reports had been tabled. I was talking about ombudsman's reports. One of them revealed all the deficiencies that had been reported and the ones he observed. Many reports were tabled by committees, so many studies were conducted over those 8 years and tabled. These veterans groups, as I mentioned earlier, said they were exasperated when they appeared before committee. They couldn't wait any longer. They said the veterans have gotten enough reports. Why produce another one? That was their question. We heard this on numerous occasions. So, Mr. Speaker, for years now, studies have been pointing out the deficiencies of the Charter. For veterans, the minister turns a deaf ear and says he needs more time to examine recommendations. That's completely unacceptable. He knew about those problems. He had at hand all the tools he needed to act quickly. But a choice was made to wait for budgetary surpluses. Now there are surpluses on the backs of our veterans. That's completely deplorable and unacceptable. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Châteauguay-Saint-Constant for his speech. For years now, we've been in politics. We're members of Parliament. We have seen an enduring problem. Apparently, it's impossible to be consistent here. There are people who are ready to make major sacrifices for us. And when they're active in the army, we support them. But as soon as they're out of the system and become veterans, well, all of a sudden it becomes difficult to look after them. It's as if their commitment, which is now finished, is met with a completely partial response. So I find that deplorable. I'd like my colleague to, I know he had 20 minutes to speak, but he also told us they didn't have enough time to explain all the dynamics of this situation. I'd like him to raise a couple of points that he hasn't had time to cover and give us a more complete picture of the needs out there. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for asking that question because, indeed, there are many topics I wasn't able to broach, subjects that were revealed by this committee study, as well as Ombudsman reports. I'd started to talk briefly about the permanent disability benefit. There are 3 categories of permanent disability, and veterans don't have access to this. The criteria are very restrictive. This was reported many times by this committee and by the Ombudsman. Fewer than 50% of our veterans who are grievously injured and who have a disability that is permanent, that doesn't allow them to work, and they don't have access to that supplement, this benefit for permanent disability. The few of them who do have access to them, a little less than 50%, have 3 categories of benefits. One pays less, and the criteria are such that about no veterans in the $1,700 category that many should have access to get that amount, because the criteria are much too restrictive and don't allow the veteran to get that additional amount. So that's one of the problems that was raised. These criteria have to become more flexible, less restrictive, so that more of our veterans, the most grievously injured, can get it. Even the worst off don't get it. That has to be corrected too. There's everything also to do with care for the family. We've heard a lot of testimony from people who said there was no support for the families. For example, some women told us that they have to quit their jobs to take care of a grievously injured veteran. They should have now caregiver status. So for the wives or children of these soldiers with PTSD, These are very complicated, difficult situations, and they don't have automatic access to psychological help, and that should be the case. They should get better psychological care.
Resuming debate, could I please the débat, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a veteran, I am delighted to be here to speak on behalf of veterans today, and I'm delighted that the Parliamentary Committee produced the unanimous report that we are discussing today. The report, the new Veterans Charter Moving Forward, charts a common path forward for veterans programming in Canada. It represents an incredibly important and significant achievement, and I am proud to have been able to contribute my insights as a veteran, and I thank members of all three parties for producing such a thorough report. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, what surprises me is that so much of it seems to be forgotten in that what I've been listening to today. So if I may, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a few moments to confirm some of the basic facts for the rest of this debate. For example, Mr. Speaker, Canadians should know that if one of our men and women in uniform is injured in a line of duty, they are eligible for an upfront disability award worth as much as $301,000, tax-free, Mr. Speaker, tax-free. As well, these same individuals may receive ongoing disability benefits and other supports that can climb to as much as $10,000 per month. It is also important to note that under the new Veterans Charter, ill and injured veterans and still serving members now have access to comprehensive rehabilitation programs. This includes full physical, psychosocial, and vocational rehabilitation services, as well as health care benefits and one-on-one case management services for those who require such help. Mr. Speaker, these are just some of the highlights of the new Veterans Charter that was implemented by our government in 2006 with the unanimous support of Canada's Parliament the year before. It is this comprehensive and modern nature of the new Veterans Charter which convinced the members of this House's Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs to clearly restate support for it. It is the right way to go with veterans programming in Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, the care and support Canada provides to its veterans and their families goes well beyond the new Veterans Charter. For example, more than 100,000 veterans, survivors, and caregivers are receiving our help with everything from year-round housekeeping services to the shoveling of their driveways in the winter and the cutting of their grass in the summer. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the list of services available to veterans and their families is astonishingly long, and I've heard some call it cradle-to-grave care that extends from benefits and supports for young families to long-term care and funeral and burial program. What's more, we've been consistently enhancing these programs. We've been improving the benefits, services, and programs that are so essential to the men and women and the families that we serve. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, I believe I can rightly claim that no other government in our modern history has done more to meet the needs of our veterans and their families. In fact, since 2006, we have invested almost $4.7 billion in new funding to enhance our veterans programming. And while this increased funding is significant by itself, it's even more remarkable when you consider the uncertain global economy we've been operating in for well over the last half-dozen years. Mr. Speaker, we've been increasing our spending on veterans even as we've been engaged in some of the most difficult belt-tightening exercises. Canadians saw that in our 2014 Economic Action Plan. It included, for example, another $108 million over 3 years to ensure that modern-day veterans of modest means have access to a dignified funeral and burial. It also allocated $2.1 million to enhance our delivery of vital services through our online MyVac account, so that veterans and their families can conduct a variety of transactions with Veterans Affairs when it is most convenient for them. Just this past spring, the Minister of Veterans Affairs also announced a $500,000 pilot project to study the use of psychiatric service dogs to assist in the treatment of veterans with post-traumatic stress disorder. Mr. Speaker, our list of accomplishments in support of veterans is not just lengthy, but very wide-ranging. Amongst other things, we currently have legislation before this House to give veterans greater access to good jobs in the federal public service. We want to move qualified veterans to the front of the hiring line when they're released from the Canadian Armed Forces due to service-related injury or illness. And we are also working closely with other employers to do the same. At the same time, we are continuing to recognize and honor all veterans and still serving members for their service and for their sacrifice. That's why we held a National Day of Honor on May the 9th, so that all Canadians could express their pride and their gratitude for more than 40,000 men and women who served during the 12-year Afghan mission, and to pay tribute to the 158 brave Canadians who made the ultimate sacrifice for our shared values of freedom, democracy, human rights, the rule of law, and balanced justice. It's why we've also helped approximately 100 Canadian veterans return to France this past June for international ceremonies to mark the 70th anniversary of D-Day and the Battle of Normandy. And it's why we've launched the World Wars Commemoration Period, with ceremonies and events on August 4th and September 10th to mark the 100th anniversary of the First World War and the 75th anniversary of Canada's engagement in the Second World War, respectively. Mr. Speaker, our veterans have contributed so much to our history, and we truly, truly need to know where we've been to understand where we're going. Between now and 2020, we will commemorate the many milestone anniversaries from Canada's extraordinary role in Allied victories of the First and the Second World Wars. This includes a new national tribute we've unveiled for living veterans of the Second World War. Eligible veterans will receive a commemorative lapel pin and personalized certificate of recognition, signed by the Prime Minister. In short, Mr. Speaker, we are striking an appropriate balance between commemoration and ensuring that the veterans and their families receive the full support that they deserve. As the Minister of Veterans Affairs has said, there is no better way to recognize and to honor our veterans' service and sacrifice, and to ensure that they are receiving the benefits and the supports that they have earned. However, Mr. Speaker, our government also readily recognizes that even the best programming needs to evolve if it is to keep pace with the constantly changing needs of those that it was designed to serve. This is a message the committee heard many times, and they listened to the testimony of more than 4 dozen witnesses from all walks of life, from veterans and their various representatives to academics and individual Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if there is one conclusion that Canadians can take from the report, it should be that our central finding on the effectiveness of the new Veterans Charter. If you will allow me to, Mr. Speaker, I would like to read a paragraph from the report where this is expressed so well, and it states, and I quote, "The committee members unanimously agree that the principles of the new Veterans Charter should be upheld, and that these principles foster an approach that is well suited to today's veterans. This does not mean that improvements cannot be made. However, the legitimate criticisms of various aspects of the new Veterans Charter should not overshadow the fact that it is a solid foundation on which to help veterans transition to civilian life when a service-related medical condition prevents them from continuing their military career." That is what all members of our committee concluded. The new Veterans Charter is a solid foundation. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can be proud of the work that the Committee on Veterans Affairs did. Members of Parliament from all 3 federal parties rolled up their sleeves to work collaboratively. We invited Canadians from across the country to weigh in. And as the Minister of Veterans Affairs has said, our government supports the spirit and the intent of the vast majority of the committee's 14 recommendations. He has promised that our government will leave no stone unturned as we find innovative ways to build upon the substantial new funding we've already invested in our veterans programming since 2006. In the short term, we will immediately adopt a number of measures. This means, for example, that we will be improving family access to psychological counseling services and develop a new training program to better assist the caregivers of our injured and our ill veterans. We are going to help families care for their loved ones with the kind of insight and support they need and that they deserve. We're also going to work with our key partners and our key stakeholders to find the right policies and programs to meet the more complex issues and challenges facing veterans and their families. We value the ongoing input and advice of the Veterans Ombudsman and veterans organizations. And we want to make sure that Canada's brave men and women in uniform, past and present, can always count on services and the support they need, because our government's formal response to the committee's report delivers that today and beyond. And Mr. Speaker, just, when I was on the Defence Committee and we had a study on the care of the ill and injured, a lot of these issues came up at that time too. And this is something that struck me profoundly as a member of that committee, that we have to support our veterans in every possible way we can. Times change, wars change, conditions change, and this government is committed to being flexible and ensuring that the needs of our veterans today and tomorrow and beyond are going to be met. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I find it curious that this member and the government has been saying for about a year that there's $4.7 billion in new spending in Veterans Affairs. And I'd like to put this finally to rest. Now, through access to information, I have the actual figures, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, $4.7 billion has never been spent in any year in Veterans Affairs, much less an addition or a top-up to what is spent. In fact, I have the numbers here. In 2006, the allotment was $3.2 billion, with $3 billion spent, $3.6 billion last year. So, in fact, when the member says $4.7 billion in new funding, it seems to me it's about $400,000 over the last 7 years. So I'd like to know from the member where he finds out there's $4.7 billion in new funding, unless in 2014 and maybe a couple of months ago, $4.7 billion extra on top of this was suddenly and miraculously spent.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend for his question, but that's absolutely preposterous. I mean, this government has invested in veterans over the years over $4.7 billion, as well as all the other the monies that I talked about, the $108 million alone just for the burial program. This government is absolutely committed to our veterans. It's absolutely committed to investing in our veterans. As I said in our speech, Mr. Speaker, we've endured some of the most difficult belt-tightening in recent years, and yet this government continues to invest in our veterans because it's our veterans that have preserved the foundations of our democracy. As I also said in our speech, freedom, democracy, human rights, the rule of law, and balanced justice. It's our veterans that provide that framework for the rest of us to live in, and this government, Mr. Speaker, will always invest in our veterans now and in the future.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Etobicoke Centre for his comprehensive speech. It was a pleasure to serve with him on the Defence Committee for a number of years, and I know we all thank him for his long service as a member of the Canadian Forces. My question to him, he mentioned it briefly in his speech, but there seems to be a bit of a myth here that's propagated by the NDP from time to time, that somehow they've always been opposed to the new Veterans Charter, when in fact they, along with all members of this House in 2006, unanimously supported it at all stages. There was no debate in the House. It was so critical to pass the new Veterans Charter for our veterans that it was passed unanimously at all stages. I wonder if the member can talk about how a bit of the history of the new Veterans Charter, how it was supported by all sides of this House when it was brought in.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Yes, indeed, and he's absolutely correct. When this House brought in the Veterans Charter in 2005, all parties supported this unanimously because, Mr. Speaker, regardless of the debate and sometimes the direction it may take in this House, all members of this House care about our veterans in Canada. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that members of the NDP, members of the Liberals and the Independents all believe that our veterans are a national treasure, and all of us believe that they deserve the best care. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've also unanimously agreed on committee to adopt 14 new points. And once again, all members of this House, all members of that committee agreed unanimously to upgrade the Veterans Charter with 14 key critical points that are needed to enhance it, because we all recognize that times have changed, veterans have changed, generations have changed. The way people live today, vice at the end of Korea, at the end of the First World War, at the end of the Second World War, is different, and that we need to evolve our programs to be able to serve our veterans to the best of our ability. It may not always be easy to do that, Mr. Speaker, but we have to, as members of this House, collectively and together, ensure that that our veterans are entitled to getting the best care possible. And this the new Veterans Charter, the new committee report, supporting all 14 new points, is something that that will help us address those issues. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you very much. I listened with interest to the statistical unpacking of the financial supports that back up the veterans budget. And my question through the chair to the member, I met a veteran coming back through upstate New York because he couldn't afford to travel through Canada, on his way to Alberta to work. And he told the story of a young 19-year-old who had fallen off the scaffolding in the oil patch and was getting more compensation, having worked 6 months of his life on a job site, than this person who had served 24 years in the military, had encountered an explosion in Afghanistan, had hearing loss, had a disability in his arm, and also had post-traumatic stress disorder. And he said, 24 years serving my country, and I can barely get a meeting with Veteran Affairs, and when I do, I barely get enough compensation. I have to go and work in Alberta to save the family farm in Nova Scotia. How does the member opposite reconcile that life with the statements he just made, that suffering with the supposed generosity of this government, and especially when you backdrop it against the scores and scores of veterans who have protested the inadequacy of the government's response to the very real-life conditions they're facing on a daily basis and a yearly basis?
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. Mr. Speaker, this government, we sometimes understand that mistakes have been made and there can be issues that arise with individual veterans. However, this government is working very, very hard to ensure that we are cutting the red tape to ensure that the veterans get the help and the services that they need from Veterans Affairs Canada as quickly as they need it. So that's part of the 14-point plan. That's part of the mission of our Minister of Veterans Affairs, who has listened to veterans throughout committee testimony, throughout our testimony on Defence Committee, for the care of the ill and injured. And these are one of the things that are being addressed. And of course, all veterans have an option to access the Veterans Ombudsman in cases where they feel they're not getting the kind of services that they deserve.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it interesting that the member called my figures preposterous. In fact, I've got the figures all the way from 2006, and it is actually on a form that is signed by the Minister of Veterans Affairs. So I'm not sure why he thinks my figures are preposterous. Perhaps he thinks the minister is preposterous. I don't know, Mr. Speaker. But I'd like him to explain how he comes up with $4.7 billion in new spending, as he said in his part of the debate.
Good question.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank the honourable member for his question. I know he does deeply support and revere our veterans, but he is wrong. Throughout the Economic Action Plan, all those figures are very clearly laid out as to what has been allocated to Veterans Affairs. Our very, very hard-working and dedicated Minister of Veterans Affairs has worked very, very hard in this file to ensure that our veterans in Canada receive all the care and all the support that they need. And the 14 points that have been agreed to by all parties on the committee is going to address that, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I think the member will agree with me that perhaps the NDP doesn't like to add up the additions to the Veterans Affairs budget year over year and come up with a a figure like $4.7 billion. But my question is more, it's a quote from another member of the NDP, the member for Sackville Eastern Shore, who again frequently gets up in his place and castigates the new Veterans Charter. But in fact, what he said in a news article is the reality is, if you compare our veterans' care for them and their families compared to the other countries in the world, I think we're at the very top of that list. I'm wondering if the honourable member from Etobicoke Centre agrees with the member for Sackville Eastern Shore that Canada's care for veterans and their families is at the top of the list in the world.
Honourable member for Etobicoke Centre, you only have about 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would agree with the honourable member and the other that we are on the top of the list of the world. If you do a comparison between other nations and how the care that they provide to their veterans, you will quickly find that Canada is absolutely on the top of the list. And we continue to invest. And, Mr. Speaker, just some quick figures. You know, we've invested $2.1 million through the 2014 action plan for delivery of programs, $108 million to increase the burial benefit to over $7,300, and of course many others. But, Mr. Speaker, since I'm out of time, I'll leave it at that. But to my honourable member's comment, absolutely, Mr. Speaker, this country treats its veterans amongst the top in the world. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's with pleasure that I rise today to talk to a very important issue, the veterans. And like the previous speaker, Mr. Speaker, I have had the privilege and honour to serve as a member of the Canadian Forces prior to getting involved in politics, and have had the opportunity to attend many functions with veterans of today and of the past, Mr. Speaker, and very much want to ensure as much as possible that we are moving in the right direction. It has really been in the last week or so a great deal of interest and love and passion that has been expressed to the members of our forces from across Canada, in particular because of a couple of incidences that have occurred, the one most recently here at the War Memorial. Yesterday, in fact, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's important that we put this in the context of our Canadian forces. I'd like to repeat some of the things that were said yesterday inside the House in regards to our veterans. My colleague from Guelph, the Liberal Party critic for Veterans Affairs, I think said it quite well. And I'd like to quote specifically what it is that he said yesterday, Mr. Speaker, and that is, in less than a week, thousands of Canadians will gather at the National War Memorial, just feet from where Corporal Nathan Cyril stood when he was slain standing guard over the tomb of the unknown soldiers. Hundreds of thousands more Canadians will join them at cenotaphs, Legion Halls, and other memorials remembering his sacrifice, and that of Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent. These two men were murdered just days apart by individuals who would have us be afraid. Mr. Speaker, there was a lot of responses to what had taken place, and one of the ones that I'd like to quote from was, in fact, the leader of the Liberal Party, when he made it very clear shortly thereafter, as others provided comment. This is what the leader of the Liberal Party had to say in regards to the incident that occurred 2 weeks ago. They want us to forget ourselves. Instead, we will remember. We'll remember who we are. We are a proud democracy, a welcoming and peaceful nation, and a country of open arms and open hearts. We are a nation of fairness, of justice, and of rule of law. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about our veterans, this is, in essence, in good part, what it is that we're talking about. When we look in terms of just the contributions that our veterans have actually made over the years, since Confederation and ultimately even prior to that, Mr. Speaker, again, I think it's worthy of noting. From its beginning, and again, I'm going to go to the member from Guelph's own words, Mr. Speaker, from yesterday. From its beginning, a century ago, 625,825 Canadians fought in the First World War. A total of 61,082 never returned home, and 154,361 were actually wounded. In the Second World War, although the First World War was supposed to end, of course, it was supposed to be the war to end all wars, 1,086,343 served Canada. 42,042 actually died, and 54,414 were wounded. In Korea, Mr. Speaker, 27,751 Canadians served, and 516 of them gave their ultimate sacrifice, while 1,072 suffered injuries. Mr. Speaker, hundreds of thousands of soldiers have served Canada as peacekeepers and have worn the blue beret, a lasting symbol of Canada's contribution to peace and order around the world. 121 people have died for these values, and many more have been injured. Mr. Speaker, there is so much more that one can make reference to, whether it is in countries like Afghanistan or in the Middle East or in other areas of the world where Canada has contributed by having members of the Canadian Forces in one capacity or another participate or get engaged. So when we take a look at the report that has been provided, it's important that we recognize the essence of the report and what it is that it's actually attempting to do. And it is somewhat dated in the sense that I can recall through the report, Mr. Speaker, and I'll go directly to the report, where it talked about the importance of understanding the background to where we have the new Veterans Charter today. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Veterans Affairs Canada, Canadian Forces Advisory Council, was actually established by the Veterans Affairs Canada in July 2000 to offer expert arm-length advice within the scope of the department's mandate on how to address challenges facing members and veterans of the Canadian Forces and their families. The Advisory Council has been meeting twice yearly in pursuit of that objective. During its October 2002 meeting, the Council concluded that despite numerous improvements in the range of services and benefits now available to these very deserving Canadians, the time had come for comprehensive reform. Mr. Speaker, again, this is something that was created back in 2000. If you were to fast forward it a few years, Mr. Speaker, it was actually on May the 4th, and members can get more information in regards to the timelines by going directly to the report as I am quoting from, Mr. Speaker. It was actually on May the 4th, 2004, in response to Veterans Affairs Canada, the Canadian Advisory Council report to the Minister of Veterans Affairs, the Honourable, the member from Toronto, or my colleague who's currently, and I can't say his name, Mr. Speaker, but he was a minister at the time and now sits as the Liberal critic for the citizenship and immigration. He was the minister at the time, announced that the government was planning to undertake the most fundamental reforms of veterans programs since the Second World War. This announcement also launched a wave of consultation on the 5 key components of this reform. So, Mr. Speaker, what we know is that the advisory committee, which would have been established, I guess that would have been during the time in which Prime Minister Chrétien, Jean Chrétien was our Prime Minister, back in 2000, and then ultimately followed up through recommendations that came from the creation of that advisory committee back in May of 2004, in which my colleague, who is now the immigration and citizenship critic, came up with an announcement that ultimately focused on 5 key components. One was the disability awards and wellness programs to replace today's pension system for new applicants. You know, in one of the questions we had today, it was in regards to someone in a workforce that fell from a height of whether, I'm not too sure it was on scaffolding, and how that individual received significant benefits that would have been more than someone that would have had an injury of something of equal of an equal type of injury in a different maybe situation, Mr. Speaker, and they would have received more of a benefits, even though they might have been working for a short 6-month stint. There is no doubt that we do need to do more in regards to that particular point. Another key component of the reform that then Prime Minister Paul Martin had talked a great deal about was the physical and psychological rehabilitation services, including vocational training and education. Again, Mr. Speaker, these are critical things that need to be addressed. You know, today, you know, if you're coming back or you've returned from Afghanistan, one can only imagine the types of things that our soldiers, in which we asked to go over to Afghanistan in order to be there on behalf and representing the interests of all Canadians, coming back and being put back into, quite often, directly into civilian life or even back onto a military base. That we need to recognize that it's not just as simple as, you know, retracting the deployment and life goes on. There are many different types of injuries that occur when you have military personnel engaged, Mr. Speaker. And I suspect, I shouldn't even say I suspect, I know that many of the injuries that took place were that of a psychological nature, Mr. Speaker. That there are some mental illness issues that are here today as a direct result of that deployment. So we do need to seriously look at the physical and psychological rehabilitation services that are in fact being provided today. How many psychologists positions within the forces are vacant today? I've heard through questions and answers during a question period where the government is not filling in the positions that are vacant, and how important it is, Mr. Speaker, that we look at doing that. Earnings loss support for veterans undergoing rehabilitation, as well as longer-term support for veterans who can no longer work because of service-related injuries or injury. Mr. Speaker, that is something in which, you know, we have seen improvement, but really have we gone far enough? And again, when I say we've seen improvement, this is something that was actually stated back in 2004. And I would ultimately argue, Mr. Speaker, that there are more things that we could be doing and should be doing, and I'll provide some comment on that shortly. Job placement assistance was another thing that was recognized by the Advisory Council in a formal way back in May of 2004. More extensive health benefits to meet the needs of veterans and their families, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that we often overlook is the impact that it has on families. Many of the injuries that are sustained, both physically and mentally, from members of our forces when they are put into engagement type of scenarios have serious ramifications on families. And if I was to take more of a holistic approach at this, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that the range is quite significant. We have members that are returning that commit suicide. Arguably, if there was adequate resources to meet some of those needs, that maybe some of those suicides could have been prevented. We have injuries, physical injuries, in which members that have returned are finding very hard to overcome. There's even been issues in regards to their ability to be able to collect pensions in time because of required time limits in order to qualify for a pension. But if they come back injured in one way or another, and how that could ultimately lead to a discharge, which would then potentially disqualify them for a pension. To the amount of disturbances within a family, whether it's a parent and a child or it's the breakdown of a marriage. These are all the realities of when we have members of the Canadian Forces being engaged abroad, and even on occasion, Mr. Speaker, here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I think that there is more that we can, in fact, be doing. When you think of the Veterans Bill of Rights and who it all applies to, you know, the Appendix E, I think, encapsulates it quite well. The Bill of Rights applies to all clients of Veterans Affairs, and then they indicate who that is. Veterans with war service. Veterans and serving members of the Canadian Forces. And, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the forces, for a good number of people, they don't necessarily recognize the wonderful role that our reserves play in our modern-day force. Today, our reserves are an absolutely critical element to any form of a deployment, of providing support. These are individuals, Mr. Speaker, that will often have another life in terms of employment, and they take time away from that life in order to be able to continue to contribute in our forces through our reserves. And we need to ensure that we recognize those reservists and the efforts that they put in. And again, one only needs to look at Afghanistan to get a sense in terms of just to what degree our reserves themselves were involved. So when you think in terms of who these clients are, not only is it veterans that are serving members of the Canadian Forces that are regular, full-timers, but it also includes our reservists, Mr. Speaker, in many ways. Members and former members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police also have some affiliation as clients of Veterans Affairs, Mr. Speaker. When I was in service during the 80s, I often would run into members of our RCMP, and there is a sense of bondage that is there, where I have flown on many, or at least on a few C-130s, which is a transport type of aircraft in the back, where there would be a member of the RCMP. There's a wonderful relationship that's there. When you think of the clients of Veterans Affairs, we also need to recognize that spouses, both through marriage or common law, Mr. Speaker, are in fact eligible. Survivors and primary caregivers, Mr. Speaker, also are part of the stakeholders here. Other eligible dependents and family members. And, Mr. Speaker, there are even more clients than that. You need to understand and appreciate what it is that they have a right to. What sort of expectations are there? Well, first and foremost, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that we need to recognize the importance of them being treated with respect, dignity, fairness, and courtesy. Well, Mr. Speaker, these are not just my thoughts and words. These come right from the report itself. And I would encourage people to go over that. Mr. Speaker, you see, I have 1 minute to go. There is so much more that could be said. And I would highly recommend to members that they take the time to repeat, and I shouldn't say repeat, and review the report that has been brought forward. There are many, virtually all aspects of it, and where I believe that one could actually get good, solid consensus. And support is there for our Canadian forces. And I do applaud, I do recognize the valuable contributions that our standing committees meet and contribute to reports of this nature, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest to you that it was time well spent, and I look forward to seeing a continuation of the dialogue on this and other reports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
I listened with interest to my honourable colleague on the issue of veterans and our obligation that we have as parliamentarians to people who put their lives on the line for us. What I hear from veterans in my region all the time is the frustration that they have with the lump sum payments, that there's a sense that the government has actually gone into court against veterans who've brought their class action lawsuit, veterans who'd been in Afghanistan, and the government claimed, their lawyers claim that there's no such thing as a social contract with veterans. I find that a shocking statement. If you put your uniform on and you risk your life for our country, that contract is a lifelong contract. It can't be written off with a single payment. When you're older, if you need help, it should be there. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague in particular about the complaints that we've heard from veterans advocates who say the entrenched culture within the bureaucracy, that they simply do not want to pay for benefits, and they make it very, very difficult for people who have a right, having served this country, to receive those benefits. I'd like to hear what my honourable colleague feels on this.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, and that is one of the reasons why on the issue of what their rights of entitlement, and I highlighted it, and it's in Appendix E of the report, and that is be treated with respect, dignity, fairness, and courtesy. And you will find, Mr. Speaker, that many of the vets that we often talk to feel that the government is not responding with that sense of respect, that there is more that the government could be doing. And the best example that I can come off right offhand was the decision by the government to cut service offices in Canada. There were a number of veterans offices that were closed. And many of these veteran officers is the front line for providing services to our veterans. And by not allowing that service to be there or to remain, Mr. Speaker, in essence, they're sending a message that if you want something, pick up the phone and call the 1-800 type of phone number. And, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the government was wrong in closing down those offices. I know in Manitoba, for example, the service centre in Brandon. The issue of compensation for our veterans, injured vets, is something that is of great concern. My leaders talked about it. The Liberal Party critic has talked at great length about this. The government needs to be far more proactive at meeting the needs of our veterans.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say, one of my great disappointments since being elected to this House is the realization, or the coming in here every day and seeing how our veterans have become a political partisan wedge issue where there seems to be a willingness to try to assert that one party or another doesn't care for our veterans, and I just think that's really unfortunate in the political climate that we live in. That people would accuse others of that. You know, my grandfather joined the Canadian Air Force, the Royal Canadian Air Force, at the end of the Second World War. My other grandfather, the Royal Canadian Navy in the 1950s. I have a cousin that served with the 3 PPCLI in Kabul, Afghanistan. So certainly we all have veterans in our families, we all have veterans in our constituencies, and we all care for Canada's veterans. And I think that's why it was refreshing to see a unanimous report where that partisan wedge issue was put to the side and there was some agreement there. I wanted to address, though, a specific part of the member's speech where he talked about the Canadian Forces, in the way he put it, that they're willfully leaving open mental health care professional positions, that they somehow are not filling these positions. Mr. Speaker, that's simply outrageous. The Minister of National Defence is here. Every single person that comes forward who wants to work with the Canadian Forces in terms of a mental health professional, if they're qualified, I bet you he would sign them up today. There is a shortage of mental health professionals right across Canada in all fields, in the public health care system. I've done meetings in my riding, the 308 conversations with the Mental Health Commission. Mental health professional shortages are not just a phenomenon in the Canadian Forces. They're a phenomenon right across our society, and it's very unfortunate. So I just want the member to maybe address that, to maybe address the fact that we have the most mental health care professionals per capita in the Canadian Forces than any of our allies, and perhaps he could maybe just correct the record that he wouldn't want to leave that impression that somehow those positions are being left vacant on purpose.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know, the member might be correct in the sense that we might have the most positions per capita. But having a position and having that position actually filled is two different things. We know that there is a need to have the positions filled. And there are avenues in which the government can use in order to recruit, Mr. Speaker. I've seen it firsthand where individuals are provided incentives to enter into the forces in selected professions and trades, Mr. Speaker. And through educational programs, other financial incentives, and so forth. It's not that much different in terms of when you have a provincial Department of Health that's looking for specialty doctors. You know, we do what we can, and we have not seen an aggressive, proactive approach coming from government to fill those vacancies. So on the one hand, you might like to say that, yeah, we have the positions, but if the positions are unfilled, it's somewhat misleading. In the earlier comments, the member made reference to the unanimous report. And I think that there was a great deal of goodwill that came from the Liberal member of the report, wanting to ensure that the veterans were put first, as members from the government in coming up with the actual report itself. And I even made reference to that in my comments. And I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that even though the report is here, there is a lot now that needs to be acted on from within the report that will have a profoundly positive difference for our vets if we're prepared to put the necessary resources and time commitment in terms of making it happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Sat on the Veterans Affairs Committee several years ago, and veterans are near and dear to my heart and constituents across our community and across the country. Fellow colleagues will be at Cenotaph not only November 11th, but throughout the next week. I know the University of British Columbia Okanagan will be attending a Remembrance Day ceremony with our Legion and members from all ages. And I think it's important that we continue to reflect upon the sacrifices that men and women have given and those that are serving today. My question to my colleague, and looking at the changes and the positive addition of almost $5 billion that's been earmarked over the 8 years since 2006, our budgets, investing in reorganization of the Veterans Affairs portfolio. And as alluded to, there's 14 recommendations of the all-party consensus of the committee moving forward. And one of the areas has been for the Veterans Independence Program. I know for constituents, the veteran had applied for the program. They were not eligible for it if they passed away or the spouse was not eligible. So we made that change. It was positive, so the widow was eligible. The neighbors were eligible based on means. The other area is that they don't have to submit their $35 fee and wait six weeks for an application and a form, take it down to the office. So I asked my honourable colleague, do you think those are some of the positive recommendations, or should we go back to the old way of having to submit the forms in person and not having the money up front for our veterans? Thank you.
Member for Winnipeg North, you have 45 seconds.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to choose to comment in regards to during the early 80s, I've had the privilege as a member of the Canadian Forces to actually walk outside in frigid weather in November, where amongst the people I'm marching with are war veterans. And after doing a march in memory, we would go to local facilities where there would be an exchange of many stories. I understand and I appreciate through listening the important role that Veterans Affairs has to play in providing for our vets. And, Mr. Speaker, I would say where we can make improvements, we should. And hopefully, in many ways, it can be done with unanimous support. But where there are shortcomings, it is important that opposition parties do raise those shortcomings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the distinct honour to rise in the House with regularity on issues related to the Canadian Forces and our veterans, because that's an important part of the reason why I ran for Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Most formative part of my life to date, my 41 years, were the 12 years I spent in uniform for Canada, joining the military at 18 after graduating from Bowmanville High School, attending Royal Military College, serving with the RCAF, transitioning into the reserves when I went to law school. And I've said in this House before that when I left, when you leave your military family and you hang up that uniform, that transition is a difficult time, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the decisions that flow around that are extremely stressful because in most cases our young men and women joined around the age I did, 18. I never wrote a resume, again, Mr. Speaker, until I left law school. You never had to apply for other jobs. But by the time the difference between 18 and your 30s or even later when you leave, you now have family, you'll have children, you'll often be in a province that's different from where you enrolled. So your life has radically changed. Changed for the better because I think almost every person leaving the military finds it to be a rewarding experience and something that they feel proud of for their life. And what's interesting, Mr. Speaker, is the reason why the new Veterans Charter was created was to help our men and women with that transition. And I have to share the concern that my friend from Chilliwack, Fraser Canyon shared, how in recent years the debate has been lowered in this place by using veterans and programs like the new Veterans Charter for political gain, Mr. Speaker. It's been shameful, partially because this entire House supported the new Veterans Charter, including my friend from Sackville Eastern Shore, who's one of the few that have been here and worked on veterans issues for all those years. He voted for it, Mr. Speaker. Several other members of the Liberals voted for it, Mr. Speaker. It was a Liberal project, Mr. Speaker. But why parties came together is because they saw the need to modernize the transition of our men and women out of uniform. And that was the intention of the new Veterans Charter, Mr. Speaker, was to make sure that there was access to skills training education, health care faster, and that transition to civilian life was smoother. That was the intention. That's why every sitting member of the House voted for it, Mr. Speaker, under the Martin Liberal government. Now, the new Veterans Charter has been implemented over the course of our government. And the intention of that document was that it was to be a living document so that we could ensure that it could be reviewed from time to time, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? Our government has already acted when we increased the permanent impairment allowance and supplement for some of our most critically wounded soldiers from Afghanistan. Why was that done, Mr. Speaker? Because those most critically wounded have the most difficult time transitioning, because it will be very hard because of their injuries to find permanent civilian employment after they leave the military. So already our government moved swiftly to address that major issue. And we've already put to the Veterans Affairs Committee, which I had the honour of sitting on for a year, my first year in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. That committee was charged by the current Minister of Veterans Affairs to review all aspects of the new Veterans Charter. Because what I've found in my talks with veterans around the country, Mr. Speaker, I still meet World War II veterans and Korean War veterans complaining about the old system, pre-new Veterans Charter, and how records were lost and how they couldn't provide support for claims and claims were rejected. So we've been listening, Mr. Speaker, and the new Veterans Charter was an attempt by the previous government and increasingly by ours to improve that transition period. We've also made good changes to the Veterans Review and Appeal Board, putting more veterans on the VRAB board, reviewing these sorts of claims, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to use a few moments of time here in the House to speak again about veterans issue. I urge some of my colleagues in here who use it as a wedge to actually learn about the issues a little more, Mr. Speaker, because I've been profoundly disappointed by the low level of knowledge. People are quick to complain, but very slow to actually research. And two quotes, one main quote really from the report by the Veterans Affairs Committee on the new Veterans Charter. Two parts of their report are critical for this House to consider, Mr. Speaker, especially the NDP who've brought this concurrence debate to the floor today. That all-party committee thankfully removed most of the politics from their operations. They heard from over 50 witnesses, veterans, veterans advocates, people with experience in mental health and in veteran care. And they put together a series of 14 recommendations, which I'll talk a little bit about. But importantly, Mr. Speaker, they unanimously agreed that the principles of the new Veterans Charter should be upheld. But improvements to the Charter was critical. They all recognized, members from all parties, that I will quote, the new Veterans Charter provides a, quote, solid foundation for transition from military life to civilian life. There are aspects with the new Veterans Charter that need to be improved and updated, but they unanimously agreed, Mr. Speaker, that the principles behind it in terms of assisting that transition were sound. They're just execution needed to be done better. And I said earlier, where was the origins of the new Veterans Charter was in submissions by many veterans, including some veterans groups that are now providing input on how we improve it, but a lot were asking for more upfront transitional support for men and women of forces, including those with injuries. And that's what the new Veterans Charter tried to do. It also tried to ensure that health care was part of the transition mix for people out of leaving uniform quickly, and that's still what it does. And, Mr. Speaker, I've heard a few members of this House just this morning in debate asking about the $4.7 billion number that's been discussed. I'm hoping some are listening now. A good portion of those funds are going to benefits from soldiers injured in Afghanistan and having enhanced benefits through the changes we already made as a government with the permanent impairment allowance and permanent impairment allowance supplement, Mr. Speaker. A good portion of that is that. But on a basic funding level, Veterans Affairs Canada, Mr. Speaker, has a budget that's about $800 million higher per year than when we formed government. So when I hear this government is cutting from veterans, it's actually one of the few areas, while we've been trying to get back to balanced budget, a principle that's important to our government, that has been largely spared. What I like most as a veteran, Mr. Speaker, and having worked after leaving uniform on veterans issues passionately for many years, is our government is not stuck in the 1950s in terms of how we care for our veterans. And I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker. Some people still talk about the Veterans Affairs offices in this House. They clearly do not understand how veterans are served. Those offices were opened around the country, Mr. Speaker, at a time where there was no national health care in the country. The only offices the Government of Canada had around the country were the post office. There was no network of services. There was no health care. Offices were needed to administer to the entire generation that served and that needed care, and in some cases needed direct relationships with a physician who was a private operator. Fast forward to today, Mr. Speaker, and our veterans who are, in some cases, in their 20s leaving, who've never had a bank book. They want to access not just their banking information, but their veterans account on their smartphone or on their tablet. So I've said in this House a few times, we have to provide services that support our veterans in their 90s and in their 20s. And to do that, you cannot sit still. You have to provide a range of services. So what's changed from the 1950s to today, Mr. Speaker? Well, a network of almost 700 offices across Canada called Service Canada that weren't there before. We now also have health care administered through the provinces. And care for veterans can be accomplished through transfers and relationships with the provinces, including some of the facilities that the federal government used to own, Mr. Speaker, but have been transferred to the provinces because now we all know, from the debates in this House, the provinces administer the healthcare systems in their province or territory. And so the federal government now has a partner in a relationship. And there's still some exceptional work going on at Camp Hill, at Sunnybrook, some of our veterans' hospitals, but they are part of the provincial health regime in their provinces, and they work with Veterans Affairs for care for our veterans. But that's what's changed, Mr. Speaker. So now, the same level of administrative support, because that's critical to remind Canadians, Veterans Affairs offices, the bricks and mortar office, did not deliver any services. They were an administrative center. Well, now, that same level of administrative support can be offered at the network of 700 Service Canada offices, which didn't exist post-World War II, but do now. For my area of Durham, with 500,000 people, we never had a Veterans Affairs office, the Durham region writ large. People would have to travel into Toronto. Now, with Service Canada, that same level of administrative support can be obtained at 5 Service Canada offices in and around the edges of the Durham region, Mr. Speaker. That's smart governance. And anyone who says it's not is playing games. Some of the offices that were closed, Mr. Speaker, had less than 10 people in them a day. And in most cases, there is a Service Canada office that can offer the same level of support in the same building or down the street. You know, it disappoints me as a veteran, Mr. Speaker, that one veteran that's been highly critical of this, we actually took his advice, saying that the person in the Sydney office in Service Canada would not have experience with veterans. We listened to him last October, Mr. Speaker. I went to the minister personally. So we ensured that when the Veterans Affairs office closed in Sydney, that an experienced veteran caseworker was transferred to the Service Canada office. And with a caseload of about 10 to a dozen people a day, one is appropriate, Mr. Speaker, to provide the same level of administrative support and guidance. At the same time, over 15,000 veterans have signed up for the MyVac account to manage their own Veterans Affairs account online. Most of those are the younger cohort that I've talked about in their 20s and 30s, Mr. Speaker. But serving veterans is not about standing still. It's actually about doing things better and making sure we can serve more people. So That's what we're committed to. And if you want to get into what our government does for veterans, and I'm proud of my colleagues, this is a uniting feature of the Conservative Party and this government, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to serve alongside in Parliament, members who have served in the Army, in the Navy, in the Air Force, and we make sure this is a priority. And I can list it. There's 30,000 more survivors now receiving the Veterans Independence Program under our changes than before we took office. I think all MPs know veterans in their office or in their constituency that benefit from the VIP, an appropriately named program, to help them stay in their homes. Not only have we allowed more people to qualify for that with changes, we've made it easier. So instead of this administrative burden that families were telling us of submitting receipts, constantly doing this, mainly the children of veterans, there's now a case where you can be pre-approved for such service, and it can be done in advance. I've heard directly from people saying how much easier that is. We've supported great programs that have popped up in recent years, like the work Wounded Warriors has been doing with service dogs, like the group of physicians and scholars at the University of British Columbia have done with Veterans Transition Program and the Veterans Transition Network, dealing with veterans with OSIs or PTSD. That's been funded by our government to try and take that great work that UBC's been doing for about 20 years, since the Medak pocket of Yugoslavia, to take that nationally. We've increased and modernized the Last Post Fund, increasing both the amounts covered by the fund and extending it to modern veterans. Not to make sure every veteran has a funeral paid for by their country, because I know most do not want that. I certainly do not. But all veterans want to know that indigent veterans and those who have fallen through the cracks will have those services provided. And the Last Post Fund, Mr. Speaker, has done that for 100 years, and now will do it for the post-Korean War generation of veterans. We had the Veterans Hiring Act, where we're putting veterans as the top priority in hiring in the civil service, Mr. Speaker. Top priority. We know this won't apply to every veteran because you still have to be eligible for that post within the federal government, but it sends a message, Mr. Speaker. When Canada's Parliament puts an act and puts veterans in that position of top priority, we're sending a message to employers across the country that hiring a veteran is not just the right thing to do, it's actually accretive to your bottom line. You're hiring people with a track record of being able to work well on a team, take to training, and most people that join the military are inherently loyal. They want to affiliate with a uniform or a regiment. And so in an age where companies are spending millions of dollars on retraining and recruiting in the fast turnover parts of our economy, you hiring a loyal person can save you money in the long term. We created the Veterans Ombudsman, Mr. Speaker. I have the good fortune to speaking to Mr. Perron quite regularly on these issues. I came from an amazing life as a SAR-Tech, some of our most dedicated and brave members of the Air Force that saved Canadians. Now he's applying his passions to serving our veterans as the Ombudsman. And we take his reports very seriously, Mr. Speaker, as direct input that he's providing to the discussion on veterans care. On top of our changes to the VIP program, we've eliminated over 2 million forms of red tape that was burdening our veterans, Mr. Speaker, as a way of streamlining things. In some cases, our older veterans were having issues and falling behind on paperwork, or it was falling to their children to administer, Mr. Speaker. So we want to make it easier. Important commemorative things we've done, Mr. Speaker. I still meet Korean War veterans who thank us for a year ago making it the year of the Korean War veteran to recognize the 60th anniversary of the conclusion of that war, Mr. Speaker. That war has been described as the forgotten war because it came so close after World War II and was a UN-mandated mission. Our work on that, Mr. Speaker, and frankly the work of the Korean government recognizing our veterans as well has been empowering for a lot of our veterans. This year, I'm sure next week, a lot of members of this House will have the honor of providing 75th commemorative pins to veterans of World War II, Mr. Speaker. These are important symbols that veterans like to have for Remembrance Week and hand to their grandchildren or as part of their family memory of service. We also recognize Bomber Command, Mr. Speaker, with a bar for their decorations. And it was posthumous as well, Mr. Speaker, so families could complete the service medal set of their grandparent by adding the Bomber Command bar. That was important, Mr. Speaker, because Bomber Command actually had the highest casualty rates of World War II. And the young men that went and flew on those missions were courageous. And after the war, because of the nature of those missions, it wasn't talked about, and they weren't properly recognized. Well, there was a lovely exhibit in London, England, Mr. Speaker, that many of those veterans attended, and the Bomber Command bar is a way that we can commemorate that as well. As I said in my remarks before in this House, we've also heard talk, when I brought up the important role the Legion plays in the care of our veterans on a political program, I was mocked for that position, Mr. Speaker. Well, the only thing that predates the post-World War II bricks and mortar offices are the Legion. The Legion and their network of 1,300 veteran services officers since the 1930s has been helping our veterans directly, and their mandate comes from an Act of Parliament in 1926. So, Mr. Speaker, there's 14 recommendations from the Veterans Affairs Committee on modernizing and evolving the new Veterans Charter. We've already acted on 4 of those, Mr. Speaker, the most important of which is to make sure that a veteran is stable medically before they're transitioned out of the Canadian Forces, and to make sure that they're briefed on Veterans Affairs and their caseworker. I think most MPs would find that's usually the gap where a problem to the service or benefits of a veteran happens, because they leave one institution, the Canadian Forces, that they sometimes joined at 18, and they transition to an entirely new department. We're now making it mandatory that they're stable and they have the Veterans Affairs training. The other parts of the recommendations we're reviewing and will act upon, Mr. Speaker, because we're committed passionately to our veterans. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to take a moment to thank this member for his service to our country and his continued service to our country as a member of Parliament. He is right in many of the things that he says. In particular, the ability of the Veterans Affairs Committee, all parties, to get along and move forward to help veterans. We've all tried that, and it was unanimous support. I'll be speaking shortly in this debate, and I hope the member will listen closely as I talk about some of the facts and figures that he was mentioning. I'd like to ask the member. He talks about the 700 service points, 625-ish or so Service Canada points, where service is now available to veterans. And one of the concerns I've had, and I can speak to him later about a particular veteran who did not receive proper service in my riding at Service Canada. But I wonder if he could outline for the House, just very briefly, the sort of training that is going on in each of those Service Canada service centres to ensure the veterans are getting the right service. I understand that there is about an hour and a half training, a video training that goes on in those service centres. I wonder if he can either confirm that or perhaps illustrate to us a little closer, a little better, what is the service for all of those employees in each of those service centres.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River, for the question. And I know his community was impacted as one of the 9 centres where there was an office closure. He knows there's a Service Canada office nearby, or I think in that case of Thunder Bay, about 2 kilometres away. That's a good question. So for those offices, and that one in particular, where there was a closure, there was a transferred Veterans Affairs officer, a caseworker, who is fully knowledgeable and experienced specifically with veterans, including the demeanour and sort of empathy required for helping them on an administrative level. The rest of the Service Canada network, that's a great question. The rest of the network has received what's considered Level 1 training, which is a training on the overview of veterans' benefits, the types of forms, and the types of queries that would come in on a daily basis, because most of them, about 80% of queries, tend to be the same types of questions about benefits or survivor benefits, those sorts of things. There's an intention to also do another level of training, and I know that's being looked at, so that those caseworkers will have a good summary of the full body of knowledge that they can assist a veteran with when they come to a Service Canada office. But it's important, as I said in my remarks, Mr. Speaker, now you don't just have to live nearby a Veterans Affairs office. Now you can actually use the Service Canada offices or the 1,300 Veteran Service Officers of the Legion, who on a regional basis, their district Legion Veteran Service Officer Commander has a direct line of access into Veterans Affairs. So if anyone is falling through the cracks, we've got to remedy that, Mr. Speaker. But this is about serving more and serving a wider cross-section. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very glad we're talking about this important issue as we come towards Remembrance Day. And I also looked at the response, both the report that was done by Veterans Affairs Committee, and I really want to congratulate them on having a report that had consensus of all parties. The government, of course, responded to that report, and they are taking some immediate action on a number of the recommendations. Also, though, I think it's important to point out some of the recommendations have a little bit more complexity, so it'll take a little bit more work before we can actually move forward. I would really like the honourable member to talk about how some of the action that has been taken already in terms of moving those important recommendations forward, and also a little bit about what the future is for some of the other recommendations. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, and certainly I know of her passion for our veterans and on these issues. As I said in my remarks, the report that came before the last session of Parliament ended in the spring produced 14 unanimous recommendations, and many of them are good ones. Many came from the over 50 witnesses that appeared from across the country at the Veterans Affairs Committee. We've already moved on 4. I spoke about the most important one, which is to make sure that a medical condition is stabilized and some basic veteran case management setup is done before someone's transitioned out of uniform. But there's some other important ones. We've already indicated that we're going to move forward on adding a construction clause and Bill of Rights right into the new Veterans Charter in terms of a Veterans Bill of Rights. We're already looking to harmonize the new Veterans Charter and CISIP, and to do that better, that will eliminate some duplication and probably provide more benefits to more veterans. Another important thing is we're going to provide more direct financial support and training for home-based caregivers, so usually the partner of the veteran who, and I've seen this firsthand, become a primary support both mentally and physically for a veteran who's recovering. There's going to be more financial support for the families in that regard. And we have said clearly we're going to review the disability award process to make sure that it's robust and provides what is needed. The one thing that's often overlooked in terms of the disability award up front is the fact that a lot of people don't talk about the suites of benefits that also follow in some cases for life. Exactly. And you have to look at the care of the veteran over their lifetime. This isn't comparing someone to a workplace accident or a car accident. There is a suite of care for our veterans, so there's an upfront payment to help with that transition, but you have to look at the totality, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech, which I listened with great intent. I think there's often a great deal, and this is what the public generally sees from the House of Commons and elected officials, a great deal of conflict that goes on between us, some of it feigned and some of it actually quite sincere, about different policy options and choices that the government makes and the opposition opposes, as is the nature of our system. Around veterans, there is a possibility, I would argue, to find more common ground more often than we have in the past, simply because we acknowledge, regardless of our political affiliations, the service that has been paid to this country by so many veterans over so many generations. Our challenge is when the government comes forward with new policies, as they did in the Veterans Charters and others, where they try to apply a one-size-fits-all. We talked about the benefits and the payments coming out as a lump sum And many veterans resisted that. And many veterans told this government that at the committee and said, this is not a program that works for us over the length of our disability. I think what needs to happen is a little water in the wine when it comes to veteran services from the government to avoid the conflicts that keep happening with veterans groups themselves, not from people in the opposition benches, but people who have gone through the veteran system, have been pushed out of the military too early before they could qualify for disability. We've had those cases, and the government's aware of them. We need to improve the system. I think we can all agree on that it's not doing the full service that it could. My question is this to my friend, this is a topic, of course, as we come towards Remembrance Day, needs to be a topic all year round. A concern that many veterans have come to me with this new model of Service Canada treatment is that with the effects of PTSD, some of them still unknown as we learn about the true injuries that happen that are not seen, are we always bringing people to that service that are qualified enough to handle the complexity of something like psychological disabilities, like injuries that have happened that are not perceived on the body but are having huge and detrimental effect not only on the veteran but on that veteran's family and community?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of International Trade. You just have a little more than a minute.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for his intervention and for his suggestion. I do think there is more common ground, and I think the Veterans Affairs Committee demonstrated that. One thing I'll note, he even fell into the mistake that some made when he talked about Service Canada and talked about treatment at Service Canada for people. Treatment's the wrong word. They are not providing the frontline treatment, but are helping that veteran access the range of treatments. You know, our Veterans Affairs Committee heard from two veterans that I've known for many years and admire. Both happen to be from his province of British Columbia, Chris Linford and Tim Laidler. Both are involved in programs directed at operational stress injuries. Tim Laidler at the Veterans Transition Network, and Chris Linford and his wife are doing one called the COPE program that's actually for families. What our government has been doing in recent years, Mr. Speaker, particularly on mental health, is there isn't one single solution that fits the needs of all veterans. So we're finding that in some cases, equine therapy that CAM Praxis and others are offering, or the Veterans Transition Peer Counseling, or the family-based COPE program, we need a variety of options for our veterans, and most of the time that's going outside of Veterans Affairs and to providers in healthcare or in veterans advocacy fields. We've tried increasingly to fund these programs either on a pilot or a permanent basis to make sure that there's a variety of programs to help the diverse needs of our veterans with mental health.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be part of this debate today. The previous speakers have all been correct, including speakers on our side, that this was a unanimous report to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. However, the response was disappointing. Not disappointing in all aspects. There were 14 recommendations. The majority of them, the government indicates that they are already working on or will come to some resolution on in the future, perhaps the near future for some of them. But there were some recommendations that the minister is not prepared to act on, and they all have a commonality, which I'll talk about in a second. And that is that there are recommendations in our report, and I say our report because I am a member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, that would require a substantial, in some cases, increase in financial and human resources. And when the government says that they can do these changes, they can meet these challenges within existing budgets of Veterans Affairs, I don't believe they're right when they say that. So it's also interesting. I'm going to outline 4 recommendations that the government is not prepared to act on, or at least will have further study on. The commonality, the thing that is the same with all of them is that they all cost money. The other recommendations are simply, ways to cut some red tape and ensure there's some smooth transition. All good recommendations, and of course we're pleased that the minister thinks that those recommendations can be acted upon fairly quickly. But it is interesting that the recommendations that are not being acted upon, or at least are going to be further studied, all involve money. Now, we've heard this morning one member of the government say that there's $4.7 billion in extra spending. The member who just spoke talked about $800 million new dollars every year, which I guess eventually comes to the $4.7 billion. That's where they come up with that figure. I do have real figures from the ministry, and I'll talk about those in a second too. But let me talk about the recommendations, and I'll just read them, and you'll see that the ones that the government is not prepared to act upon right now, and you'll see that they all involve money. Recommendation number 3, that the most seriously disabled veterans receive financial benefits for life, of which an appropriate portion should be transferable to their spouse in the event of their death. It was felt, and certainly from the witnesses we heard, that was something that was critical, and the government, I think, is going to further study that particular recommendation. Recommendation number 4 concerned the earnings loss benefit be non-taxable. And so there is some confusion there, and I hope it's going to be sorted out again by the ministry. Recommendation number 5, that all veterans with service-related disabilities and their families be entitled to the same benefits and support as part of their rehabilitation program, whether they're former members of the reserve force or the regular force. That is a very important recommendation that we put forward in the committee, and the minister is going to study that and not act on it right away. Recommendation number 6, that the Canadian Forces work with Veterans Affairs to make military family resource centres available to veterans and their families in order to support them in their transition to civilian life. I'm not sure why that one needs more study, but I suppose there is some funding issues there, and so money is being spent again. So if you keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, the figures that were thrown around a little bit earlier, $4.7 billion in new spending, and clarified further by the previous speaker, $800 million a year added up to $4.7 billion. Well, here are the actual numbers, Mr. Speaker, and I've got 2 sets of numbers here. Let me talk about the service branches that were closed, the 9 of them that were closed, and this is Charlottetown, Corner Brook, Sydney, Windsor, Thunder Bay, Kelowna, Prince George, Saskatoon, and Brandon. Those were all closed, and I won't go through all the figures on how much those were costing over the last number of years, but it ranges for all of those offices between altogether is about. Well, actually, let me just talk about Thunder Bay in particular, and we'll get an idea here. Thunder Bay ranged in around the $650,000 range a year to run that, and so we're talking for these offices. We're talking a considerable amount of money if we can extrapolate those over the others. By the way, I don't have figures for Prince George because those numbers were not specific, and they were sort of spread out over the province. So I don't have those specific figures, but I do have the figures for all of them, and we'll talk about. They ranged from in 2013, for example, $156,000 to keep the Brandon office open, to the most expensive one, which was just a little over $1 million in Sydney. So there is a considerable expense involved in these, and my concern is when they were closed, and the previous members have said now they have 600 and some odd service points instead of these, and I did have a training question earlier, and I remain concerned about that. But here we have a further list of allotments for Veterans Affairs each year from 2004 to the end of 2013, the expenditures, but I also asked in my question, what is the amount and percentage of all lapsed spending in the department, broken down over those years? And it's very enlightening, because really what we're talking about with these 4 recommendations that I outlined that would all cost money to Veterans Affairs. It's interesting to see the money that was lapsed, and I'd like to go through the years starting in 2006. The total allotment in 2006 in Veterans Affairs was $3.2 billion. The actual expenditure in that fiscal year was $3 billion. In other words, 8.21% of the money allotted to Veterans Affairs was left unspent, and that amounts to $270 million that was lapsed and given back to the government. So when we talk about closing offices, when we talk about changing the way things are done in Veterans Affairs, I think it's curious to note how much money was lapsed and given back to the government in each of these years. In 2007, 2008, the allotment was $3.4 billion for Veterans Affairs. Almost $3.2 billion was actually spent in that fiscal year. And so $246 million lapsed in that year from Veterans Affairs, was left unspent, and ended up going back into the government kitty. 2008, 2009, $3.4 billion was the allotment. $3.3 billion was actually spent. $115 million was actually lapsed and given back to the government in that year. In 2009, 2010, the allotment was $3.5 billion. $3.4 billion was actually spent. There was a lapsed spending amount of $118 million in that fiscal year that was given back to the government. In 2010, 2011, $3.5 billion was the allotment. The expenditures were actually close to that, and the lapsed spending amount in 2010, 2011 was $41 million that was lapsed and sent back to the government. In 2011, 2012, the allotment was $3.6 billion. Almost $3.5 billion was actually spent. $171 million was lapsed and given back to the government in that fiscal year. And in 2012, 2013, $3.6 billion was the allotment. 3.48 was actually spent. And in that year, which is 2013 is the last year I do have figures for, we don't have the new ones yet, the lapsed spending amount in that year was $172 million. Now, if we extrapolate, of course, to this year, I think we can assume, particularly with the government and the way they've sort of put money, lapsed money in all sorts of departments and put it back into the kitty to try to meet whatever their deadlines are in terms of reducing the amount of money that Canadians owe. I think you'll find if you add these up that the lapsed spending since this government took power from Veterans Affairs, the lapsed spending amount is in excess of $1 billion. So over that course of time, there was a certain amount of money that was allotted each year to Veterans Affairs. Money was spent, and the money that was left over the course of this government's tenure so far is in excess of $1 billion given back to the government. So when we talk about closing offices, when we talk about cutting corners in other areas, it seems to me the argument that the government uses, to try to get down the deficit and so on, it's pretty clear that this is being done in Veterans Affairs and perhaps in other departments is being done on the backs of some veterans and perhaps money that needs to be spent on veterans. So the other thing that I'd like to point out in the allotments, and perhaps it's also important to talk about the expenditures for this year, you will see that, and I'll give you the exact numbers here, 2006 and 2007, the actual allotment was $3,298,686,739. I will call that $3.3 billion, just as a round figure. And there were some various increases each year. But I fail to find, when I look at the figures, and these are the government figures, by the way, Mr. Speaker. It's actually signed, these figures are signed off by the Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister. It's interesting that that in 2013 the actual allotment was $3.7 billion. So, in fact, Mr. Speaker, we're looking at an increase, and we can be generous here, at about, if I do some quick calculating, under $400 million has been the increase over these years. And I think it's important to point out, that there has been an increase over the years, but the increase is not nearly as much as the government seems to think it is, or at least the government members who have been speaking today seem to think it is. So we're looking at a little less than $400 million increase from 2006, 2007 to 2012, 2013. So let me remind the House and those who may be watching at home that today we have heard from government members that there is $4.7 billion in new funding. You'll see that doesn't really make much sense, because the most that has ever been spent in the allotments here, it was 2011, 2012, where $3.5 billion was spent by Veterans Affairs. I fail to see where the $4.7 billion in new funding is. You know, if the government is pretty clear on that number of $4.7 billion in new funding, we should be looking at this fiscal year of expenditures over the course of the years as somewhere in the neighborhood of over $8 billion that Veterans Affairs has spent. Well, the numbers don't bear that out, Mr. Speaker. And so the previous member who spoke talked about $800 million a year in extra funding. Let me just indicate what the ministry has sent me in terms of actual numbers. So in 2006, 2007, $3.3 billion was the allotment. Less was spent. 2007, 2008, $3.4 billion. Again, there was money that was lapsed. 2008, 2009, 3.4. 2009, 2010, 3.5 was the allotment. 2010, 2011, 3.5 again was the allotment. 2011, 2012, $3.6 billion was the allotment, and 2012, 2013, 3.6 again, a little less. It was actually a little less than it was in the previous year in 2011 and 2012. So, Mr. Speaker, there are two things at play here. One is that the numbers don't make any sense. In fact, there's never actually been in any year $4.7 billion in old funding, much less $4.7 billion in new funding in any given year. And as I say, I mean, I stand to be corrected if the government can explain to this House and to Canadians where that $4.7 billion in new funding is. I suppose if we want to be generous, we could. I could suggest that maybe it came from other departments and was not actually spent by Veterans Affairs. I think that would be certainly beneficial for all of us to know, and all Canadians to know exactly where that money came from, if in fact that is the case when they talk about $4.7 billion. So, you know, I think it was important to stand and refute those numbers. And as I say, again, to emphasize, the numbers I'm using are directly from the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. But I think more importantly for the discussions here, because what we're talking about are recommendations put forward by the committee, and other speakers are absolutely right that it was a unanimous report. All of us understanding, of course, Mr. Speaker, that this is a living document, and we need to improve. We need to continue to improve. And one of our mandates will be in Veterans Affairs to continue looking at the new Veterans Charter and ways to improve that. But when we look at those 4 recommendations that I outlined at the beginning of my speech, as I say, they were all the ones that required financial commitments from the government. They were all recommendations that required the government to spend money. But again, if we looked at, and I can't emphasize this enough, Mr. Speaker, the lapsed spending in each of these years that went back into the government kitty from Veterans Affairs. And it is over $1 billion from 2006 to 2013. As I say, we don't know yet about 2014. That will add to the total. I'm sure that money has been lapsed again. Unless, of course, the government thinks that suddenly they spent $4.7 billion in 2014. That remains to be seen, and we shall see in due time whether or not that's correct. But so I think it's unfair of the government. I think it's unfair of the government to suggest that there's no money, that these recommendations that cost money require further study, require another look before the money is spent. But the reality is that money was left unspent every year in Veterans Affairs and went back into the general coffers. And so what I would urge the minister to do is to relook at these recommendations in question and perhaps speak to his parliamentary secretary and others involved in the ministry and say, listen, it's pretty clear that we did give money back every year from Veterans Affairs back into the general kitty. Surely we can work on these recommendations. And these were unanimous. These were all party recommendations. And when we talk about veterans and their families, it's obviously critical that these things not get delayed. And so, of course, what we're left with is recommendations from the report being looked at again, being studied at a later date. And, of course, you know, 2015 is just around the corner, Mr. Speaker. The question that I have to ask is when will these be done? When will decisions be made? And will it be done before the next election? Now, we know that the next election is October in 2015, perhaps even sooner. Who knows? My fear is that these very valuable recommendations that we in the committee put forward, all parties agreed unanimously to put these forward. My concern is that these won't be dealt with before the next election. And I certainly hope they will be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to thank the member for his speech. And I heard him speak yesterday about his grandfathers who both participated in the war effort in different ways. And certainly I spoke earlier today about my two grandfathers, both veterans as well. When I was on the National Defence Committee, we had a study on care of the ill and injured soldier. And we heard from Dr. Alice Aiken. I understand she also met with the Veterans Affairs Committee under a different organization. When we heard from her, it was as the director of the Canadian Institute for Military and Veteran Health Research. And at the time, she indicated, based on the comprehensive study that they had done, that 99% of veterans were probably better off financially under the new Veterans Charter than under the old disability pension system. Now, obviously, there's great concern for the 1% who don't find themselves in that category, but certainly she indicated, her research said, veterans were better off under the system, and perhaps that's why the NDP, Liberals and Conservatives unanimously endorsed the new Veterans Charter when it was tabled in this House, a Liberal project that was enacted under this government. But perhaps I'm hoping the honourable member can address that. If 99% of veterans, through independent analysis, are better off under the new Veterans Charter, does he not agree that it's a great basis to work on going forward and that we can make improvements to make sure that we get that to 100?
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Well, the parliamentary secretary is absolutely right. There certainly have been improvements, and when you look at what veterans need in this country, you can see that over the years it's very different, as a previous member pointed out in his speech, very different than it was 50 or 60 years ago. It's more complicated. And I think if I get the question correct from the member, he's referring to the lump sum payment. Perhaps I don't know if that's exactly what he's referring to. But one of the things that we recommended was that either or is better. Let's give veterans a choice. It's one of the important things: a lump sum payment, or money monthly or yearly for life. That was one of the concerns that a number of veterans came before our committee with, and it certainly was addressed in here. So, we have made improvements with this. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker, but I am concerned about those things that I did outline earlier.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Shannon-Labaya.
Mr. Speaker, I've been listening to this debate this morning with very keen interest, and hearing a lot of numbers kind of thrown around. We've done this. We've spent more money than in the history of the universe on one subject or another. And my colleague has brought up some very interesting facts about the fact that some of this money has not been spent. Now, whether or not it's a lump sum payment or whether or not it's as previously a series of payments, what I'm hearing from veterans is more about the access to care that is available to them, particularly dealing with PTSD. Veterans are not getting that service. They're not getting the help that they need. And I don't think any amount of money in their pocket is going to help if they are not able to function. I wonder if my colleague would care to comment on the lack of availability of services, especially in healthcare for our veterans.
Honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Thank you, and thank you for that question. And it certainly is a concern. As we talk about PTSD, and was not really on 50 or 60 years ago, was not even a conversation that was going on in this country. And part of the problem is, and that's why we're so concerned on the Veterans Affairs Committee and concerned about the ministry as they move forward, is that people will fall through the cracks. Many veterans will not access Veterans Affairs services for 10, 15, 20, 30 years. Perhaps they will ignore warning signs that perhaps they are suffering from PTSD and will need services in the future. So that's why it's critical, Mr. Speaker, that we ensure that Veterans Affairs has the tools that it needs and the financial tools it needs to ensure that nobody falls through the cracks, to ensure that everybody has an opportunity to access the services. And which is why, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to table the response of the government signed by the Minister of Veterans Affairs and tabled in March 2014 in both official languages to my order paper questions Q171 and Q173. The figures that I've been looking at and talking about in this House, I'm hoping that we'll find unanimous consent to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent? No, he does not. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Deafneff, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the previous question there is totally false. For myself, I come from an RCMP background. I utilize veteran affairs all the time. I do have PTSD, so I know what's available. So when I hear individuals up here trying to talk like they know something about actually what people experience with PTSD and the services available for veteran affairs, what my question is, you're seeing amalgamation of services where veteran affairs is now available to over the entire country, just not in one community. I come from northern Saskatchewan, and the nearest veteran affairs office was in Saskatoon. Now we have availability in northern Saskatchewan, either in La Ronge, either in Meadow Lake. My question is, when I make a phone call to Veteran Affairs, someone picks up the phone and they ask, are you okay? And then they ask, what service do you need? And at times I ask for someone for counseling. That's available. Now, I'm just wondering if the colleague across realizes how easy it is to pick up the phone and dial the number available by Veteran Affairs, or if he's ever tried picking up the phone and phoning Veteran Affairs himself.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me, in answer to that question, let me just relate a recent case in Thunder Bay. That office, as you know, has been closed. There was a veteran, this is a Second World War veteran, who went to serve as Canada. stood in line for a fairly lengthy time. When he finally got to the service point, to the person who was going to help him, her only response was, "Well, there's nothing that we can do for you here. Why don't you talk to your local Legion?" Well, Mr. Speaker, that story is horrendous, and I like to think that story is not repeated across the country. That there are, and we heard from a previous speaker that there are the 9 offices that were closed. There are dedicated Veterans Affairs staff who one from each of those offices that moved into the Service Canada points. But that's 9 points. That's 9 service points, Mr. Speaker. And my concern is that the government is not going to follow through on proper training for 1 point person, at least 1 point person, in each of those Service Canada offices to ensure that the services are there, and that when a veteran, waits in line and is told to go talk to their local Legion if he needs some financial help, Mr. Speaker, I think there's something wrong there.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scanable Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Thunder Bay for his story. I also thank the previous comment from the Conservative member and former RCMP individual. We've had a number of people through my office and in my experience that have come out of the RCMP in particular who have been long advocating for some sort of equal understanding and acknowledgement that the services that the police and emergency services have done on our behalf sometimes result in some of the very same injuries that we look to that have been happening in our veterans. And I suppose my question for my friend is this, is that the Conservatives to this point in this transition from the Veterans Affairs offices to these Service Canada outlets or places where you go for registering different licenses that you need through the federal government or applying for employment insurance, the transition didn't seem to do well because the frontline people that veteran meets, if they go into one of those offices, doesn't yet seem to be trained up just in doing proper referrals. And these are sensitive issues, Mr. Speaker. So my question to my friend is this. Did the government seem to have a coherent plan with such a sensitive topic as this, is how we serve our veterans and how we're able to get them the services and referrals that they need when they went through shutting those Veterans Affairs offices and moving to the Service Canada model?
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Rainy River, short answer, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from BC for that question. That's what the concern is. These offices, for many Canadians, the closing of these offices came out of the blue. And the concern that one naturally has is, what about the transition? On one hand, the government says, well, now you've got 600 and some odd service points where it's even easier for veterans to access services, or they say. But it appears to me from speaking to veterans that transition has not been good. And one of the questions that I would have for the government is when will that transition happen, where everybody is knowledgeable in these service centres, and if the money is spent, is it out of a different account? Is it because you heard my accounts? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's always an honour every time I have an opportunity to stand in this House and deliver my remarks. Before I deliver remarks on this particular motion, Mr. Speaker, I do want to say that it's a very significant day today in the Sikh community. It is the birth of one of our gurus, Guru Nanak Dev Ji, and I want to take this opportunity to wish every single Sikh around the world celebrating the birth of Guru Nanak Dev Ji and some of his teachings, Mr. Speaker. The first one being always remember God throughout the day, and second one, earn your livelihood through hard work and honest means, Mr. Speaker, and the third one, to selflessly serve and share with others, especially the ones that are less fortunate than yourselves. Obviously, I belong to the Sikh religion, Mr. Speaker, and I'm a proud Sikh, and once again, I want to wish every single Sikh around the world celebrating the birth of our Guru Nanak Dev Ji. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, as I mentioned, I appreciate the opportunity to join on this important debate today, Mr. Speaker. It is one of the great honor in my life, as I mentioned, every opportunity I get to rise in this House and provide my input, my remarks in the seat of this country's heart of the democracy. In so many ways, this place represents what generations of courageous Canadians have served, Mr. Speaker, and to defend. Mr. Speaker, I am also extremely proud to be part of a government that has demonstrated at every turn its deepest and most profound commitment to the men and women and families who have served our country and who continue to do so today. I'm also proud to have served on the Committee of Veterans Affairs and to have played a role in this remarkable unanimous committee report that was put forward by the committee, Mr. Speaker, in which members from all different parties played an important role. Few committees are able to arrive at a unanimous recommendation, a unanimous report, and the bipartisan nature of this committee is, I think, a remarkable demonstration of respect for our veterans, Mr. Speaker. I encourage all members to check their politics at the door when dealing with this issue. In fact, our veterans deserve far, far better, Mr. Speaker. As our committee led the way in a bipartisan manner, I encourage everyone here also to follow suit, Mr. Speaker. I have said this a number of times, but it is worth repeating. I have had a distinct honor and a privilege to meet and to work alongside many, many remarkable Canadian veterans and still serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces. And each time I have been impressed by the passion and honor with which they have worn our nation's uniform. I'm proud at every opportunity that I can get to pay tribute to their extraordinary service and sacrifice, because I have seen it myself, Mr. Speaker, and some of the things they've done for our country. I have seen how dedicated, professional, and courageous our Canadian men and women have been in defending our great country and the values we all hold so dearly. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, I have also seen the devastating impact their service can have on them and their loved ones. I am painfully aware of how their lives and the lives of their families can be forever changed in a single heartbeat. In these tragic instances, Mr. Speaker, I have been humbled and inspired by their commitment and determination to rise above the challenges they face. They are truly Canadian heroes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is equally committed to our mission of providing exemplary service to Canadian veterans and their families. Mr. Speaker, that is why our government believes that legislation related to veterans programming should be clear and consistent with respect to our commitment to these brave men and women and their families, Mr. Speaker. We want to ensure that we provide the best support possible, the best care, the best programs for those who have been injured in service to Canada. That is why we believe that the most seriously injured veterans, whether they are regular force members, reservists, should receive the monthly financial benefit they need to support them and their families. That is why we believe that injured veterans should only leave the military when rehabilitation professionals are identified to support them in the civilian life, and when they have medically stabilized from their injuries, Mr. Speaker. That is why we believe the family of a veteran with an operational stress injury should receive caregiver training, and more psychological support should be provided to the families of these veterans. And, Mr. Speaker, that is why we believe veterans and their families deserve less red tape as they are making the transition between national defense and Veterans Affairs. Mr. Speaker, those are just some of the fundamental principles that guide our government in everything we do to enhance the veterans' benefits, services, and programs we provide. Mr. Speaker, as all members of this House know, one of the Minister's first decision as Minister of Veterans Affairs last year was to ask for a comprehensive parliamentary review of the new Veterans Charter. A new Veterans Charter which was passed unanimously by Parliament in 2005 as a modern approach to ensure veterans and their families have the support they need and when they need it, Mr. Speaker. As part of this comprehensive review, Minister specifically asked this House Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs to study, number one, how Canada cares for its most seriously injured veterans. Number two, how it supports their families. And number three, Mr. Speaker, how the department delivers its programs. Minister later asked the committee to expand its mandate by also asking its members to recommend the best way for Canada as a nation to express its commitment to the current and future veterans. The members of our parliamentary committee accepted their mission with great enthusiasm, and one of the first conclusions they reached is that new Veterans Charter is providing a sound foundation upon which to support those who have served our country both at home and abroad, Mr. Speaker. For the record, I want to read again what we wrote in the introduction of their report, entitled The New Veterans Charter Moving Forward, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, "The committee members unanimously agree that the principles of the new Veterans Charter should be upheld and that these principles foster an approach that is well suited to today's Canada's veterans," and unquote. Our commitments echoed the findings of a similar report from the other chamber last year, when members of the Senate Subcommittee on Veterans Affairs also concluded that the new Veteran Charter is serving the majority of Canadian Armed Forces personnel and veterans well. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I believe these two reports have laid to rest any debate about turning back the clock. The new Veteran Charter was and remains the first approach for serving and supporting Canada's veterans. That is not to say that it is perfect or that it cannot be improved. Of course it can. As the Prime Minister said, Mr. Speaker, when we implemented the new Veterans Charter in April of 2006, and as previous ministers in this portfolio have also repeated over the years, since we considered the new Veteran Charter to be a living document. It is meant to evolve with the complex and diverse needs of those we serve. As our Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs developed a series of unanimous recommendations for how we can continue to enhance the new Veteran Charter, the government's response is a sincere effort to move the yardsticks forward, Mr. Speaker. Our report offers a common path forward. And, Mr. Speaker, as you know, our government has tabled its formal response to that report. Our government was clear and unequivocal in tabling our response, and I will repeat it here, Mr. Speaker. We will move forward immediately with several initiatives as we continue to improve veterans' benefits and services, while consultations are undertaken with the Veterans Ombudsman and veteran stakeholders on the more complex proposals, Mr. Speaker. Let there be no mistake. With that, we're saying we agree with the spirit and intent of the vast majority of the committee's recommendations. Our formal response also outlines our plan to address those recommendations in phased approach. Mr. Speaker, our government understands and accepts that we have no greater responsibility than to care for and support our injured Canadian veterans, still serving members, and their families. That is why we will leave no stone unturned as we continue to find innovative new ways to build upon the almost $4.7 billion in additional funding we have already invested in veterans programming since 2006. We will move forward immediately with improvements to help veterans and their families, Mr. Speaker, and to improve the continuum of care to those military members who are making the transition to civilian life. Mr. Speaker, transition is tough, and anyone. That is why we are going to make changes, to make the transition smoother, Mr. Speaker, to help injured veterans and their family members. We will also change our way of doing business to ensure that those who care or who are medically released can be assigned a VAC case manager and assisted earlier in the process by someone from Veterans Affairs, Mr. Speaker. We're determined to reduce the uncertainty and the transition process. We are determined in the first phase of our plan to help veterans and their families focus on themselves, their well-being, their quality of life. The second part of our plan consists of examining closely the more complex recommendations, Mr. Speaker, from the committee that require further work and consultation. And throughout this phased approach, we will strive to update this House, veterans, and all Canadians on how the implementation is going. We're building on our record and the investment we have made to this date, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to making the ongoing improvements that are needed. While we have made substantial investments in veterans programming since 2006, we agree more can and must be done, Mr. Speaker. Our government's formal response to the Veterans Affairs Committee report is by no means a final destination. Instead, it is a continuation of our steadfast and ongoing efforts. That's why in the coming weeks and months, I expect we will have more good news and more significant improvements to announce. We will keep moving forward and taking positive steps to improve what we do for veterans and their families. Mr. Speaker, we're on the right track. We have taken further steps in the right direction. And for this, I want to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all members of our Veterans Affairs Committee for their important and invaluable contribution. I also want to thank all those who participated in the parliamentary review. Many members of our Veterans Committee, their families, the Ombudsman, the various veterans organizations, and of course, Mr. Speaker, the individual Canadians who wanted to voice their own gratitude and support for our men and women in uniform, both past and present. Together, we have moved the yardsticks forward. Together, we will keep delivering for the men and women and families who have earned their place among our nation's truest heroes. They deserve our unending gratitude and our unwavering support, and they will always have it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his comments. One of the questions that we've been facing today as we talk about veterans and veteran services is this transition that the government went through, took veterans through with, in this case, no consultation at all. It wasn't, in fact, a surprise to everybody, every veterans group, every veteran, when the government decided to close down veterans' offices that were across Canada that had specialized in services for veterans, which I think we can all agree have become increasingly complex, that the veteran services of 50, 60 years ago have gotten more complicated and more complex because the issues that veterans are facing have become more complicated than they were a generation or two past. But when this transition came, the government trotted out the idea of just more points of service at these Service Canada outlets that are in malls and various communities across the country, more of them. But our question was, will veterans actually receive better service, which is the entire point of any initiative if the government is making that claim. The lack of training for those veteran service staff, because they weren't from veteran services, they were meant to just guide veterans to different places, was of great concern to us because the veteran walking in the door may be facing a number of barriers just to get to that point in the first place, particularly if they're dealing with an issue like PTSD or any multifaceted issues. Would the government now admit that that transition from one service centre, which was specialized, to this very broad one that was not, could have been done better and still needs to be improved from what we see today in servicing our veterans across Canada? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I like to point out our government has a strong record when it comes to investing and providing benefits and services for Canada's veterans, because we appreciate the sacrifices they and their families have made, and men in uniform continue to make, Mr. Speaker. We have invested $4.7 billion, as I pointed out in my remarks, in additional funding because we believe veterans deserve those benefits. They deserve those services. Now, with regards to the office closures, my colleague mentioned from the other side, we have to understand most of these offices were used very little, Mr. Speaker. Some of them where they had possibly 2 or 3 people showing up throughout a day. And the 600 points of service, the Service Canada locations, now provide them assistance throughout the country, Mr. Speaker. So let me give you an example. In my area, my city, the riding that I represent in Brampton, we did not have a district office. Veterans in many cities, neighborhoods, regions have had no district office. Where did they go before, Mr. Speaker? They didn't drive over to the district office closest to them. They either called the Veterans Affairs Canada, whereas now they have access to the Service Canada locations. They can go in and receive the necessary service, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do have a question in regards to the issue of mental health. We all know that our veterans, many of them, after coming from some form of engagement, will return to Canada not only with physical injuries, but also mental stress, and often require some psychological assistance. And what we have found is that the government has been wanting and providing the necessary services to be able to meet that need. We have had concerns related to everything from, and I've mentioned this earlier today in my own speech, from suicides to family issues to divorces, children, and so forth. The question I have for the member is, to what degree does he believe not having those vacant positions being filled is having a negative impact in terms of providing the mental health services that our vets need today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, anyone that goes through any sort of mental health issue, be a veteran, be a still serving member of the Canadian Armed Forces, or a Canadian, they need support. They deserve the medical attention that they require. Our government has made an investment in those areas as well, Mr. Speaker, and let me point that out. 17 operational stress injury clinics are established across Canada to support mental health conditions. 24 integrated personnel support centres where, for the first time, Veterans Affairs and National Defence employees work hand in hand to support Canada's men and women in uniform, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to stand up for Canada's veterans.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to congratulate the Honourable Member, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veteran Affairs for his excellent speech and the way in which he gave a very clear description and definition of the number of initiatives that our government has enacted to provide enhanced services and more readily available services to our veterans. In my riding of Richmond Hill, Mr. Speaker, prior to our changes, a veteran would have to travel considerably outside of the riding, outside of the great town of Richmond Hill, to avail themselves of the much-needed service. Today, they're able to get service right in Richmond Hill, at the Service Canada location. And, Mr. Speaker, my question to the member is simply this. I appreciated the tone of his presentation, in which he welcomed all of the participation of all members of Parliament on the committee in coming up with just an excellent document. I wonder if he can share with us what he is hearing from veterans across the country with respect to this improved level of service that has now become a matter of fact from coast to coast to coast in our great country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Richmond Hill for all of his hard work on this file as well, and serving veterans in his area and his cooperation that I can always count on this file, Mr. Speaker. As he pointed out, there are many regions, many cities, many towns, Mr. Speaker, where the district office does not exist. Those veterans in those areas now have access to the service centers. They can walk in, they can receive the basic information that they need, whether it be a form and so on. And, Mr. Speaker, the offices that were closed last year, and I also want to point out, and I know the member opposite had asked a question on this issue as well, that the staff in those particular offices didn't receive the proper training. Yes, they did, Mr. Speaker. And to top it off, Mr. Speaker, we also placed a fully experienced Veterans Affairs Canada employee in the Service Canada location, whether that was in the same building where the district office was or the closest to it. In most cases, Mr. Speaker, the Service Canada location was located in the same building where the district office was. So it only made sense. And veterans can count on this government, Mr. Speaker, to provide the necessary help and support and benefits that they deserve, and we will continue to stand up for veterans.
Question and commentaire, l'honorable député de Roulemont.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Roulemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I think it's really important to have the right number here when we talk about such a matter as veterans. And it's really sad to say that the federal government is cutting services for veterans, even as it ramps up spending on a publicity program to honor them. It's really important to honor them. But when you increase the Remember program by 21% at the same time that you're cutting disability and death compensation and health care program and re-establishment services by 4%, I think it's a shame. It is not the way we can congratulate and honor really the soldiers, the men and women that put their lives, and wanted to do the sacrifice even of their health or their life. I think it's hypocritical from that government to spend so much money in publicity and less money to take care of our veterans.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I reject the premise of that question, Mr. Speaker. That question was full of misinformation, Mr. Speaker. We have spent, Mr. Speaker, almost $30 billion since coming to office in Veterans Affairs Canada, Mr. Speaker. And that's $4.7 billion, Mr. Speaker, in additional funds. So when my colleagues from the opposition talk about cuts to Veterans Affairs and this and that and spreading misinformation, I would like to remind them, especially this time of the year, Mr. Speaker, let's not play politics with Canada's veterans. They deserve far, far better. Why is it that the opposition only remember Canada's veterans during a Remembrance Week or leading up to the Remembrance Week?
and they're sleeping on the switch throughout the year, Mr. Speaker. If they really care for Canada's veterans, I would encourage them to get on board, help this government, provide the benefits and support that veterans need, and stop playing politics, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Esquimalt, Wanda Fuca. Speaker, as the House knows, obviously we're debating a concurrence motion regarding the new Veterans Charter and the changes that are absolutely essential for veterans today. Veterans deserve far more, Mr. Speaker, than ceremonial recognition. I'm most grateful for the opportunity to take part in this important debate concerning some very remarkable citizens of this country. And they are indeed remarkable citizens because collectively they took and take citizenship very seriously. They proved their commitment to Canada through their service in the Canadian Forces. When our country was in danger during World War I, World War II, or when our country called upon Canadians to be peacekeepers in faraway places like Lebanon, Bosnia, Somalia, Cyprus, East Timor, Suez, and Afghanistan, when they were sent to serve in NATO, or when our country asked them to stand on guard here at home or to help communities jeopardized by floods, earthquakes, ice storms, forest fires, they did not hesitate. And as we have seen with Corporal Nathan Cirillo and Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent, some paid with their lives. They did what they were asked to do. They did their duty in world wars, Korea, at home, and in multiple deployments since. And in the course of duty, our country made a contract with them, a covenant. Canada made promises that the men and women of the armed forces would not be forgotten or abandoned. Our governments made and continue to make promises assuring these men and women that they will be remembered and honored by a grateful nation. And, Mr. Speaker, that's a wonderful sentiment. And I know without a shadow of a doubt that the people of Canada are grateful and that they do remember and truly honor our servicemen and women in the Canadian Forces and the RCMP. I see it every day from my constituents in London Fanshawe. Sadly, however, what has become painfully obvious is that our government neither honors our veterans, peacekeepers, or those currently serving, nor is it willing to provide the services, pensions, programs, and special care to which these veterans and members of the Armed Forces, RCMP, and their families are entitled. That's what the report of the Veterans Committee is about. The committee made 14 recommendations, important changes that are long overdue. As one veteran said, there should be more presumptions in the system, and I don't mean in a legalistic way. If I come to you as a double amputee, I shouldn't have to do much more than that. I should just simply say, look, I'm a double-leg amputee. What have you got for me? The point, Mr. Speaker, is the wounds in service are obvious. The obligation to provide care and support in a respectful manner should also be obvious. This government likes to tout the support our troops line, but the minute those troops become veterans, they're all but forgotten. Case in point is the government's lump sum payment plan for injured veterans. The lump sum plan, for the most part, is proven to be a failure. In some cases, injured vets get only 10% of what they would have received through the courts or workers' compensation. Imagine, after risking everything for one's country, having to fight the government in court to get a fair pension. I asked the minister a year ago when the Conservatives planned to change the lump sum formula to ensure that veterans receive the pensions they deserve. His answer did not address the issue. He did not seem to appreciate that some veterans receive less than what they would on workers' compensation. Another glaring example of how veterans are abandoned is the government's phasing out access to long-term care beds for modern veterans. These veterans are people with special needs and requirements for their care. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats are advocating that the federal government continue the Veterans Long-Term Care Program. Currently, World War II and Korean vets are eligible for dedicated departmental contract beds or priority beds in veterans' hospital wings like Parkwood Hospital in London, Ontario, Sunnybrook Hospital in Toronto, and Camp Hill in Halifax, Nova Scotia. or approved provincial community care facilities if they meet certain criteria. This program will cease when the last World War II or Korean War vet passes away, and the Conservative government has no intention to open access up to CF and RCMP veterans. This means that veterans will no longer have priority access to departmental contract beds and will compete with the civilian population for access to long-term care in provincial community care facilities. Unlike the minister, New Democrats continue to advocate that the federal government has a responsibility for long-term care for our veterans, in recognition of those who accept the unlimited liability of service in the armed forces. The NDP proposes that veterans have access to veterans' hospitals and wards throughout Canada, staffed with healthcare professionals experienced in the dedicated and exclusive treatment of injured veterans. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, the minister is not getting the message, and people are suffering. People like retired veteran Air Force Colonel Neil Russell, who's confined to a wheelchair. He can't return home, and he was callously denied a long-term care bed at Parkwood Hospital in London. It's ludicrous because Neil would have been on the street because there was a 2-year waiting list for a nursing home bed. After many letters to the minister and media pressure, Colonel Russell was told he had a bed. Sadly, within a few days, the colonel was then told he did not have a bed and was informed he had simply misunderstood and was given a provincial contract bed, which he has to pay for. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the minister that veterans are a federal responsibility, not a provincial responsibility. They've served our country and deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. Ensuring that they have access to the long-term care that they require is the very least we can do. What we urgently need is an overhaul of the way Veterans Affairs Canada administers health and disability benefits for CF and RCMP veterans. Too many vets spend years caught up in a system of bureaucratic red tape trying to prove they have a disability related to their service years. Veterans and those who support them want programs that evolve with their needs. Many veterans cannot access the Veterans Independence Program because their health condition in later years is not linked to a specific war or service-related event. We absolutely must tailor these programs so that they evolve with the changing requirements of veterans. More help is also needed to support veterans and their families struggling with post-traumatic stress disorder. Today in Canada, we know that some veterans are turning to food banks and homeless shelters for assistance. It's unknown how many veterans access food banks across the country because our veterans are proud. They don't talk about it. They've done their duty for this country. Yet we know a recent report from the National Association of Food Banks tells us that food bank services are now more than ever, Mr. Speaker, utilized by children, seniors, and veterans. We also know that there are more and more homeless veterans seeking shelter, couch surfing, or even living rough outside of our communities, the very communities that they served and protected. This is a national shame and a direct failure of the federal government and the Department of Veterans Affairs to provide immediate help to those who served our country. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the House that in opposition, the Conservatives promised they would make significant veterans reforms, but none of these have been implemented. And just as this government has ignored the Veterans Affairs Committee report, so too have they forgotten our veterans and the contribution of modern-day Canadian Forces veterans and RCMP members who served in peacekeeping around the world. That is absolutely unacceptable. That, Mr. Speaker, is a travesty, and it's a crisis in this country. Canadians are very passionate about their pride and gratitude for veterans. During Remembrance Week and beyond, Canadians choose to honour the men and women who gave us a strong and free country. It's long past time for our federal government to likewise honour all veterans, both past and present, by serving their needs. Monuments and parades are important, but they're cold comfort to the veterans and families who are neglected and suffering. It's time to mean what we say when we repeat the promise to remember. Let us truly remember. Let us see the 14 recommendations of the Veterans Affairs Committee implemented, and implemented immediately.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forth with the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Monsieur Chicoine.
Mr. Chicoine, seconded by Ms. Matheson, moves that the third report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, presented on Tuesday, June 3rd, 2014, be concurred in.
Adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
We defer the vote until the end of government orders on Monday, November the 17th.
Wow. The vote stands deferred until that time. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric of motions. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr.
Speaker, I move that the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented in the House, be concurred in.
Agreed? Agreed? The member does not have consent. Motions?
Your French is very good.
Presenting petitions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today to table petitions in both languages calling on the government to retain defined benefit pension plans. Retirees from coast to coast to coast have delivered literally hundreds of these petitions to my office, asking the government to please stick with the program that they've had rather than move to something which would reduce benefits by way of what they term shared risk plans, stripping pension benefits and legal protections from so many employees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today of presenting a petition with hundreds of signatures from my constituents asking that the federal government invest in the fort of Cap-des-Rosiers. It's a historic fort, and unfortunately, the federal government is trying to sell part of it, and there's no buyers. So the federal government has to take care of this fort. It's the oldest in Canada, and the entry to Florian Park.
Delta.
Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions to present. The first is on behalf of my constituents in Newton North Delta who call on this government to support the initiative of Dr. Izzaldine to bring injured Palestinian children from the Gaza to Canada for treatment. Dr. Abouleish's unifying message of reconciliation is an example to us all. He believes that to achieve peace, we must refuse to hate. I want to thank my constituents. I'm always honoured to represent their voices in this House. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, once again on behalf of my constituents in Newton North Delta, is where the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to change the current drinking and driving laws. They want to implement mandatory minimum sentences for persons convicted of impaired driving causing death. Thank you.
Presenting
petitions, the Honourable Member for Shepherd. Mr. Speaker, I am presenting two petitions today concerning the creation of a legal mechanism for an ombudsman for responsible mining for the extractive sector. This ombudsman could study complaints and study standards for responsible conduct.
Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition to circulate. I have a petition in regards to that has been signed off by many of my constituents regarding many Aboriginal girls and women who have been murdered or gone missing, and in many ways our system that was designed to protect them has actually failed them. They're actually calling upon the Government of Canada to immediately call for a national public inquiry that would study the high number of missing and murdered Aboriginal women and girls. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too present a petition signed by my constituents from Surrey North, and they're asking this government to support the initiative by Dr. Aboulez to bring injured Palestinian children from Gaza for treatment to Canada. They're calling on the government to take immediate action to enable Dr. Aboulez's humanitarian initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am presenting two petitions today on the same subject. One is signed by hundreds of my constituents in both the cities of Burnaby and the city of New Westminster. The other is signed by hundreds of British Columbians living in conservative-held ridings, Langley, Maple Ridge, particularly in the Fraser Valley, the eastern part of the Lower Mainland in British Columbia. In both cases, with both petitions, the constituents, these Canadians, are asking the government to take action to reverse the cuts in services announced by Canada Post, which leads to, of course, the loss of thousands of jobs right across the country, hardship for seniors particularly and people with disabilities, and small businesses right across the country. And my constituents and the constituents of Conservative MPs in the eastern Fraser Valley are also saying it's important to bring innovation to Canada Post and call upon the government to reverse the cuts and bring the kind of innovation that has led in so many other countries to a public postal service that is expanding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. So ordered. Request for emergency debates. Orders of the day.
Government orders. Government Bill Senate. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill S5, the NHO National Park Reserve Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour for me to rise to speak to this bill, which is the NHO National Park Reserve.
The creation of new national parks and the conservation of key ecosystems and habitat. But, Speaker, and we're glad to support this law, but, Speaker, often politicians make their decisions based on politics. And when you're looking at conservation issues, when you're looking at the ecology, political boundaries don't always mesh with ecological boundaries. They're two different things. So perhaps a better way to look at planning parks and planning our ecological future would be to pay more attention to ecological boundaries. Now, my background is in landscape architecture. Before I was a politician, before I was in politics, I was a professional landscape architect. So we learned all scales of landscape planning from the backyard of somebody's house all the way to regions and regional planning. And so this bill itself is something that is very close to what I used to do. But I can see that there's weaknesses in this bill. One of the things that we learned as landscape architects is that rather than a political unit for planning ecologically, the watershed should be the essential unit that's used for landscape planning. What I'm going to talk to you today about is two great figures in the field of ecological planning, which I'm sure when this was sent to Parks Canada, when the planners working with Parks Canada were looking at establishing this national park, I'm sure that they used some of the methods that are outlined by the two great figures in ecological planning. One is Fritz Steiner from the University of Texas, and the second one would be Richard Foreman, who's from Harvard University. Now, Steiner's planning method has 12 steps. And the reason why I'm going to be talking about the 12 steps of Steiner's planning method, or 11 steps, sorry, is because I'm going to take you stage by stage, Speaker, through the planning process and explain what went wrong during the planning of this park and how the government wasn't vigilant enough, or perhaps more skeptically, might not have honored the planning process properly in developing this park. The first step of the planning method is to ID planning problems and opportunities. Now here, from looking at the end result in this bill, I suspect that the government identified the issue as mining versus the ecological systems. So they pitted these two things together. How can we promote mining in this area and also balance it with ecological protection? The second step of the planning process is that the stakeholder establishes goals. Now again, the end result here shows that the government's objective was probably to maximize mining potential in the area, rather than have an equilibrium between the ecological systems and mining. I suspect that because what they came up with at the end of the process was an area much smaller than what was asked for. Now, the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth step are all scientific steps. You do a regional landscape analysis, you do a local landscape analysis, you do detailed studies, you develop planning area concepts, all for the final preparation of preparing a landscape plan. Now, what the government did was it presented three options. A large park, which preserved key ecological areas, more medium-sized that sort of balanced the two, and then the smallest size, which maximized the mining potential. Now, in coming up with a plan, they came up with these three options. They had three plans. And the next step in Steiner's process is crucial. It's the step of citizen involvement. Maintenant, les consultations ont révélé que la population...
The consultations have shown that people are supporting the plan with general support on the ecological plan. And a bigger park that would be as protected as possible.
But the Conservatives ignored the voice of the people. They decided against the facts. They neglected to include significant wildlife reserves. In the words of Stéphane Capuy at Radio-Canada International, it withdrew the heart of the territory by giving free rein to mining exploration, a gaping hole in the middle of the national park.
People of the area, Speaker, the Conservative government has made a mockery of the whole planning process, because those scientific steps that I told you about, they take a lot of time. There's science that goes into it. There's a lot of consultation. There's a lot of analysis, and in doing so, it's actually quite a costly process. And it's costly for a reason, because it's the people who are employed in that sector, in the planning sector, have to undergo a long education. They take sometimes 10, 20 years to learn exactly how the landscape works. They develop an in-depth knowledge of the landscape. They develop an in-depth knowledge of the science of the systems of the landscape in order to preserve that landscape for future generations. Now, often we see, at all scales of landscape projects, you see when a developer has an idea in mind and they have to go through the consultation and the analysis process out of policy requirement, and yet their will is something other. So they might actually go through all the steps of the planning process just to be able to implement the idea that they always had in their head. And I suspect that's the case today with this project and this national park, because it appears that the fix was in from the start, that when they were at the first stage of planning, which was IDing planning problems and opportunities, and the second, which was establishing goals, that the government had decided already that they were going to promote mining interests in this area. And that by promoting mining interests, they let the scientists, they let the planners do their job, they let them develop the three options to show that they're being responsible, but they also had in mind that they were going to choose the option with the least ecological protection and the most for mining interests. Now, that would have been, I guess, acceptable if when they went to the actual consultation process, they heard, yes, we want the option with that promotes mining interests the most. If they had been told that, then it would have been acceptable. They would have gone through the steps and they would have been able to convince the people of the area that that's what they wanted. They wanted the mining companies to do their job there as much as possible. But that wasn't the case, Speaker. What happened was that the people spoke out and they said that they didn't want the smallest area preserved. They wanted the largest areas preserved. And I'd like to deliver the message to the people in the Arctic that are in the Nahanni watershed that under an NDP government, they don't need to worry. We will expand this park we will consider expanding this park to the size that was desired. My last point, Speaker, would be the final steps in Steiner's planning process, which are implementation and administration. Now, you can go through all the other steps of planning, but if you don't implement it vigilantly, and if you don't administer your plan vigilantly, then there's really no purpose to any of the planning process that goes on because nobody's watching what's actually being done in that area. And I strongly suspect, looking at past budgets and the current budget, that not enough capital has been put in to these crucial steps in the protection of this area. And although that we will support this bill at second reading, we believe that there's a lot lacking in the plan for this national park. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciated my friend's comments with respect to the development of this proposed new national park. And he raised, I think, a really important concept with respect to ecological boundary. With respect to the notion of ecological boundary, I would like him perhaps to expand upon his thoughts, what was missing that would be of ecological significance in the larger park proposal that should be included in terms of ecological value, and why that larger park boundary is of importance.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
From Scarborough Agincourt for the question. I didn't get the time to discuss Foreman's ideas, Foreman from Harvard, who is also an ecological planner, where he has the idea of connectivity, of interior habitat, patches and mosaics. Basically, when you fragment the landscape, you create disturbances in the systems that are there. And when we're talking about faunic systems such as caribou or other wildlife, by fragmenting the habitat, you sometimes ruin the connectivity, which ruins breeding grounds, feeding different elements of the habitat of certain wildlife species. And so in choosing the smallest plan and cutting out the heart and allowing mining interests, there'll be much more fragmentation, and this will have a much greater impact on wildlife groups in the park.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I listened with great interest to my colleague. We've seen a pattern with this government where they seem to treat the environment as something that can be just stripped and exploited at will with absolutely little interest with the catastrophic issues that we're dealing with climate change. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why he thinks it is that of the 1,600 submissions that were brought forward, only 2 asked for the option that was chosen by the government, which was to allow maximum mining activity in this pristine area. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why he thinks that they completely ignored the 92 to 93% of people who said this area needed to be protected.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Well, like I mentioned before in my speech, the government obviously entered into the planning process in bad faith. They had at the beginning of the process already in mind that they were going to maximize mining interests in the park, and they held on to that idea in the face of scientific analysis, in the face of public consultation. They used the planning and public consultation process as a way to legitimize their bad decision of maximizing mining interests for the sole goal of short-term growth against long-term ecological planning for future generations.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his intervention, and I'm pleased to hear that they will be supporting the development of this park. I mean, indeed, it's great news to have an additional national park added to Canada's vast suite of national parks. But the opposition is talking and not quite being honest about the numbers that they're presenting when they talk about 93% of the consultation process. Of the 1,600 consultations that occurred, there were under 60 people that contributed to an opinion one way or another about those park boundaries. So the numbers in terms of picking an option were very low. The government has a decision to make. The government did that in consultation with the great people of the Northwest Territories, included the business interests that are important in that region. The people of the Northwest Territories very much asked for those opportunities. We've responded, and I think it's important that the NDP at least acknowledge that they're not being completely accurate when they throw out the percentages but don't acknowledge what those percentages represent in terms of raw numbers of people consulting to a plan that is very much good for that region, both in terms of economic and environmental protection. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Look, if the government actually put energy into implementation and administration by backing it up with people, by backing it up with firm numbers that actually make sense for protection of these areas, then perhaps we could entertain that this will be done responsibly. But the government doesn't even put anything from the budget into the administration of these areas, which renders it meaningless. They've rendered the whole planning process meaningless. They've ignored the people that have made boundary decisions. The populations up in the high Arctic and the Arctic are not huge populations. So a figure like 1,600 people is significant, and a figure of 65 people expressing a boundary interest is significant. And I think that it should be taken into account.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Timmins-James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it's an honour to represent the people of the great region of Northern Ontario, which latitudinally is south of the Nahanni watershed, but it still represents the great north of Canada. At the beginning, I will just lay out for the record what we're talking about, Senate Bill S5, which is the Natsicho National Park Reserve boundaries that are being discussed here, which is they're adjacent to and north of the Nahanni National Park Reserve, and a beautiful area of this country. I'd like to put on the record that my dear friend Jack Layton always spoke of the impact that the Nahanni left on him when he visited it a number of years ago. For him, it was a transformative moment in seeing the great beauty of Canada. I think Canadians who are watching this are asking themselves about this government's appalling attitude towards the environment and the games that have been played again and again and again with the serious issues of catastrophic climate change that are facing us, that when we ask questions in the House about, for example, the Intergovernmental UN Panel on Climate Change and their findings, we generally hear laughter and ridicule from the Conservative backbenches, as though this is something that was made up, or as the present Prime Minister once said, that it's some kind of a socialist plot, that the world is round. Yes, you might think it's a socialist plot, but it's real, and that we all live on this one planet. So when we're talking about how the decision of this park reserve was made, we need to look at it in terms of this rip and ship philosophy that this Conservative government has. I represent vast mining regions. Some of the largest gold and copper, deepest copper base metal mine in the world is in my region. We have diamond mines. We're used to resource development in my region. But what we see from this government is this kind of it's like a gambler's addiction to resources with absolutely no interest in the future, whether it's the value-added processing or whether it's the protection of environment that they believe that's written into that what should be written into any development project is that our children and grandchildren carry the cost of the quickest way of getting resources out of the ground, whether it's the bitumen and the tar sands or whether it's open strip mining, that the environment of this country should be the ones that are paying the debt. So we're looking at this issue of this land reserve that was set aside, and I'm going to talk a bit about public process and the scam that public process is when you're dealing with very large interests who decide that they would put their own financial interests above the interests of the public good. I want to talk again as we talk about this very important protected area and the need to have these protected areas in Canada. It's not to say that there's not going to be development. We are a development nation. We have enormous geography, but we have to choose to put value on the watersheds, on the areas that need to be set aside so that we can have the protection. I'm thinking, Mr. Speaker, that this past week when the UN report on the fifth and final report, intergovernmental report on climate change, is absolutely shocking. That they say we're now at the point of facing irreversible impacts on people, that these impacts are already being observed, including the rising sea levels, a more acidic ocean, melting glaciers and Arctic sea ice, and increasing erratic weather. And again, this government is like a gambling addict that doesn't seem to notice or care that we're mortgaging our future generations so that we can get the quickest buck out of the ground as we can without it being sustainable, without it having a long-term sustainable economic plan. We have the means to limit climate change. The Chairman Rajendra Pachauri said the solutions are many and allow for continued economic and human development. All we need is the will to change. Mr. Speaker, I'm not one of those who are a pessimist about the future. I look at what our country did in the Second World War when a country of 10 million people raised the fourth largest Navy in the world, the fourth largest Air Force in the world, fed Europe because we saw a threat. And yet I see this complete lazy disinterest in addressing the ultimate issue of our generation and our children and our grandchildren's generation, which is the march towards irreversible climate change. Over the last 6 decades, Canada has become warmer. You can see it in any region of this country, the erratic weather patterns that have changed substantially. It is the rise in temperature has been the 1.5 degrees Celsius between 1950 and 2010. That doesn't come from the Democrats. That doesn't come from a socialist plot. That comes from a federal government report that talked about the unique risks Canadians are facing because the impacts on irreversible climate change will be felt first and foremost in Canada's far north. And representing the great region of James Bay, Ontario, where the land is sitting about 2 feet above sea level, and we have huge issues of flooding at the best of times. The issue of not planning for the future of this region in terms of if we are dealing with moving towards irreversible climate change, it will be catastrophic. So let's look at this government's commitment to the environment when it comes to this park. We're going to play a little game. We're going to give you 3 options: door number 1, door number 2, door number 3, and ask the people back home to figure out what door the Conservatives open. So under door number 1, we had a park reserve of 6,450 square kilometers that was focused on protecting the watershed values. Door number 2, well, it was diminished. It was 5,770 square kilometers. So it had lessened the environmental protection and allowed more mining options. Door number 3, the smallest reserve, 4,840 square kilometers, that was built around ensuring that the mining companies have what they needed and whatever interests they wanted, and the rest, well, you could preserve that if you want. So out of the 1,600 submissions, only 2 asked for door number 3, the choice of ensuring maximum mining interests in this Nahanni region with the minimum of conservation growth. So I'm going to ask folks back home, what do you think the Conservative government chose? Well, the answer is obvious. They chose door number 3, the one that had no support locally, and the one that did not preserve the environment, and the one that offered the maximum benefit to the mining interests. It speaks to their philosophy, Mr. Speaker, of this rip and ship philosophy that these incredible natural wonders that we have been blessed with in Canada, that they exist as a backdrop. If you want to strip mine it and you want to dump it, why not here? As good a place as any. And we don't believe that in the New Democratic Party. Again, representing a region that is heavily based on mining. We know that our industries do create an environmental impact, and we want to work to ensure that we have the highest environmental standards. And when I talk to mining interests about how they see the direction of Canada going, for example, when this government cut the Navigable Waters Act and cut the water protection to 99.97% of the lakes in this country, I asked people in the mining sector, well, you guys must have thought that was really great. And they said, no, that's not what we want. We want peace on the ground in terms of our ability to do our resource development. We want to be able to say to Canadians, we can do this right. You establish the rules for environment, we will live by them. That's what I've been, in all the conversations I've had with mining interests. The other that I hear from the mining sector is they say, we want to, if there's a role for the federal government, it's how do we ensure that we've got training for the large percentage of unemployed First Nation youth who are in the territories like the Ring of Fire, so that they can become employed and part of the economy so that we can actually move together. But what we see again and again and again is this myopic belief that we'll just let the environment pay whatever price in order to fast-track development, even when the development is actually not sustainable because we're not getting the long-term benefit from the jobs. If you represent a region where people fly in and fly out, and it's an open pit, and there's no plan for value added, I'll tell you, there's many mining families I know, you ask them, they say, leave it in the ground. Leave it in the ground. It's our capital for our future generations. If we're not going to mine it properly, and if we're not going to get the maximum benefits so that our communities can grow, then leave it in the ground. But that's not the attitude of this government. It's get it out, get it as fast as they can, and get it on a boat to China where the value-added processing will happen in another jurisdiction, not here. And we don't agree with that. Now, going back, Mr. Speaker, on this National Park Reserve, the government presents us with the least favorable option. So are you going to vote against the least favorable option? Well, no, you're not, because we'd rather have some of this protected than nothing. But this government needs to understand if they're going to have credibility on the international stage when it comes to the issues of climate change, when we see what our European partners are doing, they have to start sending some signals that they actually do care about the environment. Steve Ketfwe, the former Premier of the Northwest Territories, he said the way the boundaries were drawn is that the Prime Minister chose to put the mining interests above environmental interests. He said, quote, unfortunately, I think the Prime Minister has let Canadians down. This is not a national park. It is a joke. Those are serious words from a former Premier of the Northwest Territories. He goes on to say that the Prime Minister has taken the heart right out of it. The middle of this reserve is carved out so that mining can happen dead center in the middle of this proposed national park. He then says the park boundary proposed in Bill S5 will not achieve this conservation goal because it leaves out much of the important habitat for woodland caribou, including critical calving and breeding grounds, as well as for grizzly bears and Dall sheep. And it leaves out a significant part of the Little Nahanni River, which is a major tributary of the South Nahanni River and includes some of the most important habitat in the area. Now, what you'll also hear from the government, their line, one of my favorite lines from them is record investments. Whenever they're cutting money, they say record investments, record investments, record investments in First Nation education, record investments in water. Go to any of those communities, they'll just laugh and say, what record investments? So, of course, they'll say, oh, but we have record investments in Parks Canada. We value Parks Canada. So they promised us $391 million in Budget 2013. So again, folks back home, $391 million, a fairly impressive number. How much did they actually spend? $1 million. Ooh, that's not even close. Then last year they spent $4 million. Oh, we're still not even near what they promised. Oh, right, the rest of the $380-some million Well, we'll wait till after the next election, and the next government will have to follow through on that. So we get the ribbon cutting, we get the big announcements, we get the promise on commitment to environment, and none of the money comes forward. We see that in parks, we see the layoff of employees, we see the issue of crumbling infrastructure, and the need to maintain these important jewels, these watersheds that are crucial for maintaining the biodiversity of this country, but also the sense for people internationally who we are. You know, when I'm in the far north of Canada, I meet Europeans regularly. The Europeans who come here because they're fascinated by the beauty, the immense beauty of regions like the Yukon, regions like the Northwest Territories. They come here because this is their view of Canada. There's an enormous economic power to these national parks, because people see that Canada still has them in areas where the rest of the world does not. So we have to put the value back, Mr. Speaker, on saying that these should be protected watersheds. This is not to be anti-development, but development has to be done in a smart and sustainable fashion with a sense of balance. And right now, there is absolutely no balance with how this government is approaching resource development. Now, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the options that were laid out, as I said, the 3 options, only two submissions asked to support the weakest option, but that's the one the government chose. Now, anybody who's been involved in public consultation process will tell you more often than not it's actually kind of a shell game. When there's a mega project to be developed, well, now they've changed the rules. You have to prove why you should even be able to have public comment. But public comment is a box that's ticked off. When they've decided they're going to go ahead with a major development project, they just have to tick off the box. First Nation consultation, tick off the box. I remember a toxic waste incinerator they were going to build in Northern Ontario on the territory of the Algonquin-Temiskaming First Nation. I was working with the Algonquin Nation. The last night before the consultation period ended, the very last night, they showed up in the community with their dog and pony show. And the government of Ontario said, "Excellent. You've done consultation." The Algonquin said, "Well, we'll see you in court," and that was the end of that. That is not consultation. And you will also see that this is a government that is almost standing alone in the world in its opposition to the push for the UN to the issue of free, prior, informed consent on the development of projects, because there are constitutional provisions that have to be protected. So when we see a conservation plan that could have made this government look so good. I mean, they really, I'm sorry, you know, I know I'm not a friend of theirs, but my God, they could use some loving now on the environment. They could use a little bit of credibility, just a fig leaf. I mean, like, just give us something. So like it's almost like I'm not even going to beat on them there. It's just so over the top with their attitude. But they could have done something. They could have said, okay, we're not going to go with door number 1, which is maximum protection, and we're not going to go with door number 3, minimum. We'll go with door number 2. We'll just balance it. But balance to them is a word that sounds like weakness or socialism or extremism or radicalism. That's their idea of balance. So no, they're not going to choose balance. They're going to choose the weakest environmental protection with the maximum exploitation of resources. Mr. Speaker, we will be supporting this bill because we'd rather have something than nothing at this point, but certainly in 2015 you will see a new Democratic government having to do so much work to fix the disaster that they've left on our environment. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and of course he represents a great northern riding in Ontario, and I do appreciate his concern for both the environment and our national park expansions. But I think it's important to note that when he talked about the least favorable option in this scenario, the least favorable option would be clearly no expansion at all. And it was our government that took the existing Nahanni National Park, expanded it 4,000 additional square kilometers, then expanded it again to the 3rd largest park complex in all of Canada. 35,000 square kilometers of wilderness protected in the Northwest Territories, courtesy of our government and our government's interest and investment in protection and preservation of the environment. Mr. Speaker, when the honourable member talks about Europeans coming over here, indeed they do, to my territory, to the member of Western Arctic's territory, to Nunavut and across all of Canada. But they come here because we have areas protected. Our government has protected areas bigger than nations in Europe, bigger than the countries from which those visitors come. That is a great record. Mr. Speaker, the least favourable option is the option that finds balance between development and a strong investment climate. And my question to the member from Timmins James Bay is this. He comes from an area where a stable investment climate is required for growth and development, and he must see that there is an absolute need for that balance, and we've struck that balance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague and say to him once again what beautiful country he represents. I left my heart in the Yukon, and it's almost as nice as Timmins James Bay. And yes, as I've said, we are a mining country. I'd warn him to be wary of bringing in European states. I mean, I think you could probably fit Luxembourg and a few other areas right into the city of Timmins. Certainly you can fit of all of Great Britain into Timmins James Bay. So the Europeans, like, God, when we travel 5 hours, that's called going to work. When they travel 5 hours, that's like going across Europe and back for weeks. So, you know, we have to be careful here when we deal with the issue of size. I'd like to just, you know, correct, in case I misunderstood my colleague, that it was courtesy of the Conservatives that had this vision. I was thinking that the way I heard the story, now, you know, I'm from Timmins James Bay, and, you know, I didn't get to university, but the way I heard the story was that it was First Nation people who've been fighting for this for a long time before even the present European tourists came over and our European tourists came over and actually never left. So the best option is the one that finds the balance. And I think with the incredible beauty of the land of the North, we have enormous opportunity for stable economic climate. That is why international miners have returned to Canada, because we are stable and economic. So let's just protect the beautiful areas that we have.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Agent Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for Timmins James Bay for his contribution to the debate. And I note that he actually comes from an area that has some of the most beautiful, pristine provincial parks, certainly in Ontario. And I think of the particular instance dealing with the ancient red pine forest, the old growth forest that is, I believe, either found in your riding or in the adjacent riding. And I'd like to get his comment with respect to how Ontario dealt with that particular situation as compared to the situation that's before us here on this particular proposed national park.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Well, yes, Mr. Speaker. Let me talk about my backyard. If you just go down the road from me, you hit Fort Bass Lake, which puts you into the upper area of Temagami, which is some of the most beautiful canoeing lakes in the country. I got to admit, though, like I love wilderness. I live in wilderness. But as my old man said, if you can't see it from a car window, it's not worth looking at. So I actually don't see a lot of the beauty of our land because Angus's don't sleep on the ground. I got to admit it. But it's just a thing we have. It's like being Scottish working class. We're sitting in some of the most beautiful country. Yeah. But there have been huge fights in our area to protect the wilderness values, and certainly in the Temagami region we saw on the Red Squirrel Road, and I've got friends who are on both sides of those blockades, the people who wanted to work and the people who wanted to protect it. And these are hard decisions. They are hard issues because you're talking about an economy that's based on extraction, and you're also talking about the need to preserve. But we managed to preserve the white pine forests, and it is good because it is a long-term value for our grandchildren. So every time I drive by them on the way home, I thank God I live in such beautiful country, and someday I'm going to get in a canoe and actually go in a little further and see it. But that might wait a few years.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague from Timmins James Bay for his passionate speech. And I was particularly taken by his comments about climate change in the context of this northern park. I had the pleasure, Mr. Speaker, of hiking across Ayuktak National Park, backpacking this summer, and I got to see climate change in Nunavut up close and personal as we could watch the glaciers recede and the waters were much higher. This isn't theory, this is practice, and when you talk to national park staff, they confirm what my friend has said, which is the budgets for national parks are not being kept up. So I'd ask my friend, in the context of his remarks about this particular park, does the number of kilometres that have been saved matter if you have no credible plan to manage that park? when you have the former Premier of the Northwest Territories saying they've taken the heart right out of it, the middle of it is carved out so mining can happen, dead center in the middle of this proposed national park. Without a management plan, I'd ask my colleague, does it really matter how large the entity that you've created would be?
The Honourable Member Timmins James Bay.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Victoria for bringing me back to the point that my colleagues and the Conservatives had gotten me off track for a second there. But the issue is serious. I mean, we are talking about the UN report on the impacts of what irreversible climate change will mean, and we have to understand in Canada we are a northern climate. It will have devastating impacts. I know it will have devastating impacts in my region where we're so close to sea level in terms of the upper James Bay and Hudson Bay region. In terms of the commitments, it's not enough to be able to say, oh, we've done this, or we're going to issue a press release, or we're going to do one of those action for the economy stands. That means nothing. You have to put money behind your resources. You have to put laws in place to ensure environmental protection. And this is what the rest of the world is seeing from Canada, is they're seeing a lot of hot air, literally, but they're not seeing any commitment moving forward when the rest of the world is actually starting to really move forward because they understand the urgency of this time.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I share my friend's concerns about this park. When someone with the experience of Steve Kakfoy, both a leader in his First Nation and a leader at the political level as former Premier, expresses concerns that this park's boundaries are entirely political and do not represent the consensus that was achieved between First Nations and previous governments, I'm concerned. Does the Honourable Member believe that there is time in this Parliament to fix the boundaries of this park so that it respects what was required for ecological integrity, what's needed for species protection, and what was agreed upon by First Nations in the Yukon?
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for her comments. Certainly, what the consultation process heard was the option for protection in this watershed area. That's what was said. That was what was agreed on, and that wasn't delivered by this government. Now the bill is being brought through the Senate, and we're put in a difficult position of being told, well, take something rather than nothing. We should be taking the best because we need to send that message. So I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And one part of my friend's speech from Timmins that really struck a chord with me is about the government's orientation to the idea and the nature of consultation. Because to a lot of Canadians, when the government shows up and holds these public meetings and asks for our opinion, a lot of Canadians assume, wrongly in the case of Conservatives, that those consultations will mean something, that they'll be truly meaningful in that whatever comes out the other end, whatever plan for, in this case, a protected area, in other cases, the proposed pipelines that are going across Canada, that consultation will be meaningful. Now, the First Nations have a very strong legal argument that has been supported by recent Supreme Court decisions, bolstering the effect and importance of their consultation. Yet there are many other Canadians that are feeling left out of this process whose lives are on the line in some cases. Their livelihood, their communities are on a pipeline route or adjacent to a major mine with potential effluent or pollution coming from it. And the Conservative approach to that resource development is what they call bulldozer politics, just push through any type of opposition or any other comments rather than incorporating the local wisdom and know-how, which should be the basis of any decisions the government makes. Is there not a sea change that's required in Canada for those who seek to do something with natural resources and develop them and add value rather than shipping everything out raw, and actually bring community consultations to its rightful place, which is at the heart of our decision-making, rather than, as he said, some tick box that gets marked off and pushed to the side, which only builds resistance, by the way, Mr. Speaker, in those very same communities. Why not incorporate the wisdom, the intelligence, the long-standing knowledge of the areas that we're talking about from those people who live there, who have the most on the line, as opposed to the bulldozer approach used by Conservatives, which helps nobody, certainly not those communities, and many would now argue it doesn't help industry out either. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague, and he's been on the front lines of the issues regarding the pipelines, certainly issues like Kinder Morgan and Northern Gateway. What this government doesn't seem to have clued in is that you need a social license. Without a social license, I'm sorry, you ain't going anywhere. So Kinder Morgan can threaten people on Facebook with legal action, and they can try and intimidate people, and the National Energy Board can try and keep people from speaking at hearings. But until you have obtained a social license, those projects are not going ahead. Now, we've seen in the issue of the resource development sector, 14 years ago when I was working with the Algonquin Nation, nobody talked to the First Nations. Now they know they have to sit down and negotiate. But until we move forward with this sense of getting the buy-in from the public, and it is possible, and big projects can move ahead, you're going to end up with what we have in the Ring of Fire, which is billions of dollars of potential still sitting in the ground because this government and the provincial Liberals can't get their heads around respectful consultations.
J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre.
I have the honor to inform the House that we have received a communication. It reads as follows. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable David Johnston, Governor-General for Canada, has granted royal assent through written authorization to the bills mentioned in the appendix to this document on November 5th, 2014 at 5:26 p.m.
La loi modifiant
An act to amend the Criminal Code, Tobacco Contraband, C-10, Bill C-17, an act to amend the Criminal Code to follow up on the Supreme Court of Canada decision with respect to the Attorney General of Canada and Bedford, and amending other legislation. Accordingly, Bill C-36, enacted to implement National Heritage Hunting Fishing Day, C-501.
Excuse me. I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received, which is as follows. I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable David Johnston, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on the 5th day of November 2014. An act to amend the Criminal Code, Trafficking in Contraband Tobacco, C-10. An act to amend the Drug and Foods Act, Bill C-17. An act to amend the Criminal Code in response to the Supreme Court of Canada decision in Attorney General of Canada versus Bedford, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, Bill C-36, and an act respecting a National Hunting, Trapping, and Fishing Heritage Day, Bill C-501. Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? Mrs. Aglukak, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moved that Bill S5, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Nats Tish Dunn National Park Reserve of Canada, that's a joke, pardon me, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes, sir. Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered.
Bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read second time? The next reading, at the next meeting of the House. The time for government order having expired, we'll proceed with statements by members. Déclaration de député.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Drivers in my riding of Sudbury are fed up with the unfair price of gas in our community. Compared to neighbouring cities, Sudbury often pays 10 to 20 cents more per litre. To fill up your tank, this can mean an extra $10 or $15, which adds up quickly in a northern community where most people driving to work isn't a choice, it's the only option, Mr. Speaker. In response to the growing unrest, since June, more than 9,000 frustrated people have contacted the Competition Bureau demanding an investigation into the price of gas in Sudbury. Yet under the rules put in place by this Conservative government, even such an overwhelming volume of complaints don't warrant an investigation. If 9,000 complaints can't force an end to unfair gas prices in Sudbury, then what can, Mr. Speaker? When will the Conservatives finally support the NDP's proposal to create an oil and gas ombudsman with the mandate to directly respond to the concerns of Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Mr. Speaker, in light of the 85th anniversary of the Persons case, I acknowledge the many Canadians who are working to ensure that all human beings are recognized in law. Mr. Speaker, Canada truly is amongst the world's elite when it comes to valuing and protecting human rights, except we are one of only 3 countries in the world with no legal protection for children before birth. Sadly, this includes unborn babies who are eliminated, have their precious lives ended just because they are girls, Mr. Speaker. Britain knows it's wrong. Their parliament declared sex selection abortions illegal by 181 to 1 vote. Mr. Speaker, Canada can fix this too. Let's start by having this parliament condemn gender selection abortion. And what better day to recognize this than on Persons Day, Mr. Speaker? As Dr. Seuss once said, a person's a person, no matter how small.
The honourable member for Random Burn, St. George's.
I rise today to recognize Mrs. Marguerite Gillum, originally from Aguathuna, but now residing in Stephenville and Random Burn, St. George's. On November the 11th, this remarkable woman will celebrate her 100th birthday.
Hear, hear.
Mrs. Gillum demonstrated an aptitude for and love of music at a very young age. She learned to play piano at age 7 and later the accordion. She performed with a local band, provided music during silent movies at the local theatre, and was the organist at her church for 35 years. Mrs. Gillum enjoyed traveling, and among her favorite memories are the time she spent swimming in the Bahamas. She spent several years as a teacher and has been an active member of her community, including knitting and crocheting items, which she often donated to local charities. When a storm destroyed the Anglican Church in her community in 1948, she was instrumental in securing funding and free labor to build a new church. Mrs. Gillum and her husband Israel raised 3 children. She has 11 grandchildren, 22 great-grandchildren, and 2 great-great-grandchildren. I ask all members of the House to join me in wishing Mrs. Gillum a very happy 100th birthday.
The honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to pay tribute to Marlene Pannebecker from my hometown of Lacombe, Alberta, who was recently named 2014 Walmart Mom of the Year Community Champion, and rightly so. Marlene is an example of selflessness in action. On any given day, you can find Marlene raising donations, doing humanitarian work abroad, or handing out hot chocolate and toiletries to people staying at local shelters. Marlene and her husband, Denny, have also adopted 4 orphan children from Haiti. Having lost her own son in a tragic accident last January, Marlene put aside her own grief to visit the other people involved in that accident and take care of them while they were recovering. Once they were released, she also helped arrange daily meals for the men who spent the last moments with her son. Marlene is the definition of amazing, generous, selfless, and courageous, and I can think of no one more deserving of the title Mom of the Year. Congratulations, Marlene. You're an inspiration to all of us.
The honourable member for Laval. Thank you. I had the honour on November 1st of participating in the inauguration of the War Memorial built in honour of Portuguese veterans at Pedro de Silva Park in Laval. This reminds us that Canadians from a variety of backgrounds, as mentioned in yesterday's statement by my colleague from Sackville Eastern Shore, fought shoulder to shoulder, reflective of the Canadian society that we love and promote, diverse and inclusive. Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay homage to Lieutenant Colonel Richard Jourdain, outgoing commander of the Royal 22nd Regiment, for his 35 years of service. I would also like to highlight the citizen involvement of Shamadi Branch 251 of the Royal Canadian Legion, Master of Ceremonies for next Sunday's Remembrance Day ceremonies in Laval for 2014, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Calgary South Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, 147 years ago on November 6, 1867,
was the first day of the first session of the first Parliament of Canada. As we mark this anniversary, we are reminded of the responsibility we carry as member of the House to leave Canada a better place than we found it. Also today, millions of Sikhs around the world are celebrating the 546th birthday of Shri Guru Nanak Dev Ji, the first Guru. It is a very special day to celebrate his teachings and share his message of peace and respect for all faiths. As he said, I quote, "Before becoming a Muslim, a Sikh, a Hindu or a Christian, let's become a human first." End quote. On behalf of myself and the entire Shori family, I extend my best wishes to all those marking this auspicious day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today for the fourth consecutive year, I'm wearing purple along with members from both sides of the House in support of the London Abused Women's Centre's Shine the Light on Women Abuse campaign. The goal of this campaign is to raise awareness around the issue of women abuse and its effect on society. Organizations, schools, neighbourhoods, sports teams and places of worship across London will be asked to participate by wearing purple. I am proud that this London campaign has grown to more than 16 cities and 4 counties across Ontario. Since 2007, our government has funded more than $70 million in projects to end violence against women and girls through the Women's Program at Status of Women Canada. Together, we take a stand against violence against women and girls, which has no place in this country or any other country, and it will not be tolerated. I'd like to congratulate the London Abused Women's Centre, especially Executive Director Megan Walker, for shining the light on women abuse. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 2014 Shine the Light on Women Abuse campaign kicked off in London, Ontario on November the 1st. And of course, the goal of this month-long campaign is to raise awareness of abuse suffered by women in our communities by illuminating towns and cities and even regions in purple light. As I'm sure you know, Mr. Speaker, purple is the color of courage, survival, and honor. Women who have been harassed or who are in abusive relationships often feel trapped. Their homes, their workplaces, and their communities are no longer safe places. Women need to know that any shame or blame that they may feel does not belong to them, but to their abusers. I invite all Canadians to show their support in the fight to end violence against women by wearing purple throughout the month of November. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton Springdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today marks the 545th anniversary of Guru Nanak Dev Ji. Millions of Sikhs around the world are celebrating the birth of the founder of the Sikh religion, Shri Guru Nanak Dev Ji. His message of peace and respect for all faiths continue to ring true to this day. As the Prime Minister said today in a statement, the value of Sikhism, including compassion, justice, and respect, are also Canadian values. Canada is a proud home to one of the largest and most dynamic Sikh population outside of India. Whether it is in our economic or cultural sectors, Sikhs in Canada have worked tirelessly to help build and define our great nation. I would like to wish Sikhs around the world a very happy and prosperous Gurpurab. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 2014 statements published last Friday told us that increases to food banks have increased dramatically. This is an alarming trend, and with the cold weather almost upon us, a lot of families are going to be hungry. So I hope that people will participate in Christmas hamper programs in every region. You can also contribute to the volunteer center of Masquinongé in Louisville. For the residents of Berthierville, there is a fundraising supper being organized on the 24th of November for the Christmas hampers. And we should also not forget other activities in Mauricie. I congratulate all the people organizing all of these initiatives to allow families to have a happy time during the holidays. It's important to be generous. Let's work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to our historic family tax cut, all families with children will be better off. That includes working parents, stay-at-home parents, single parents, one-earner families, two-earner families. Indeed, all families with children will have more money in their pockets.
Great policy.
The average benefit is more than $1,100, and the vast majority of the benefits will go to middle and lower income families.
That's just great news.
But the Liberal leader will take these benefits away from families.
Shame.
Unlike him, we know Canadian families work hard and deserve a break.
Sure do.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud that our government is giving money back to each and every family with children in Canada.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize Guru Nanak Dev Ji's birth, which is celebrated worldwide and is an ideal time to share his message of peace and respect for all faiths. Guru Nanak Dev Ji is the founder of Sikhism and the first of the Sikh gurus. He traveled widely, teaching people the message of one God, human rights, and justice. His life and teachings are of profound significance to all. In fact, his message of community, equality, love, and service provides inspiration for all humanity. My favorite Guru Nanak Dev Ji story is that when his father gave him money to find a job and seek his fortune, he instead took the money and fed those in need. Canada is proud to be home to one of the largest Sikh communities outside India. We think of the community as it comes together in prayer and looks forward to the coming year.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians, we can be proud we are a welcoming nation and home to many newcomers who seek safety, security, and protection. Although Canada is a generous and tolerant country, our openness does not extend to barbaric cultural practices that seek to harm women and girls. Mr. Speaker, studies show that there are hundreds of cases of forced marriage in Ontario alone, and there have been 21 Canadian criminal cases of honor-based violence in the past decade. Mr. Speaker, one case is too much. Yesterday, our government tabled legislation in the Senate that will protect newcomer women and girls from violence, including early and forced marriages, spousal abuse, violence in the name of so-called honor, and other gender-based violence. Canada will not tolerate practices such as polygamy, early and forced marriages, or honor killings. We will continue to ensure that Canada's women and girls have the tools they need to succeed and flourish in this great nation of ours.
The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my fellow MPs for last night's vote, giving all party support to my bill making Remembrance Day a national holiday. As a new MP, I was skeptical about what could be accomplished in Ottawa, but the importance of all-party cooperation strengthens my faith in our democracy. It makes me even prouder to represent the people of Scarborough. From my great-grandfather, Harold Riley, who served in both World Wars, to family members who have done tours in Afghanistan, Remembrance Day has shaped our family history and always held great personal meaning. Under my bill, C-597, November 11th will be given the same legal status as Victoria Day and Canada Day, the two legal holidays listed in the Holidays Act. The recognition of this day in law is something that all members of this House can be proud of. Let's all continue to work for the benefit of veterans and their families, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Desmethe, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our Conservative government is giving more money to parents, but the Liberals and the NDP want to give more money to the bureaucrats. We're cutting taxes, but the Liberal leader wants to raise taxes. Our plan helps 100% of families with kids, but the NDP plan helps only 10% of the families. The average benefit of our family tax cut is over $1,100, and every parent will now receive up to $1,920 per child. Mr. Speaker, the moms and dads should have the money because they know what's best for their children. They don't need the Liberal leader having a paternalistic approach to tell them how to spend their own money.
Here, here.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, this week, Scotiabank laid off 1,500 workers despite record profits, and today another company announced the layoff of 4,000 employees. That's not counting Ford, that decided to build a plant in Mexico rather than Ontario. Hundreds of jobs were thus lost. Do the Conservatives understand that their policies are directly linked to these failures?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been focusing on job creation, economic growth, and long-term prosperity. We have delivered that over 1.1 million net new jobs since the economic downturn. We understand that that is the key, along with opening new markets to creating jobs in the future, and our government will continue on that track.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, we've long known that Conservatives are more talk than action when it comes down to tackling tax evasion, but it turns out they're actually part of the problem. An international investigation has revealed that a Canadian Crown corporation used a phony Luxembourg shell company to avoid paying foreign taxes. So how are Canadians supposed to trust the Conservatives to crack down on aggressive tax avoidance when they're busy setting up shell companies of their own?
Speaker, as the honourable member well knows, of course, this is an arm's length administration from the federal government. Its business and affairs are managed at a day-to-day level by a board of directors. That's how it works, Mr. Speaker. And we, of course, on this side of the House, expect that all investments should be done in compliance with laws and rules and regulations in a transparent manner and to the greater benefit of the clients.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
It almost seems like the minister is acting like he's arm's length from his own job. He has to admit that cuts to government departments are responsible for this. Reports tabled in Parliament yesterday revealed that the CRA is understaffed by 642 full-time positions compared to planned levels. And so perhaps it's a little surprise that they dramatically missed their target for full-scale investigations for prosecution. So when will the minister admit that his cuts are ruining our ability to crack down on tax evaders?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, we have a strong record of getting tough on tax cheats. And in fact, the CRA has audited over 8,000 international tax cases, identifying over $5.6 billion in additional taxes that are being collected, Mr. Speaker. We are being aggressive. We are making sure that Canada has one of the most extensive tax treaty networks in the world, with 92 tax treaties and 21 tax information exchange agreements in force.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. The Minister of Revenue keeps her arms crossed while the Crown Corporation in charge of administering the pension fund of public servants uses shell companies to avoid taxes. How can the minister explain to the public servants in her own department who fight tax evasion day after day, have their own pension money invested in a notorious tax haven? Mr. Speaker, as I already said, this Crown Corporation is independent. This is an independent organization. These things happened after 2000. They are not part of the public administration of the federal government. Its affairs are managed by a board of directors. We expect that these investments respect the law, the regulations, and are done in a transparent manner while maintaining the spirit of protecting the interests of the clients.
Plusieurs allégations ont fait surface concernant la conduite de certains membres de cette Chambre. En février dernier, le Comité de la condition féminine avait produit une série de...
Il y a un problème avec la traduction.
There's a problem with interpretation. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer can start over. Mr. Speaker, yesterday serious allegations surfaced concerning the conduct of certain members of Parliament. Last February, The Standing Committee on the Status of Women had produced a series of recommendations regarding harassment in the workplace, including within the House of Commons. Will the chair of the committee tell us whether and when the committee will meet to discuss the government's response concerning this report? The Honourable Chair. I thank my colleague for her question. I know that during her public service career, she tried to eradicate harassment. Harassment is unacceptable, regardless of the workplace. All deserve to work in a safe workplace that respects each individual. That doesn't seem to be the case on the Hill, quite clearly. Let's work together to face this situation and make harassment a thing of the past.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the latest figures on economic growth show the Canadian economy actually shrank in August. GDP is down. The government has no growth agenda. Its sole reliance on the oil sector is wobbly. The dollar is down. The Governor of the Bank of Canada is telling 200,000 young people to work for nothing while they live in their parents' basement. So how can the government justify a $2 billion income-splitting giveaway that helps only 15% of households, disproportionately the wealthy, and discourages economic growth?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, while the OECD has downgraded global growth, it has said that Canada's growth rate will be superior to that of most G7 countries. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we have created 20% more jobs than Germany, more than most countries in the G7. Just yesterday, Standard & Poor's reconfirmed our top AAA rating, and we're going to have a surplus next year.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, over 100 other countries in the world will grow faster than Canada next year. The government's income-splitting scheme is riddled with discrepancies. That's why they won't give straight answers. A couple struggling to raise a family on a single $45,000 income will get just $150 from income splitting. That's the grand total of 40 cents a day. But if your salary is $160,000, like an MP, for example, you'll get $2,000. That's what Jim Flaherty warned against, and it has not been corrected. It's expensive, unfair, and anti-growth. Why?
The Honourable Minister of State for Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, under what our Prime Minister announced last week, every single Canadian family with children under 18 will benefit from this law. Now, Mr. Speaker, here's the difference between Conservatives and Liberals. Liberals think that if you put more money in parents' pockets, they will spend it on beer and popcorn. We disagree, Mr. Speaker. We believe that helping families make their lives more affordable is good for the economy, it's good for the country, it's good for people.
Honourable Member for Beausejour. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' income-splitting plan produces nothing for parents with similar incomes. In the Atlantic, a parent who works in tourism and the other one in fishery will get no income splitting. In Quebec, if one parent's in the arts and the other one in the non-profit sector, no income splitting there either. In Ontario, two parents who teach, no income splitting. Why adopt a measure that's so expensive and that does not benefit any of these people? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the income splitting, the family tax cut that we've introduced that we're going to be giving to families will impact close to half of the families, 1.7 million families in Canada. Mr. Speaker, it also will help families who are moderately, two-thirds of those families are moderate to low income. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, as we're so pleased to have told families, we're increasing the universal child care benefit as well as expanding it. Mr. Speaker, Canadian families count on this government, count on Conservatives to put more money in their pocket. And Mr. Speaker, will follow through on our commitment to Canadian families.
Member for Brassard-La-Prairie, Mr. Speaker. Once again this morning we find it that a train is derailed. This time it's near Sept-Îles. This event, like many others, reminds us of the government's major responsibility for rail safety. The report on the performance of the Transport Department tells us that 700 jobs in transport safety have not been filled. 700. How can the minister explain that they will ensure the safety of Canadians when they're cutting the number of inspectors? Mr. Speaker, Transport Canada is looking at the situation. We thank the first responders for their quick action. We are noting the fact that a train has derailed following what seems to be a landslide. However, we're waiting for the determination of the competent authorities. The honourable member for Brassard-La-Prairie.
There's something troubling happening regarding transport safety under this government's watch. Yesterday, we learned from the Departmental Performance Report of Transport Canada that there is a systematic understaffing for almost every category of transportation safety and security, with hundreds of unfilled positions. Transport Canada, by its own admission, is saying that they have 700 less employees for inspection and oversight. Why is the government cutting transportation safety and security employees?
Wow. Quite the contrary, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Transport Canada has been consistently hiring inspectors. The member knows that. That's all part of a $100 million investment in our rail safety framework, Mr. Speaker. In fact, in response to the final recommendations of the Transportation Safety Board just last week, he will note that additional auditors are also being hired, Mr. Speaker, and that's because we take the safety and security of Canadians and our rail system very seriously.
The honourable member for Pierre-Fond-de-la, Mr. Speaker. The minister has many things that are quite interesting to say about health care for refugee claimants. He said that providing health care for refugee claimants is not part of Canadian values. He disagrees with the court that forced him to restore the 2012 regime, and he wants to appeal. He thinks it's shameful to ask questions about refugees who cannot obtain health care. I'm wondering why the minister doesn't think refusing health care is shameful. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, what remains shameful is the NDP statements according to which refugee claimants did not receive health care. That has never been the case, Mr. Speaker. It will never be the case under this government, and the New Democrats have to stop saying the opposite and misleading the Canadian public. Mr. Speaker, we are proud of the health care we provide to refugees. We are determined to protect the interests of taxpayers. That is why we continue with our appeal, and will continue to question why the NDP insist that health care be given to people who are about to be deported. The honourable member for Pierre-Fond-de-la. Mr. Speaker, the minister seems to want to determine who deserves to get health care that could save their lives. I think he doesn't understand the magnitude of the cruelty of this reform. Let's talk about people who don't deserve care, apparently. A teenager with PTSD who's attempted suicide several times, even though he may have interim federal health program coverage, he would be cut off from psychiatric medications that are essential. Does the minister think that kind of treatment is acceptable? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the real situation. Refugees, including children, continue to receive care, and they always have. After yesterday's announcement, we complied with the court decision. Children, pregnant women, newborns will continue to receive health care. What is scandalous, though, Mr. Speaker, even cruel, is the NDP's insistence on giving health care to those who are facing deportation following court decisions. Does the NDP have any respect for our court's decisions? Mr. Speaker, allow me to make something clear here. The NDP is talking about refugee claimants, not refugees. The minister said he disagreed with the court's decision. That means he thinks that the following situation would be acceptable. A young female refugee claimant who is a sex slave is pregnant. She cannot choose to terminate that pregnancy because she has no valid coverage. Does the minister think that letting this young woman down is acceptable? Does he really think that's a Canadian value? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, the victims of human trafficking in Canada never stopped receiving health care. And according to the policy of this government, they will never lose that right. What is scandalous, and the NDP must apologize about this, is that for 2 days running, they've insisted that refugees in Canada don't receive health care. Today, they've recognized that they're talking about refugee claimants. They have no credibility on this whole issue.
Delta.
The minister seems to think that that kind of treatment is fine. That's why he's appealing the ruling. If he wins, we'll see more cases like this one. A man requiring urgent eye surgery to prevent blindness is refused, and I mean refused, health coverage because he is said to be a, quote, illegal migrant expected to leave the country. 10 days later, he receives notification from Citizenship and Immigration Canada that he is eligible for permanent residency status. Does that minister think that treatment is okay?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite has just given another example of the system working. Permanent residence is what 260,000 people have received this year in this country, and there will be room for more next year. Mr. Speaker, what is scandalous is that the NDP spent half of this week insisting that health care was not going to refugees in this country. That has never been the case. That was misleading the Canadian public. Now they're talking about asylum claimants. They don't have any credibility on this issue.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Standing up for basic Canadian values, Mr. Speaker, that is never a scandalous thing to do in this Parliament. Because of his reckless and humane policy, a refugee claimant, 32 weeks pregnant, went to 2 emergency rooms suffering from lower abdominal pain, and on both occasions she was told she would have to be responsible for covering the costs of her visits. She left on both occasions without being seen. Why does the minister think treatment like this of a young, pregnant, and likely frightened refugee is a Canadian value?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member knows very well that our healthcare system across this country does not turn pregnant women away, does not turn people away who are in an emergency situation, and shame on them for suggesting otherwise, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday we announced that we were implementing the decision of the court. We are giving additional healthcare to claimants who are children and pregnant women, Mr. Speaker, but we are also appealing this decision because, Mr. Speaker, Canadian values rest on many foundations. One of them is generosity, one of them is an open society, and another one, Mr. Speaker, is the rule of law. We will insist that those who've been ordered to leave this country by courts.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
On to another story, Mr. Speaker. Stories of abuse of unpaid interns continue to pile up in this country. In fact, unpaid interns in federally regulated industries have none of the protections paid employees have. Things like protection from sexual harassment in the workplace, protection from the right to refuse unsafe work. Now, my colleague has put forward a bill that would extend these and other protections to unpaid interns. Simple question for the government: will it support our Intern Protection Act?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question. I want to be very clear with respect to individuals that work in federally regulated workplaces. Part 2 and Part 3 of the Canada Labour Code cover them for harassment as well as for many other issues with regards to health and safety. If there is an individual that has a concern with respect to working in a federally regulated space, please report it to Labour Canada. We'll have an inspector look at it immediately and make sure it's rectified.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. We know that that's not the case. Many companies do not comply with the Canada Labour Code and abuse unpaid labour. For people under federal jurisdiction, it's awful. They have no protection. I proposed a bill that would allow interns to have some basic protection against harassment, sexual harassment, and so forth. Will the minister support our bill on the protection of interns? Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government has made a commitment to protect workers and keep them safe and productive.
With respect to employees who believe that their rights under the Canada Labour Code have been violated, please bring that matter forward to the Canada Labour Program. We will deal with it immediately, as we have with all cases that have been brought forward. Inspectors to review those issues that have been brought forward to us by the Labour Program immediately so that they can be resolved.
The honourable member for Random, Buren, St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, millions of two-parent families with young children have been cut out of the Conservatives' income-splitting plan and will get nothing. Single parents get nothing. Parents who are struggling to help their children through university get nothing. Meanwhile, people in the top 1% of earners, like the Prime Minister, will get $2,000 in their pockets. Right. Can the government explain to the millions of Canadians they've forgotten about why income splitting is fair to them?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Well, that member is completely wrong, and I understand why the Liberals don't want Canadians to know about the fantastic benefits that they will be receiving through our family tax cut as well as our universal child care benefit expansion. Mr. Speaker, a single parent with 2 children earning $30,000 will receive over $1,500 per year under our plan. A single parent making $50,000 with 2 kids will see almost $1,000 in relief and benefits. Mr. Speaker, close to 2 million families, half the families with children, will receive direct benefits. Again, the Liberals don't like that, Mr. Speaker, because they want to keep taxes high. They don't want money in the pockets of families.
The honourable member for Kings Heath.
Speaker, the Conservatives are spending more than $500 million on the small business job credit without doing their homework. Yesterday, finance officials admitted that they hadn't done any internal analysis on how many jobs would be created. The PBO has done its analysis, and it's confirmed that only 800 jobs will be created at the cost of $700,000 per job. Why is the government spending $500 million of taxpayers' money without doing its homework?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as the opposition knows, the small jobs credit will create, according to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, over 25,000 person years. It will reduce the cost for the employers of most Canadians. 780,000 companies will be benefited, over 90% of businesses. This is a good jobs and growth program for small business.
The honourable member for Kings Heath.
Speaker, experts like David Dodge, the IMF, and the Canadian Chamber of Commerce all agree that we need more public investment in infrastructure. Now you can add Governor Paulos to that list. This week he called infrastructure, quote, a key ingredient in our economic growth story. He said that with interest rates at, quote, a generational low, that the missing ingredient is government and the certainty that government can provide. Governor Paulos is right. Will the Conservatives listen to Governor Paulos and to David Dodge? And will they reverse their 90% cut in planned infrastructure spending this year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the preamble to that question is entirely incorrect. This Conservative government is making record investments in infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. over $53 billion over the next decade, predictable, stable funding. That includes, Mr. Speaker, $2 billion dispersed through the gas tax fund alone. We are working very closely with provinces and with municipalities. We're getting the job done.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, when SARS hit Toronto, Canada correctly opposed travel restrictions. Canada's Ebola visa ban goes against the very same regulations the Canadian government helped devise following the SARS crisis. The WHO Director General has said that no evidence exists to support the effectiveness of travel ban as a protective measure. So why is the Canadian government breaking the very rules it asked for?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the WHO and the member opposite are incorrect on this issue. There is no travel ban. Canada has been very clear for many months in discouraging travel by our own citizens, by our own nationals to Ebola-affected countries, and we are now being consistent, and it stands to reason for the vast majority of Canadians that we would now discourage those from those countries to travel to Canada in order to minimize risk to public health. That said, Mr. Speaker, travel for essential purposes, including economic purposes, from the 3 countries affected by Ebola will be permitted when public health can be protected.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Effective and counterproductive policy. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we're not alone in being concerned about the way Canada is managing the Ebola crisis. The Ebola Private Sector Mobilization Group wrote to the Prime Minister to remind him, and I quote, that closing the borders will not stop the spread of Ebola virus. In addition to exacerbating the existing crisis and its impact on the private sector and the economy of the 3 countries affected. Why is the minister so intent on closing the borders and hindering these efforts to fight Ebola? The Honourable Minister.
Absolutely clear from the beginning that we will take precautionary measures to ensure that public health in this country is protected. We have been at the forefront of the international effort to respond to the Ebola outbreak, but we are also being prudent in advising our nationals not to travel to Ebola-affected countries and in advising nationals, discouraging nationals from those countries from coming here to Canada. That said, essential travel will continue. Travel with an economic justification will continue, Mr. Speaker, and it is continuing.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Heritage tried unsuccessfully to defend her appointments, partisan appointments to the board of CBC. She talked about Pierre Gingras. Well, let's talk about Mr. Gingras. He has worked closely alongside their leader, Claude Carignan, member of the ADQ, and in 2013 he faced allegations at the Charbonneau Commission. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know when the report was received and what the conclusion of that was. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, here we have once again the NDP attacking Canadians who've contributed greatly to our country. As I said yesterday, when we're talking about CBC Radio-Canada, it is a Crown corporation that works independently of government. They will continue to do so, and the NDP must take into consideration the fact that people who devote their time to our country should not be attacked in this Parliament. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. What a comment. Finally, the Minister of Infrastructure saw the light. And one thing for sure is that the Maurice Richard family went through a difficult situation and they could have avoided it. But the minister's refusing to put an end to the debate. There is no debate. We're not building a new bridge, so why a new name? So instead of letting himself be distracted by this, why doesn't he focus on his real responsibilities? Greater transparency for the tender process and avoiding the toll bridge and sitting down to talk with the government and the CMM. The Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Infrastructure for Economic Development of the Regions of Quebec confirmed this morning that the new bridge will not be called Maurice Richard. A new bridge will be built. That's a good news. 30,000 jobs will be created in the Greater Montreal area. And this is excellent news for the people who live there.
For Edmonton Ledoux.
Mr. Speaker. While the opposition consistently calls for higher taxes and more spending, our Conservative government has a low-tax plan for jobs and growth. Since we were elected, we have cut taxes more than 180 times so that the overall federal tax burden is at its lowest level in half a century. Quite an achievement, Mr. Speaker. All this while balancing the books. Can the Minister of Finance inform this House when Canadians can expect the fall economic and fiscal update?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Edmonton-Leduc for the question. I'm very pleased to tell Canadians that I will be presenting our economic and fiscal update on November the 12th. While the global economy remains fragile, our government is focused on creating jobs and growth, and we will have a surplus to report next year. Unlike the NDP and the Liberals, who are focused on a high tax plan, we want to keep the money in Canadian pockets.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, the Department of National Defence is now confirming publicly that the Conservatives' Canada First defence strategy for military procurement is in shambles. The departmental performance report tabled yesterday notes that little more than half of CFDS projects are on time. When we look at the joint and common support projects, none of them are on time, despite a target of 85%. Now, that's not performance. Can the Minister explain this abject failure to the House?
Hear, hear. Our support for the military, Mr. Speaker, has been completely unprecedented. That being said, as the tabling of the documents with respect to the estimates show that an extra $900 million has been allocated to the military, and it increases our budget to over $19 billion. This is a great success story, Mr. Speaker, because we support the military in this party.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, after having confirmed the initial airstrikes in Iraq on Tuesday, Lieutenant General Jonathan Vance revealed that cost estimates for the mission had been given to the minister. Not only did the minister hide that fact that there was a cost estimate, but also he's refusing to share it. Canadians want to know how much of their money is being spent on this mission. When will the minister release the estimated cost for the military mission in Iraq?
There are incremental costs to an operation of this size, but there's one thing I know that we can all agree on, Mr. Speaker. Even fighting $1 fighting terrorism would be too much for the NDP. Now, you know, they love to talk about Canadian values. Well, guess what? Fighting oppression and terrorism is a Canadian value. They just don't get it.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. What a lack of class and transparency, Mr. Speaker. Now, when we talked to the Minister of Veterans Affairs to ask him why he's taking so long in adopting the 14 recommendations on the new Veterans Charter, he vaguely says that he's working on it. Well, Mr. Speaker, the House was tabled in the House 6 months ago, and everyone agreed with the ideas to improve the Charter. Veterans and their families can no longer wait. So what is the minister waiting for to implement the recommendations put forth by the committee?
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government has been perfectly clear that our government agrees with the spirit and the intent of the vast majority of the committee's recommendation. Our response was positive, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we implemented several recommendations right away. While we're getting down to work, and by removing the red tape identified by the committee, making things better for Canada's veterans, Mr. Speaker, we will continue working hard on behalf of Canada's veterans and their families, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, we learned from yesterday's departmental performance report that the Minister of Veterans Affairs let $136 million in funding lapse last year. This is entirely due to the minister's failure to act on behalf of our veterans. We also saw the poor response from the minister to the all-party report on Veterans Affairs and the Veterans Charter.
So, we ask again, when will these unanimous recommendations be fully implemented?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we are acting. We have a strong record when it comes to providing benefits and services for Canada's veterans. As a matter of fact, we have invested almost $30 billion since taking office, Mr. Speaker. That's $4.7 billion in additional fundings. What I would encourage the members opposite, Mr. Speaker, is to stop playing politics with Canada's veterans on our Remembrance Week, Mr. Speaker. If they truly care about Canada's veterans, they need to get on with the government's initiatives to help Canada's veterans.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week Health Canada found 24 drug production facilities had so seriously violated safety regulations they were non-compliant with the law. Now, they knew this in 2013 and did not notify the public until now, a year after the U.S. Food and Drug Agency flagged the problem.
Really?
In 2011, the Auditor General warned the government they took too long to notify Canadians of drug safety risks. Why did they put Canadians at risk, and should we divest their role to the FDA?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course, I expect Health Canada to take all drug safety issues very seriously, and we will not tolerate any drug safety risks. The member knows that when this information became available to Health Canada and they were able to see the technical reports and do their own analysis, we immediately moved to ban several companies that are situated in India, and we will continue to do exactly that when we get any information like this.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, the courts ordered the government to restore health care services to all asylum seekers. But the minister has just said that full coverage is being limited to children and pregnant women. What about women who aren't pregnant? What about seniors? Will the government fully comply with the complete court decision, or will it continue to show its contempt for the courts? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have complied with the court decision. We will continue to provide high-quality health care services to the refugees, but we will be appealing in order to take into account the values of Canadians. But I do want to congratulate my honourable colleague for Markham Unionville for having recognized that health care never stopped being provided to refugees. A few weeks ago he said the opposite. This week he is telling the truth.
Mr. Speaker, most Canadians live in cities. Canada connects to the world through our cities, but successive Liberal and Conservative governments have failed to understand that we have a national interest in the success of our cities. And the NDP government will be committed to playing our part to ensure that our cities are prosperous, fair and sustainable, with thriving economies, with better access to transit, housing and education. Mr. Speaker, when will the Conservatives wake up to the needs of our cities and the 80% of Canadians who live in them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government recognizes that modern and efficient public transit keeps our cities among the best in the world in which to live. That's why we are making record investments in infrastructure, as I explained earlier. We've also, Mr. Speaker, made record investments in public transit. Those projects include Waterloo Region Public Transit, Ottawa LRT, and new streetcars, Mr. Speaker, for the TTC in Toronto.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, Canadians living in urban areas are facing a critical shortage of affordable housing. The ever-increasing cost of home ownership is making it even less of a possibility to buy. The NDP put forth a housing strategy that would bring together the three pillars of government in order to ensure that affordable housing is available and affordable. After years of lack of action by the Liberals and Conservatives, will the government finally deal with the problem of housing in our urban communities?
Speaker, our government is actually ahead of what the NDP are even suggesting because, Mr. Speaker, we've already signed investment in affordable housing agreements with the provinces across the country. And what those agreements do is it provides funding, Mr. Speaker, to the provinces. They then look at what their priorities are. We have some provinces that are using it to create new housing units. Some are using it for rent subsidies. Some are using it to increase seniors' housing. Because, Mr. Speaker, the provinces know what their needs are. We don't believe it should be Ottawa telling the provinces how to address their housing needs. We provide the funding, and together with our partners, we've actually helped over 1 million families and individuals with their housing needs. Thus, working together with the provinces and letting them do what they do best, which is recognizing their needs in their particular jurisdiction.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians, we can be proud of the fact that we are a welcoming nation and home to many newcomers who seek safety, security, and protection. Although Canada is a generous and tolerant country, our openness does not extend to barbaric cultural practices that seek to harm women and girls. Can the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration please tell the House what our government is doing to end barbaric cultural practices from happening on Canadian soil?
The Honourable Minister for Citizenship and Immigration.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the hard-working member from Mississauga South for her work in this House and support on this file. She and I are both proud to be part of a government that has tabled legislation that will protect immigrant women and girls from abuse, Mr. Speaker, from violence in the home, from polygamy, from even murder, Mr. Speaker, that masquerades for a misguided few under the name of honour. Mr. Speaker, we're going to stiffen penalties for those responsible for the outrages. And, Mr. Speaker, Canada will not tolerate barbaric practices such as early enforced marriage, female genital mutilation, or honour killings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
This government has said they would only help with the cleanup of the MV Minor should the hulking wreck on Scattery Island present a navigational or environmental threat. 2 years ago, the minister presented the province of Nova Scotia with a baseline assessment of 6.6 tons of asbestos and no fuel on board. The reality is they've already taken off 30 tons of asbestos and are aware of a significant amount of fuel still on board. This government has signed off on the towing permits and the towing approvals. Does the government now understand with this environmental threat, they have a responsibility to assist?
The Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The province of Nova Scotia is leading this operation. Immediately following the incident, Mr. Speaker, the Coast Guard acted decisively to protect the marine environment by removing the majority of the diesel and oily water from the vessel. Due to the position of the vessel at the time, some fuel was not accessible until deconstruction permitted access to confined spaces, so it was necessary to monitor the situation until the salvage was carried out. Mr. Speaker, the Coast Guard stands ready to assist the province of Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, a proposal from Industry Canada has raised serious concerns throughout rural Canada. They discussed taking spectrum away from rural internet users and giving it to urban telecom companies. While the minister has claimed no one will lose internet services as a result of this process, his public comments don't jive with the proposal. So, Mr. Speaker, mayors are concerned, communities are concerned, and business owners are concerned. Can the minister assure Canadians that this won't end up as another example of this government leaving rural Canadians behind in the digital era?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to hear that that member is particularly concerned, and no less concerned than the Minister of Industry in this government, because let me be absolutely clear, under no circumstances will our government take spectrum licenses away from any local internet service provider that is providing internet service, rural service to rural Canadians. That's very, very clear, and I hope the member appreciates that.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, our government has consistently put the interest of Canadian consumers first, and we will continue to promote policies that lead to more choice, lower prices, and better services. Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage update the House on what our government is doing to support Canadian consumers?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Today's decision by the CRTC to get rid of the 30-day cancellation notice period to cancel cable is very welcome and consistent with our government's Consumer First agenda. The cancellation notice was an irritant to Canadians, and the CRTC heard them loud and clear. On January 23rd, Canadians who want to end their cable service will be able to do so without giving notice and without facing extra charges. Our government will continue our Consumer First agenda, and we will continue with programs like ending fees for paper bills in the telecom sector and delivering choice for consumers in television channels.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Like the NDP, the Business Foundation for the Hiring of Foreign Agricultural Workers has denounced the government's bungling of the foreign workers program. Conservative mismanagement has caused Quebec agricultural producers to lose $53 million. Farmers just want clear rules, and they want to know what those rules are ahead of time. Will the minister get this program in order and stop hurting agricultural producers in Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, this government, of course, is a strong supporter of farmers all across this country. We've undertaken initiatives to support farmers in all that they do. And the Temporary Foreign Workers Program, Mr. Speaker, the farm community has access to particular programs under that Temporary Foreign Worker Program, and those particular programs have been exempt from the changes that this government has brought forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, we now know exactly where TransCanada wants to put its pipeline in Quebec. Dozens of communities along the river, including mine, and even a natural reserve are in the sites. Before the official tabling of legislation, we have the impression that a decision's been made and that the regions will have no say in the matter. When will the government finally understand that it's up to the regions and the people to determine these decisions and not just the pipeline company?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government welcomes in principle the prospect of shipping Western Canadian oil to Eastern Canada. The Independent National Energy Board is undertaking a thorough scientific review of this project. We will rely on the science and the facts when making decisions on these infrastructure projects. That is why we will wait for the open and transparent review process rather than jumping to conclusions.
Bravo,
Thank you.
That concludes the question period for today. The Thursday question, I believe, today follows the Honourable Member for Gaspésie and La Madeleine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a great honor for me today to ask the Thursday question to the government House Leader concerning the schedule for the week of November 7th. I should note that yesterday we had great success. The House came together unanimously to support the bill by the member from Scarborough Southwest, a bill which honors our veterans. And I think that we should applaud all of the members of this House who supported that bill. And I hope that the House will continue to collaborate in this way. And that's why I would also like to ask the government leader in the House, well, there are still 2 more opposition days that have to be designated. The parliamentary session will draw to a close very quickly. Could he please specify which days those will take place?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank my friend for his very able Thursday question today. This has, of course, been, as he observed, an eventful week here in the House of Commons, but the event which gave me the most satisfaction was seeing the House vote on Tuesday to adopt Ways and Means Motion number 16. Now, some watching on TV at home might be saying, Mr. Speaker, what is Ways and Means Motion number 16? Well, that motion enables our government to proceed with the family tax cut, and it supports our increase to the $100 a month universal child care benefit, an increase which will see up to $1,920 per child per year going to support Canadian families. Now, as exciting as that vote was, I was disappointed, I have to say, to see the position of the NDP and the Liberals in particular in voting against that support for families. Now,
Mr. Speaker, on to the business of the House. This afternoon we will resume and hopefully conclude debate on second reading of Bill C-21, the Red Tape Reduction Act. Tomorrow we will finish third reading debate of Bill C-22, the Energy Safety and Security Act.
Next week, of course, is a constituency week when we will be able to connect with our constituents, as well as have a chance to join them at Remembrance Day ceremonies in our home communities. This is a very important year for that for several reasons. When the House returns on Monday, November 17th, we will start the report stage of Bill C-18, the Agricultural Growth Act, and after question period, we will start the report stage of Bill C-27, the Veterans Hiring Act. Both of those bills, Mr. Speaker, have been recently reported back to the House from committee. On Tuesday, November 18th, we will have a third day of debate on Bill C-44, the Protection of Canada from Terrorists Act. Since all parties support committee examination of the bill, I would expect that the opposition will agree to let that start after next Tuesday's debate.
Tonight we will complete the concurrence debate on the first report of the Agriculture Committee. The following day we will debate Bill C-18 again, and finally on Thursday and Friday of the next sitting week we will resume debating Bill C-26, the Tougher Penalties for Child Predators Act, at second reading. I was asked directly when the next or the remaining two opposition days will be scheduled. Sometime in those remaining 4 weeks before we rise for the Christmas break, we will hold those two opposition days. Thank you.
I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing this House that the Senate has passed the following bill, Bill C-6, an act to implement the Convention on Cluster Munitions. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding Standing Order 83.1, the Standing Committee on Finance be authorized to present its report on the pre-budget consultations no later than December the 12th, 2014. Thank you.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to oppose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-21, Red Tape Reduction Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it certainly gives me great pleasure to rise today to talk about the Red Tape Reduction Act, which of course enshrines our one-to-one rule in law. And before I get started, I want to note that I will be sharing my time with the member for Huron-Bruce. And again, before I actually talk about the specific piece of legislation, I want to take a little bit of a trip down memory lane. I was very privileged, along with a number of my colleagues in this House, to be part of the Red Tape Reduction Commission. And we had a goal with this Red Tape Reduction Commission, Mr. Speaker, and that was to be transformative in terms of how we were relating and working with our small businesses. We all know how critical small businesses are to the economy of Canada, but what we also heard from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business was how they were getting strangled in the red tape of federal government, provincial government, municipal governments. So obviously, our opportunity was really to focus in on what was happening at a federal government level. So, Mr. Speaker, the Commission had a number of people that were part of it. We had a number of our colleagues in the House, but we also had businessmen, people from across the country who had practical ideas. We started this process in January of 2011, and we concluded it in March of 2011. And, Mr. Speaker, over that time, we heard from people from across the country. We were in 13 different cities. We had 15 roundtables across in those 13 different cities. We had online submissions. But not only that, Mr. Speaker, we reviewed what other provinces were doing, what other countries were doing, and we reviewed what the experts had to say. Mr. Speaker, we had some very clear goals. We were wanting to reduce the administrative burden. We were wanting to improve service by government. We were wanting to enhance cooperation and coordination. And we were looking at addressing specific needs of the small business because, of course, as you might appreciate, a small business owner is much more overwhelmed sometimes by the onerous needs that government creates, as opposed to a large business with many, many different departments who has the ability to mobilize somewhat more quickly. What we were looking at also was making sure we address the cumulative burden. So these were some of they weren't the only things that we were looking at, but they were certainly some of the critical pieces that we were looking at. Mr. Speaker, in September of 2011, we presented a report that really summarized what we heard. And again, this was a report that really reflected on the different presentations from the people across the country. We then spent a little bit more time taking what we heard, and again, as I mentioned, looking at what other jurisdictions did, and presented another report to government, and this report was our recommendation. So this was presented in January 2012 to the government. And then, of course, the government then provided its response with a real commitment to move forward on the number of different issues. So, Mr. Speaker, we had 2,300 ideas, and what we came up with were 15 systemic suggestions, proposals for the government to consider, so the very large in nature across government. And then we had 90 specific department specifics. So they might have been a recommendation to agriculture, it might have been a recommendation to the Canada Revenue Agency, etc. So, Mr. Speaker, I mean, I remember one story, it was in Vancouver, and it was a woman, an entrepreneur who had left a job as a nurse and who had put her heart and soul into the creation of a product that was to help sick children. And somewhere in the process, she ended up being reclassified, and her classification changed her from what they called a medical device to a consumer product. Mr. Speaker, it had enormous impact in terms of her ability and where she went. So again, a very, very compelling story in terms of how we as a government could be more reflective of the needs of small businesses as we went about our business. Mr. Speaker, where we're at, we were able to take it from that 100,000-foot level, and again, a great privilege for myself was to, at the time, I was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Canada Revenue Agency, and as you may appreciate, there were a number of suggestions that came forward to the Canada Revenue Agency in terms of what they might do in terms of reducing the regulatory burden for small business. Tell us once, having an online system, the ability for their accountants to get authorizations were some of the things that we heard. Mr. Speaker, I want to give the Canada Revenue Agency and the Minister, who we were very proud when she won the CFIB Cutting Red Tape, the Scissor Award, because she took the recommendations that were specific to the Canada Revenue Agency and drilled down into them and is in the process of making those changes that were suggested. What we're here talking about today, though, is one of the very, very important pieces that was one of the systemic suggestions that we made. And of course, as you know, this legislation fulfills the commitment of October 2012, and it was again reaffirmed in the 2013 speech from the throne. And what we're really going to do with this legislation is we hope to make it the law of the land that regulators strictly control the regulatory burden that they impose on a business. So under this one-for-one rule, for every brand new regulation that adds an administrative burden, one must be removed. Mr. Speaker, this is smart legislation, and it's going to help Canadian businesses become more productive and succeed in a global and competitive marketplace. The Red Tape Reduction Act actually requires that regulators take seriously their requirement to control the amount of red tape imposed on the business and the costs associated on that red tape. Mr. Speaker, as we went across the country, obviously the one-to-one rule did receive a lot of reflection because what we were hearing is we have more and more and more regulations being added to us. But the other thing that we heard was, there's some regulations that have more of a load on us than some of the other regulations. So if you have a one-to-one rule, you actually need to look a little bit and you need to reflect on what that burden to the business will be. So it's not like you should take out something that's an easy regulation to comply with and put in something that is going to take hours and hours of the time of the small business. So, Mr. Speaker, we listened to that advice from small business owners from across the country, and we reflected very carefully on that advice, and that, of course, has been designed into the legislation. This legislation, it really challenges our regulators to think through how regulations can be designed and implemented in ways that don't impose unnecessary red tape. This is tough, but it's absolutely not inflexible. It can be applied in a way that won't compromise the protection of human health, safety, security, the economy, and the environment. And I think that's another important issue. As we went across the country, is many of the small businesses did recognize that the government has an important role in terms of regulation and the human health, safety, security, as I said, the economy and the environment. So they did appreciate the government's role in that way, but they also wanted us to try to the degree possible to make sure we had that appropriate balance. Mr. Speaker, as you can appreciate, this legislation is also very timely because as we are looking to create a climate in which businesses can innovate, businesses can grow, too often the red tape can get in the way, and I mentioned earlier about that one example that I had. So, Mr. Speaker, we have an economy that is important in terms of our small businesses and how they contribute. There's going to be enormous opportunities that are coming out with some of our European free trade agreements, as an example, or our Korean free trade agreements, where we want to be able to support our businesses to be successful. To allow these new opportunities, they have to be as efficient and productive as possible. So the Red Tape Reduction Act is one way that we're helping businesses to do just that. Enshrining the one-to-one rule in law recognizes that if Canadian businesses are to play their A game, we need to take away as many barriers to competitiveness as possible. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm again been very pleased and very privileged to have seen this particular process, the Red Tape Reduction Commission, the recommendations that we put forward, moving forward into both legislation with this example, but also the very many important changes that are being made in every department in government. So again, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward and hope that all members of this House will see it to support this legislation.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires? The honourable member for Yukon.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech on that. And of course, we see as we move forward day to day with small, medium, and large businesses, and the opportunity, as she indicated, in the growth through the free trade agreements that we're working on, through the enhancement of education and training opportunities, whether it be that through red sealed trades or other specific programs to engage the Canadian workforce. One of the things that will help businesses match employers and workers and to move forward and take advantage of these trade agreements is not being bogged down in red tape and bureaucratic mechanisms that take up an inordinate amount of time and attention for those businesses. And I'm just wondering at a very local level if the member can talk to us about some of the things that she hears directly in her riding that will benefit smaller businesses through this one-for-one rule and through the broader concept of red tape reduction that our government is introducing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we talked about how small businesses are the economic engine. I'm going to give you an example in our riding. It's a company, Prime Meats, and it makes pepperoni sticks that go across Canada and also have a bit of an international market for their product. They have a very successful business, but to be frank, if they have to spend a lot of time dealing with
issues that aren't critical to actually operating their business, expanding their business, then it really takes away from the success of their business and doing what's most important. So I can use Canada Revenue Agency and the My Business account as an example of what has been an enormous support for them in terms of being able to interact online, being able to ask questions online, perhaps not having to spend inordinate amounts of time on the phone. So just one example where they are now taking their time to focus on the expansion of their business.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her speech. I wasn't always the best math student when I was in school. However, when you introduce one regulation, you take away another under the one-for-one rule. That means that every time a new regulation is passed, one is taken away. So that doesn't reduce anything. In my mind, that's not a decrease. You're actually keeping things at the same level. So why do you say it's going to reduce the number of regulations if under the one-for-one rule, the actual number and burden of regulations remains the same? It doesn't increase, but it doesn't decrease either. Could my colleague opposite speak to that, please?
Thank you, and I do appreciate that point, and it was said in jest to me a little bit earlier is the businesses would have preferred a 2-for-1. Ultimately, of course, that would get them down to no regulations.
I hear 3-for-1.
But we do recognize, Mr. Speaker, is that there are some that are very important in terms of health and safety. I mean, obviously, it doesn't preclude departments from looking at very outdated regulations as they go through the normal process and saying, you know what, this one does not make sense anymore. So certainly it does not preclude, but it is a really great step in the right direction. But the more important piece, of course, is the focus on the actual regulatory burden as opposed to just the numbers, so that you're really looking at how much workload a regulation creates.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise. Today and discuss the bill at hand. I just want to touch on a point the member from the NDP brought up in his last question, and it's not a criticism at all. It's just a different way of looking at it. He asked the question roughly about you're not going to decrease the size of regulations; it's just going to stay the same. I would argue the opposite, because the whole premise is that every time someone inside the public service has a new idea about a regulation, they, inside a certain period of time, have to find a regulation that has to be eliminated. All the while, in parallel, I think what we're all asking the public service to do and to work with business is to say, hey, what else can we do? Where else can we glean through the stacks and stacks of regulations that are outdated, that don't make sense, that we could take a look at, either thin them out or get rid of them at all, or get rid of them altogether. The one important principle, though, behind the whole idea of rationalizing regulations, okay, the principle behind it, and it's the number one principle, is the protection of the public, the environment, and the economy. And when we look at that, that should put all Canadians at ease, should put taxpayers at ease, should put people who are very concerned about the environment at ease, and as well businesses that are concerned not only with the environment but with their business at hand. But I grew up in a small business. I worked in a large business and then a smaller, medium-sized business in my working career. And anybody that has spent any time working in business understands there is quite a substantial regulatory burden, whether it's through the tax code or any of the other federal, we'll use federal because these are federal regulations at hand. These are quite significant, to say the least. One point I wanted to bring about where you can see huge benefits. We'll draw parallels, for example, if you look at Veterans Affairs, okay? albeit not a regulation, but if you take a look at the VIP program, the Veterans Program, that provides services to veterans at their home and around their property. In the past, prior to April 3rd, 2012, most parliamentarians would know this, veterans would have to submit invoice for all work provided in and around their home. Well, that involved 100,000 plus veterans, and it equaled to millions of dollars of transactions per year. And if you calculate the cost of completing those transactions, in some cases, I'm sure it was pretty close to the cost of actually writing the check to the veteran to compensate them for their expenses. So in April of 2012, when, well, I guess we can't say what his last name was, but the Minister of Veterans Affairs at the time came out with this policy. It was well received by veterans. It was well received by all people in Parliament, because he recognized the fact that this outdated rule that was very expensive did not and no longer serve the purpose of its original intention. So when we're in a period of fiscal constraint, we're looking at savings, we're looking at ideas, and in effect, what it did was it cut cost, it cut labor, it cut burden, it reduced labor, so they could be doing more time serving veterans, and the veteran actually received their money quicker than they were before. So it was a win-win for all. You have the people inside the department that work very hard on behalf of veterans being able to do and look at new things or better things to provide better services to veterans. So that is a great example. It's a simple example when the public service has been tasked to find improvements, to find savings, and in some cases we're also working with business. So you have both parties working together to find a good solution that's going to cut costs. And I know there's people out there that would say, well, you know, I heard you say about the principles. We hear what you say about principles, but there's got to be something here. And in fact, I can go back to my days when I worked for an automotive parts manufacturer in the finance department, and they were looking at all the different processes. We were going through the same kind of a fiscal constraint that the federal government has, and the finance department was tasked with consultants to go through each and every step in the financial process and to find waste, to find areas that weren't key to delivering the financial reports, the payments, the receivables every month, year end, whatever it would be. And I can remember as clear as day, and I think I'll remember this till my last breath, in the accounts payable department. And if they're watching at home, I'm sure they're not watching at business, I say hi. But the process, I remember when the consultant came out and he said, I think you can go from 4 to 2 if you cut out all these wasteful steps. And years before that, I had worked in that area and kind of wondered if that was possible. But what happened was people came to work each and every day, and they did their job that they were assigned to do because that's what they were to do, and their boss wanted them to do these things. But when times were a little tighter and they actually looked at what they were actually doing, most of the reports they were generating in this example, no one looked at, and certainly if they did look at it, they weren't reacting to them. So they were of no value to the company. So within a matter of a few months, they went from 4 to 2 people in the accounts payable department, and they were actually able to produce virtually the same result, which was to be able to complete your month end in a timely manner to make sure people who are owed money got paid and everything reconciled at the end of the month. So they went from 4 to 2, and they covered 4 factories in doing so. So that's the kind of example, although it's a business example, it's an example, I think, for all Canadians that they can appreciate who've been involved in business, that doing things that don't add value waste money. And that's what we're trying to do with these regulations, is we're trying to protect the environment, there's no doubt. We're trying to protect the economy. We're trying to protect people's safety in the workplace. But what we're also saying is if you have an idea, if you have a concept that is going to save regulatory burden, please help us out. Now, I'll give you one example that they have listed here. Aboriginal Affairs in Northern Development Canada have modernized the Northwest Territories mining regulations and the Nunavut mining regulations. This is estimated to result in an annual savings for business of almost $620,000. Now, it isn't $620 million, but we would all agree in business $620,000 is a lot of money that can allow you to do more R&D, to buy new machinery, to invest in plant and equipment. Vitally important. The Prime Minister has quoted and is on record, and I'm sure many others are on record as saying that regulations, when they don't make sense, when they don't help, they're hidden tax and a silent killer of jobs. Now, this has been in effect since April 1st, 2012. It's been a rule. Now we're putting into it through legislation to make it a law. And Mr. Speaker, I think it would be great if all the provinces and territories and municipalities took a long, hard look at similar rules, maybe first, and then through legislation, because as many mazes are there through federal regulations, there's almost equally numbers of regulations in both provinces, counties, municipalities, and cities that for some reason made sense at one time, but no longer make sense today. When we look at the ease of paying tax, there was a study called Paying Taxes 2014 that found that businesses in Canada take 25% less time than in a business in the United States to prepare, file, and pay its taxes each year. That's important because when you are looking at filing your taxes as a business and you actually have businesses involved in each province, you have businesses that do business coast to coast, you have your business that conducts itself in various different jurisdictions around the world, it is a huge cost. It is a huge cost. And if your business is growing, those costs are pretty amazing, and it's pretty difficult to put your financial team together to help cover the costs. So the easier you can make it to file and prepare taxes, and also, I suppose, be audited at the other end, the more attractive it is for businesses to invest in Canada and remain in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his speech. I'd like to come back to a point I raised earlier and go into somewhat more detail. I've looked now at the provisions of the bill, and earlier I was saying that under the one-for-one rule you end up having not a reduction in regulations but an equal number. Now, the title of Bill C-21 is the Red Tape Reduction Act, which establishes control on the amount of administrative burden. So the long title is an act to control the administrative burden, but the short title is Red Tape Reduction Act. And I was wondering, actually, which title reflects more the content of the bill. Do we want to control it, or do we want to reduce it? I think that the titles mean something different. So which title would my colleague say is the more appropriate one? And what do they mean by control versus reduction when they were drafting the bill?
I've never been one to get worried about titles, Mr. Speaker, and certainly where I sit in the House of Commons, it's a good thing. But what I will tell you is, as of June 14th, 2014, we've had a net annual reduction of more than $22 million in administrative burden on business. Estimated annual savings of 290,000 hours in time spent dealing with regulatory red tape, and a net reduction of 19 federal regulations taken off the books. So I think those 3 points that I mentioned right there kind of answer the question for the member.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Huron-Bruce for his speech, and he did just point out quite accurately that that this rule has been in place, mentioned in his address, that the rule's been in place since 2012. It now fulfills a throne speech commitment then and a reaffirmed commitment in 2013, and was in fact introduced during the Canadian Federation of Independent Business Red Tape Awareness Week. And as the member for Huron-Bruce pointed out, there's been a reduction of over $22 million, the estimated savings of 2,900 hours, and of course a net benefit of 19 federal regulations taken off the books. And I just wonder if the member for Huron-Bruce can talk from his perspective as a small business owner in the past, what that means in terms of connecting employers with job seekers, what that means for growth of businesses, what that means for return to a community or a region or a province when you have less time spent on navigating the quagmire of paperwork and regulation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Again, I could just give you one example, and that would go back to, and I believe it was 2 years ago, dealing with the number of times a business would have to file their EI payments and their CPP payments. It went from monthly to quarterly. That alone is significant, Mr. Speaker. And although it may seem very simplistic, you can quantify it out that if you have several thousand employees, it is a lot. It is a lot to manage with your cash flow. And certainly being able to file it from a monthly time frame to a quarterly time frame, that would be significant. And of course, we could go on for hours about regulations around agriculture, which would be in my area. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of Bill C-21, an act to control the administrative burden that regulations impose on business. But let me make it clear that we're supporting it at second reading so that we can, when it goes to committee, bring forward quite robust amendments because we do believe, even though on the surface the intention of this bill, the way it is even being explained, may sound good, that there are major flaws with the bill, and we believe this could actually make it harder for small businesses rather than make it easier. The other thing is, Mr. Speaker, I'm always very, very nervous, whether it's been the Liberal government in BC or whether it's been the Conservative government right here in Ottawa. Whenever I hear talk about getting rid of red tape, I always wonder what the real agenda is and what the real issues are. Because getting rid of the red tape back in BC meant that hundreds and thousands of children who were designated special needs and therefore eligible for additional services, those designations disappeared. And that was considered getting rid of red tape, that it was just to simplify things. And one of the other major concerns when I've been looking at this piece of legislation that I've had is, and I think it also comes down to having very little trust in current government to actually do what they say. I have seen over and over again, and I think that's also a major flaw in this piece of legislation, is MPs on the other side granting more and more power to ministers. And in this bill, just as in many immigration bills we've looked at in the past, we have seen growing amount of power being vested in the hands of the ministers so that actions can be taken without any parliamentary oversight, it being either in the House through debate or by going to committee and having the debate there. And that, Mr. Speaker, is very dangerous for our parliamentary democracy. The whole idea we have parliamentarians here is so we can have these informed debates and we can bring forward amendments and move forward that way. But when you have a government that talks about accountability and transparency and yet places more and more power in the hands of ministers, whereby very little comes to this House to be debated. And when it does come to this House to be debated, of course, they can't bear the light to be shone on that or for real debate to break out, because at that time they move either closure, time restrictions, all kinds of procedural angles are taken to cut off debate. But, Mr. Speaker, before I really get into talking about the bill itself, I have to take a moment, and I would be remiss if I did not do so. As you know, Sikhs in my riding of Newton North Delta, one of the largest Sikh communities in Canada, Sikhs across our wonderful land, coast to coast to coast, and Sikhs around the world are celebrating the Prakash, or the birth of Guru Nanak Sahib Ji, and Gurpurab. And so I want to wish all Sikhs celebrating this momentous occasion the very, very best. But it's also a time, Mr. Speaker, when we get to reflect, on the teachings that Guru Nanak Sahib Ji left for us, which was about doing service, which was about the value of honest work. It was about the value of sharing and building healthy communities. So all of those things, and I do wish anybody who is celebrating this day, all the Sikhs around the world, happy Gurpurab Day today. But getting back to this particular legislation, this legislation is very, very important to me, Mr. Speaker, in my riding along all the major arterial routes, and there are many in Surrey, as you know. What I have is a community that is made up of a huge number of small businesses. Huge number of small businesses, entrepreneurs who have come to this country and who have made this home, and through their hard work, have added much to the tapestry of our Canadian way of life. And I hear from the business community constantly the major challenges that they face. So in this bill, if there is any way for us to reduce the bureaucratic nature and the endless sheets of paper they have to fill out, of course we want to do that. But, Mr. Speaker, I also hear from the small and medium-sized businesses that there are other things that would really make their life a lot easier. And one of them is an idea that we've been putting forward, but so far my colleagues across the way have not really heard. And I don't know if they're talking to the small and medium-sized businesses in their communities, because if they were, they would be hearing the same thing. And one of the things I'm hearing is what's killing many of the small businesses is the transaction fees whenever they have to take a credit card or a debit card. Mr. Speaker, just the other day I had that experience. I pulled out my credit card and the business person said to me, I only take cash or check. And as soon as he said that, because I wasn't buying a huge amount, but I don't tend to carry cash, and I was reminded of how mindlessly those of us who use credit cards use them, and we forget that even when we do a transaction that's only worth $3 or $4, that the transaction fee, that's the fee just for taking your credit card, that the businessman has to pay is huge. And for a small businessman, and this was in Toronto, it really cuts into their profit margin. And as this businessman told me, it actually cuts into his ability to survive from month to month to month. And I think if we really want to help the small and medium-sized businesses, we should look at the examples. And I know we're so good at quoting England, quoting the US, quoting other countries, Australia, when we want to go to war. But however, let us take a look at some of their economic policies as well. In Australia, if my memory serves me right, and my memory does play tricks with me every now and then, Mr. Speaker, if it serves me right, the transaction fee for a credit card is 0.6%. That's a huge difference to some of our businesses paying anywhere from 3 and some of them tell me even up to 6%. And of course, that all depends on the kind of credit card we are using. Just imagine.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Really, I apologize to my colleague, but I was here to listen to the debate on red tape reduction. I appreciate the member has issues. We've heard them many times before. I'm not certain we've changed the subject of the debate. There is a time. That's why we have these debates. The NDP is very eager to have their time for debates. We've heard that many times. Would I please encourage the Speaker to have the member be relevant to the debate that is at hand? That's why we have this debate time. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I must admit I was sharing the concern of the Minister of State. I didn't know if the member was driving towards the issues that are before the House right now around regulations. If she is, then I would allow her to continue. If she's not and is off simply on the issue of the percentages that are being charged on credit cards, she is on a point of irrelevancy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the point that you have made, but really I'm setting the context. The context here is we have a government that purports to want to help the small and medium-sized businesses, and the reduction of red tape, especially if it's useless red tape and regulations, would help them, as would the other issue that I raised. So I was just using it as another example, just in the way of educating my colleagues across the way. But, getting back onto this, but what I hear from the small and medium-sized businesses, Mr. Speaker, is that they hear a lot from governments and from members of Parliament in their ridings and all across Canada, how much we want to support the small and medium-sized businesses. But what they often say is that what we say, or what the government says they're going to do, doesn't always end up helping them or tackle the real issues. And here we are looking at the track record of a government and how they have managed this in the past. And of course, being the NDP and very practical, down-to-earth people, of course we want to support any action and any common sense solutions. Common sense should prevail. And so we want to use those common sense solutions to reduce the paper burden and the compliance costs small businesses face when dealing with government. Absolutely, we want to do that. And we also want to assist small businesses and support the government by eliminating unnecessary red tape and letting them focus on what they do best, growing their businesses and creating jobs. You know, Mr. Speaker, that small and medium-sized businesses are the engines of Canada's economy. You know, I always say that when we shop locally, when we invest in our small and medium-sized businesses, when we make it easier for them by taking away a lot of the bureaucracy, they are the ones that grow jobs. They are the ones that hire people from the community, and the people they hire then spend back in that community, and the economic engine is invigorated. So we absolutely need that. But, you know, they always say devil is in the details, and once again in this bill, there are details in this bill that is creating us concern. And I mentioned it at the beginning, but let me stress that again. This bill, C-21, gives the President of the Treasury Board arbitrary powers. Arbitrary powers that will make him the arbiter of eliminating regulations that he deems unnecessary. That he deems unnecessary. And this is where, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I have colleagues across the way who seem to have an allergy to science, data, or experts, or people who actually do the work. I would say that in order to do this, what you would need is to actually consult and engage the small business community so that they actually get to have a say in this. Not for a minister to go behind closed doors and do some of these pseudo kind of consultations online. I've talked to my buddies, I've talked to the people who give me money. That's not the kind of consultation we need, and that's not the kind of partnership we need as people are, we're moving forward on such an important issue. The other thing is there are important, I would say critical, areas of health and safety of Canadians, and there is nothing specifically in the bill that says this bill does not apply to those regulations. It's mentioned briefly in the preamble, but I always have concern when things are in preamble from my other life, because things in preamble are just that. It's a kind of a lead-up. But those are the kind of things we need to have enshrined in the bill. Health and safety, absolutely critical, and nobody should be more conscious of that than members of Parliament over what we have seen play out over the last few weeks, and especially this week in the House. Also, in this bill, there is absolutely no mention of environmental issues. I know that a lot of my colleagues in this House across the way are in denial about climate change. But, Mr. Speaker, we're getting dire warnings from new reports that are coming out that time to act is now, the time to talk is over. So we better have something in this to address environmental protections as well. And if my colleagues across the way are absolutely serious about the health and safety of Canadians, which I believe many of them are, I know some of them, I've worked on committee with some of them, they do care about the health and safety, and they do care about the environment, then I would urge them to urge that part of the House to accept our amendments, but also to bring forward changes themselves so that health and safety of Canadians are absolutely an integral part of this bill, as well as the environmental issues as well. Sometimes we talk about regulation and getting rid of red tape. Red tape, or getting rid of red tape, is always a bit of a downer anyway, because nobody ever wants red tape, useless paperwork. But, Mr. Speaker, at the same time, we have to remember that some regulations are actually good. And so I'm very, very nervous that when the minister has that kind of arbitrary power at a whim from a lobbyist pressuring him or her, what we could have happening in the future is deregulation occurring in areas that it should not. It should not. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, I don't want anybody to stand up and say that would never happen. We have seen that happen in this House over and over again. And we're not the only ones who are saying this, that many people will talk about the red tape irritants. And, of course, we want to get rid of those. And we want to focus on growth and innovation. And I think as parliamentarians, it behooves us to make sure that we do all of those things. There was Mr. Speaker, in the Red Tape Reduction Commission, the government adopted a Red Tape Reduction Action Plan that outlines 90 actions to be taken by government departments and 6 systemic reforms, including the implementation of the one-for-one rule. Now, this guideline would require the government to eliminate one regulation for every new regulation it adopts. I think that's to sort of prevent us from having, so that we don't run short of storage space if we just keep adding regulations, never take any away. But I think buried right into this also is that we have to look at which regulations actually do good and are there for the public good and there to protect the businessman, and which are not. But there are many things in this bill alone that actually will create more bureaucracy. And the other one is that the bill mandates a review after 5 years, thus triggering more administrative red tape, because then, of course, you'll need the red tape police. And the red tape police will then have to be overseen, and all of those things will happen. I was looking at some of the failures that we have seen when you look at regulation in such a limited way that you think all regulation is just in the way. And what we're saying is that now is the time for a real consultation, and in the coming months, the NDP Small Business Critic will be launching a national consultation with representatives of small businesses, That's the kind of parliamentarian work we need. Young entrepreneurs and family businesses are key to a prosperous economic future for Canada. New Democrats will make sure that we focus on practical, common-sense solutions to help them succeed. And we're not going to do that by sitting here in Parliament. We're going to do that when we listen to those on whom our legislation is going to have a direct impact, in this case, the business community. You know, only recently a businessman was telling me how much the hiring credit for small business in the 2014 budget would have helped him. But of course that's not there. And so when it comes to taking real action, my colleagues across the way, just do the talk, and then we see this bill now being rushed through here as well. And I want to talk a little bit about the Conservatives' track record when it comes to safeguarding regulations and protecting the health and safety of Canadians. And I say that because those are not protected explicitly in the legislation. So, let's just take a look at the Canadian aviation regulations. When WestJet lobbied, and they actually got their ratios of staffing to passengers changed, just at a whim like that. I think that's what's really kind of scares me more than anything else, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister is going to be so prone to these lobbyists that will come forward. And there's been, of course, the Liberals don't have a clean record on this either, because in 1999, the Liberals deregulated rail safety by continuing to implement the safety management systems approach adopted by Mulroney's Conservative government. They didn't start it, but they didn't stop it either. And we've seen some of those things happen. So, Mr. Speaker, finally, absolutely, let's take a look at making it easier for small and medium-sized businesses to function, but let's take a look at the full story and how we can support them.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her very profound speech. I think she really discussed all the issues that small and medium-sized businesses have to deal with today. And I think that she herself in her riding works hard and is well aware of the concerns of business people in her region. My question deals with self-regulation because she clearly noted that there is nothing in this bill to concretely protect the health and safety of Canadians. There is no mention of the environment either. She said that we can't trust this Conservative government to protect Canadians. And I know that the NDP is going to support this bill, but we're going to study it in committee and we're going to move amendments. So in her opinion, what do we need to do with this bill to adequately protect the health and safety of Canadians?
For Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her thoughtful question. I think you can't put health and safety and environment in a preamble and think you've done your job. That is just a huge, huge travesty. So, here is rules that are necessary to protect health, promote safety and protect the environment are important, said Laura Jones of the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses. So it's not just the NDP saying this. This is being said by the Independent Businesses Association as well.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She does seem to be very concerned with the issues that face small and medium-sized businesses. And that's a good thing because many of my colleagues are as well, because we deal with them every day as part of our work as members of Parliament. But I have the impression that this bill is more smoke and mirrors than anything else, especially since, as I mentioned earlier, it doesn't really reduce administrative red tape. all it does is limit it, which is not a bad thing, but the government in its public communications strategy was talking about reduction of red tape, whereas the true result of this bill is really that it limits red tape. It limits the administrative burden on small and medium-sized businesses. So did you think the government was really sincere in the stance it took with communicating to the public? The fact that this is a measure that won't really have a big impact and that it's going to limit the administrative burden instead of reduce it?
For Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question, and I want to reassure him that I know that our critic will be going forward with amendments to make sure that this bill does what it purports to do, or is what I'm being told it's going to do. But we have colleagues across the way who don't actually have a good track record to reduce the paper burden. And let's take a look at what they did with the Building Canada Fund. Rather than helping municipalities and SMEs to start infrastructure projects within reasonable timeframes, the Conservatives implemented a long and cumbersome bureaucratic process for all projects over $100 million. The new screening requirements will add delays from 6 to 18 months and will delay important projects. This is their idea of speeding things up.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Brossard.
The honourable member for Brossard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For her speech. It is a bill that deals with certain rules that are being applied, and my colleague mentioned some of the concerns that she had when we leave some of the powers in the hand of this government in terms of putting or deciding which bills or which regulations to just set aside. She raised some concerns regarding the environment, regarding safety and security. I'd ask my colleague maybe to just tell us some of the examples of concerns that she has regarding this bill.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have enough time for me to tabulate all the concerns I do have around this bill. The key ones that came forward to me, once again, was inordinate amount of power arbitrarily being put in the hands of a minister and therefore no parliamentary oversight. What I do have concerns about the fact is that health and safety and environmental issues are in the preamble. And what I have is more critical, which is no trust in the colleagues across the way to actually deliver a system where paperwork will be reduced. And because every time they've tried to do that, it has led to disastrous consequences, either huge delays or where they've deregulated in other areas, we've had some pretty tragic consequences.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her speech. While this bill aims to reduce red tape, and obviously it's important that we relieve some of the administrative burden placed on businesses, we believe at the same time that it's important that there be firm guarantees when it comes to protecting health and safety regulations for Canadians. What does my colleague think of that?
For Newton North Delta.
I agree with my colleague, and I want to thank her for my question. We sit on a committee together, and I will say that her constituents are very, very fortunate to have her as their Member of Parliament, and she does an amazing job on the committee as well. You know, I've got a quote here, Mr. Speaker, that I'm going to use, that sometimes we, and I think I said this in my speech as well, sometimes we see regulations and rules as a bad thing. But if we didn't have some regulations and rules about how we drive and the rules we have to follow, we would have a disaster on our freeways. So not all rules are bad. And here is a quote from Robin Benson, National President of the Public Service Alliance of Canada, who said, "Regulations and their proper enforcement can literally save lives, but sometimes only a horrific mishap will make the point, and even then, not always. And let me remind you, Mr. Speaker, that regulations that serve no purpose and are just there as busy work, we don't support them. But they are regulations we do support. Health and safety issues, environmental protections are regulations that should be in the body of this legislation and not there as a kind of a pre-thought in the preamble.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable Député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that my colleague mentioned in her speech, and I'd ask her to confirm that she, whether or not she agrees with me, that regulation can sometimes and often be beneficial, and that we do have to have certain rules. And if we look, for example, at regulations when it comes to rail safety, and there have been other areas where there's been a lot of deregulation and self-regulation, where businesses regulate themselves, and, well, often we see that these systems are deficient. So could my colleague confirm that there are some regulations that are very important, and that if we move ahead with deregulation, if we deregulate too much, if we let businesses self-regulate, that can represent dangers for Canadians and for society?
Member for Newton North Delta, you have about 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I think there isn't a person in this House that would not agree that we need rules, we need regulations. But we need rules and regulations that make sense. We need to make sure health and security and safety are preserved. And this week we've seen an example of what happens when we don't have processes in place. And the other thing I will say is we can't demonize the idea of regulations, because without regulations, health and safety is threatened.
Resuming debate.
The
Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today in the House to discuss Bill C-21, an act to control the administrative burden that regulations impose on businesses. And I'd like to let you know, Mr. Speaker, that I will be sharing my time with the member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, if we sort of look quickly at this bill, and if we listen to what the government is saying, it seems like a good thing. And indeed, the idea of reducing the administrative burden is a good idea. Before I was elected to this place, in my professional career, I worked with a small business. I myself was a small business, so I understand the importance of spending less time on filling out forms, procedures, and being able to focus on what's important. So one's business, the work that we do. And yes, the idea is very important. And having had the opportunity to speak as an elected official with, for example, the Chamber of Commerce of the Metropolitan Area of Montreal, the Chambers of Commerce of the South Shore of Montreal, I know that this is an issue that is very important to business, and especially to small business. So yes, if we can help them save time, if we can ensure that our businesses and our business people don't have to waste too much time filling out forms or dealing with the administrative side of business, when they could be taking care of their business, then and generate more profits, which of course is the goal for businesses, well, that would be good. However, it's important to remember the responsibility that we have as legislators. Without meaning to overgeneralize, when we talk about, well, this conservative government and the former liberal governments, this idea of deregulation and letting industry self-regulate. And unfortunately, we saw, particularly in the area of rail safety, that this has become a problem. It started with the Liberals, who privatized everything dealing with railways without putting in place regulations to protect the population, and it continued under the Conservatives. And unfortunately, we saw what happened in Lac-Mégantic. So I'll come back to the bill, Mr. Speaker, that is before us, and that's why the reason why I've risen to speak here today. And the rule here is the one-for-one rule. So the idea is that the government will abolish one regulation for every new regulation is adopted. It seems arbitrary, but we understand the goal here. The idea is that we want to prevent the government from just constantly adding more and more rules and regulations. But once again, I'll come back to rail safety, and I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, if I come back to this all the time, but I should note that I am the NDP transport critic. And also, well, because we've seen the problems that deregulation has caused. In committee, the Liberals can often be heard saying, well, let companies make their own regulations. They'll follow common sense rules. They want to keep everyone safe, so leave that in the hands of the companies. And we've heard the same thing from this government. When we talk about the one-for-one rule, the goal seems to be a good one, but what I think is troubling here is the power that is given to the government in terms of putting regulations in place. It's up to the government now to say what rules can we set aside. So here it gives more power to the minister, and that's something that we find particularly troubling. If we look at the way that this government has managed rules and regulations, we've seen in the area of rail safety, of course, what that's led to, but we've also seen it in the area of food safety, of food inspection. This government has tended to let companies in that field self-regulate, and we've had cases like the XL Foods case, for example, which was one of the biggest recalls of meat in the history of Canada. Mr. Speaker, if we look at the bill more closely, what's also particularly troubling is that it seems to put everything, all our eggs end up in one basket without taking into account public safety. My colleague, when she spoke earlier, talked about the environment and health and safety. Should we be putting everything in one basket? And here the government's going to reply by saying, well, no, health and safety is not affected by this bill because we really want to deal with bureaucratic red tape and help alleviate the burden on businesses. But that's not in the bill, that's in the preamble. We all know that what the preamble says is one thing. It gives an idea of what the legislator's opinion was, but or intent was. But why not put those points in the bill? Now, Mr. Speaker, I brought up the concerns that we have about the fact that the government wants to create a rule that will apply and that will say, well, for every new regulation, we have to get rid of one regulation. But if we look at rail safety, for example, what we're saying here and what we've seen, because we did a study at the Transport Committee after the Lac-Mégantic tragedy, we know that there's not enough regulation. It's not strong enough. The rules aren't severe enough. And since Lac-Mégantic, the government has been proposing rules and regulations to try to fix the results of the inaction of the government and previous Liberal governments to fix this problem. So here we're talking about new regulations. If it's not in C21, does that mean that according to the one-for-one rule that the government is proposing, does that mean that for every new regulation, and I'll give the example, for example, of getting rid of the .11 rail cars, does that mean that we'll have to get rid of another regulation, which is there to protect the safety of Canadians? So these are some of the questions that are raised by this bill. And I think that, well, we do support the idea behind this bill. And I'll say very clearly, Mr. Speaker, having been a small business person myself, having worked in business and having had to deal with red tape, documents to fill out, and all the time that goes into administration instead of doing the real work for business. I completely agree with the principle, but it has to be done properly. And again, we have a concern about the power that's being given to the minister here. So that's one of the concerns that we are going to bring up. And that is why, at second reading, in the current debate, we will support this bill. I will personally support this bill, but there will certainly need to be some further study, and I hope that once again, when we, in the NDP, well, the government tells us that we often says that we oppose everything, but no, that's not true. We often, not always, but often make proposals that would allow us to support legislation, but the government, which has a majority in committee, as it does in the House, constantly refuses all of our proposals, even proposals that would improve bills, that would help Canadians, that would bring solutions to Canadians, and particularly help small businesses, who are, of course, supposed to be the main beneficiaries of this bill. Well, unfortunately, the government doesn't listen. When we talk about proposals, I'm going to get away from the bill a little bit here, but it's still quite linked. When it came to credit cards, for example, and credit card fees, we made a proposal to lower those. And, Mr. Speaker, I went into my riding. I met with people who signed letters addressed to the former finance minister, and these letters contained concerns that people had. Business people who work every day, they had concerns about credit card fees. We passed those on to the government, and again, unfortunately, because the government doesn't like to regulate things, they created a mechanism for self-regulation in that area for the credit card companies. So the concern that we have is when there's a need to act in the interests of small businesses or businesses in general, we need to have a certain level of regulation, and unfortunately the government hasn't listened. They're not going in the right direction. And we hope that when this bill goes to committee, if improvements are suggested by the NDP or even by the Liberals, we hope that the government will listen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've noticed a trend, and I'm not alone, in Conservative bills. They always give more power to the minister, and as my colleague mentioned earlier, in this case, the President of the Treasury Board would get increased power. So I'd like to ask my colleague if he thinks that this is acceptable for a good governance of our country. The Honourable Member for Brassard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, well, this is certainly a concern that I have, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Hochelaga for raising the question, because, yes, this is definitely a very real concern that we have. Very frankly, looking at what this government has done, it's very worrying to see the way that this government manages our safety. It manages regulations that affect all of us. And so the idea of putting more power in the hands of just one person, in this case the President of the Treasury Board, who would be able to create guidelines and determine him or herself how the rules will be applied. And once again, I'll come back to the one-to-one rule, for example. So the minister would be able to regulate in the end. So that takes us out of our role as legislators. We want to put forward the best laws possible, and putting power into the hands of just one person, and particularly in this case, we know that the government wants to do less. So taking the government out of its traditional role of ensuring the safety of Canadians to put everything into the hands of one person and self-regulation, well, that's definitely a concern.
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if I could ask my honourable colleague, because we've heard this comment that the minister should not be awarded the authority to make these regulatory changes, these simple regulatory changes. Does the member actually think that's in the best interest of small business to bring each of the thousands of regulatory changes into this chamber so that we can sit here and debate each and every one of the thousands for 5 hours each.
The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie.
But I agree with him. The goal is not necessarily to bring all the regulations here, and I think the Minister of State knows how things are in terms of the legislation. So that wasn't the intent of my comment. My comment was the fact that we're giving a lot of powers to the President of the Treasury Board, or I forgot his name, not his name, but his title, and we're giving a lot of powers in terms of putting forward how we're going to apply these rules, how we're going to apply this this bill. And so that is the concern. It's not necessarily in terms of looking at all the regulations. And the Minister of State knows that that's not what we do here in the House. But what the bill is doing is giving more power to a minister. And that's the tendency that we've seen from the start. When I first came to this House in 2011, we've seen more and more powers given to individuals, to ministers, in order to do what they want to do. And that's what we've been saying from the start. When the government keeps coming with the omnibus bills, so it's a way for the government to really just use more power, take more power, and do as they please. That is the concern. We here, as Member of Parliament, have to make sure that we hold the government accountable. And when we give all the powers to a single individual, that's a concern for us.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my colleagues. It gives me great pleasure to rise today and speak to Bill C-21. It gives me great pleasure as a member from Sherbrooke, but also as a member for the Government Operations Committee that will be seized of Bill C-21 when it is sent there. I'd like to first start by saying that I'll be expressing my opinions about the bill, but I will be perfectly capable of doing impartial work in the Government Operations Committee because I will be chair and therefore I will always be impartial when it comes to the committee proceedings and when comes the time to do clause-by-clause study. So obviously you'll see that I have my own opinions in this speech, but I will remain impartial as chair of the committee. Now, after I read this bill, I really got the impression that it was simply a smokescreen more than anything else, and I'm going to explain why in my remarks. In the speech from the throne in 2012, therefore a few years ago this was announced, and then it was repeated again. Let's see, in 2011 and in 2012, but it was also repeated by the government in 2013, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps I'm getting the dates wrong. The speech from the throne was perhaps in 2013, but regardless, Mr. Speaker, the government has spoken about this quite a few times, and now finally it has come forward with the legislation, and that's why I'm wondering if perhaps this is a smokescreen, because you see, Mr. Speaker, the content as well seems to simply be a pretext on the part of the government to speak but not necessarily to do much, Mr. Speaker. That's my impression. My impression is that this is a smokescreen, and the government boasts about being the champion of small and medium-sized businesses. However, when you look at their record, the Conservative record, you see that actually the opposite has been happening. So, yes, this is a nice way for the government to have an opportunity to get up and speak about what it's doing. However, I would say there are some things missing. Let's take the title to begin with. There's a bit of a lack of consistency in this bill because the full title is an act to control the administrative burden that regulations impose on businesses. However, the short title is the Red Tape Reduction Act. So here, Mr. Speaker, is a bit of a contradiction. Now, you'll probably say that this isn't necessarily a contradiction when you say control versus reduce. Well, maybe it's not an absolute contradiction if you look it up in the dictionary. However, I think there is a contradiction between controlling and reducing. To my mind, controlling means that you limit the growth or the increase, but reduce means that you're actually bringing the numbers or the amount down. So less regulation, less of a burden. And in the bill, you find both terms.
State rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize for interrupting the member, but I've been sitting here now for the entire part of this debate. That is exactly the same speech I've now heard 3 times. I encourage people who are watching this debate to compare the subject matter and the exact language of this speech. This is wasting the time of members in this chamber. If the member has something new to add, this might be a good argument why we do inflict time allocation, because this is an important matter. If there's something new to add, I'd like to hear about it so we can debate it. But this is the 3rd time I've heard this speech. Thank you.
I'm not sure there's a point of order in there. Certainly there's no issue from the observations I've made of relevancy. It's certainly on topic with the bill that's before the House. Vous pouvez continuer.
You may continue. The member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague opposite for rising anyway. Now, I have notes before me here, and they're all handwritten. They're handwritten notes. And I haven't handed them out to anyone else here in this House. I've been here from the beginning of the debate as well. And I'm the only one who has raised the issue of inconsistency between the 2 terms since the beginning of the debate at 3 o'clock. So I'm rather surprised, but I thank him for rising on his point. And I hope he'll continue to listen to what I have to say, because it's very important to have these debates in the House. Yes, they have used time allocation. I don't see that as a way to improve debate here. I think it's important that each member in this Parliament have an opportunity to express their opinion, so that when comes the time to consider this bill, everyone has heard each other's opinions. And so I think it only enriches the debate. So that being said, Mr. Speaker, with the time left, I'm afraid I've been slowed down a little because I did have a lot to say. But with the time left, I'm going to continue with my comments on Bill C-21 and the terms that are being used. I'd also like to raise another point. It's the preamble. Now, my colleague did speak to the preamble, and he probably was more articulate than I could be about the preamble, so I'll perhaps leave that for now. But the preamble has no legal value or weight, so if a judge has to interpret legislation, the preamble actually has no legal weight. But as my colleague pointed that out very articulately, my colleague from Brassard-La Prairie. So I'll leave that aside for now, Mr. Speaker. I do have another point that I'd like to raise about this bill, and it's something that I found rather surprising. It's in the one-for-one rule. Now, this is a rule that already existed. It had already been announced by the government, and it was a rule that was being used. Now, in this bill, this rule will become strengthened by enshrining it in legislation. But it does have no teeth, Mr. Speaker. If you go to Section 8 of the bill, it shows that really this rule doesn't have any teeth. It says no action or other proceeding may be brought against Her Majesty in right of Canada for anything done or omitted to be done, or for anything purported to be done or omitted to be done under this Act. And no regulation is invalid by reason only of a failure to comply with this act. What this means is that the one-for-one rule that is now being enshrined in legislation really has no teeth, because if it's not complied with, that one-for-one rule that will be in legislation, as I said, that will be passed, this rule will actually have no teeth. So if new regulations, for example, are adopted and others aren't eliminated, there's no way to legally proceed with this or challenge this. If it's not done, well, there are two provisions here that protect them. So there's immunity if the legislation is not complied with. Once again, Mr. Speaker, this shows that this is actually simply a smokescreen. This bill is just giving the government an opportunity to say that it's the champion of small businesses. And in this bill, furthermore, there will be 6 ways provided for to increase regulations. Under Section 7, the minister has the possibility to make regulations in 6 various ways. Now, you may say that those regulations don't apply to businesses, but I still find this rather paradoxical, that the purpose of the bill is to remove regulations, and yet at the same time there are 6 provisions that allow the minister to increase regulations or make more regulations. My time is up, but I'd be happy to take any questions, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The honourable member, or rather the member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his speech. I learned all kinds of things that we hadn't yet heard today, Mr. Speaker. So I listened to his comments. And I think my colleague actually is very close to the small and medium-sized businesses in his riding and is aware of their needs. So I want to know if he thinks their burden should be reduced and how this bill will or will not reach that goal of reducing the administrative burden. The member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. So will the bill reach that goal? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. I doubt it. Now, 5 years after the bill is passed, I'd like to go and find out and ask the small and medium-sized businesses if they have felt a difference, if they felt a reduction in their administrative burden. And I'll be very curious to find that out. And I'll do my best to remember to go and see those small and medium-sized businesses and ask them the question, because I highly doubt that it will have a significant impact on their burden. It should have a significant impact, Mr. Speaker, because yes, our small and medium-sized businesses play a key role in my riding, and they need that. They're responsible for most of the jobs in my riding, and it's very important to be able to encourage them and support them in many different ways. And one of those ways is to ease their administrative burden and to give them allow them to use their time and their resources into growing their businesses. So it is very important, Mr. Speaker, that we support our small and medium-sized businesses on a daily basis as members and as citizens. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague would be interested in an amendment, amending the bill at committee in such a way that any administrative burdens that are added in a particular sector are compensated by removals in the same sector. And we know that in the first year and a half or so, since the one-for-one rule went into effect, 3/4 of the regulatory reductions have come from the health sector. But there's been more regulatory burdens in other sectors, particularly natural resources and transportation. So my question is, wouldn't business owners feel more secure if they knew that the bill didn't permit the regulatory burden to go up for them, only to be offset by reductions in some other sector where they're not involved? It seems more fair that way.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. Yes, that does need clarification in the bill, this 2-page bill. 2 or 3 pages, perhaps. I think there's room for clarification in this bill. Now, I'm not in a position to move an amendment because I will be chairing the committee. So it won't be something that I can do, that is to say move any amendments. But I'm happy to participate in the debate here, and I will be happy to chair the debates in committee. And hopefully all the parties will work together and come to an agreement, because that's the purpose of committee work. That's a very important part of the committee's work, and it helps the committee move forward. I think as chair, we have a role in trying to find agreements between members and help them bring forward amendments that are coming from these government, or rather that deal with these government bills. It's important to be able to consider all possible amendments, and I hope that all colleagues in all parties, if they have important points to make, will do that in the form of a debate and possibly in the form of amendments. So I look forward to the work that remains to be done on this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Une courte question.
A very brief question from the Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think it's unacceptable to try and intimidate my colleague here who stands up to speak. I think it's really unfortunate, and I'm glad that he didn't allow himself to be intimidated. Now, he spoke to a record of this government, and I'd like him to speak to what's lacking in this bill. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke, you have 55 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very disappointed that we haven't heard much from the other side of the House. I would really like to hear what they have to say. Unfortunately, we've only heard a couple of speeches. And I'd be very curious to hear the opinion of my colleagues, rather than saying to others that what they say isn't particularly relevant. Perhaps it would be better that he stand up and explain his own position. Now, what's lacking in this bill? I'm afraid my time is almost up, but this bill needs teeth. This bill really has to have an impact. I don't think it will have much of an impact, and that's what's lacking in this bill, Mr. Speaker. Not enough teeth are being included in this bill, and so when it's adopted, there will be no way of making sure that there is compliance with the bill, because anyone will be able to use the immunity clause, and I think that is what is lacking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to let the House know that I will be sharing my time with the member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour. It gives me great pleasure to rise today and speak to Bill C-21, Mr. Speaker, an act to control the administrative burden that regulations impose on businesses. Now, for those who have been following the debate this afternoon, they'll know that Bill C-21 claims to reduce red tape for businesses and to reduce the administrative burden that regulations impose on businesses. And the President of the Treasury Board will be the one in charge of these regulations. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw your attention to some of the sections in this bill that make up the most part of this bill. And for the record, I'd like to read Section 5 of the bill. It says, under Section 5(1), that if a regulation is made that imposes a new administrative burden on a business, one or more regulations must be amended or repealed to offset the cost of that new burden against the cost of an existing administrative burden on a business. So essentially, Mr. Speaker, this is one of the most important provisions in the bill. I'd also like to draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, to Section 6 that says, and I quote, "The President of the Treasury Board may establish policies or issue directives respecting the manner in which Section 5 is to be applied." And so, in fact, Mr. Speaker, that pretty much sums up what I was saying before regarding the new powers that will be granted to the President of the Treasury Board.
First, I'd like to start by talking about the importance of small and medium-sized businesses to the Canadian economy. And I'd like to say that I support this bill to reduce the administrative burden on these businesses. And already in this, we've already talked about amendments that are going to be proposed to the committee in question. So it's not a bill that is perfect, but I think it merits some study. So the small and medium-sized businesses are at the heart of our local economy, and I can testify to that because I have a number of small and medium-sized businesses in my riding of Rivière-des-Mille. And I see how these businesses are the cornerstone of the vitality and prosperity of our communities. Last summer, I toured the businesses in my riding to get an idea of what their concerns are, to determine how the federal government can help them. And obviously reducing red tape for these businesses was a major concern, and it was raised a number of times by the businesses in my region. But it should also be noted that it is the owners of these businesses who create jobs, who hire the local labor force from our regions, and who support our community organizations. And I can bear witness to this because I have seen how generous the business people in my riding are. They contribute to community organizations. For example, one of the foundations in my riding that provides food assistance to children. And I know that these businesses are very active in the community life of Rivière-des-Mille, and that is greatly appreciated. Something that might interest you as well is that over the past year, small and medium-sized businesses have created 85% of new jobs in Canada. So that should be pointed out, that this is an important part of our economy. But unfortunately, many businesses have daily challenges in staying afloat. So before continuing, I would just like to list very quickly a few other proposals and ideas that came from my consultation with businesses in my riding of Rivière-des-Mille during the summer. So many businesses said that they wanted to see the reinstatement of the hiring tax credit for small businesses. This credit was abolished by the Conservative government in 2014. They also said that they wanted to see a lowering of corporate taxes, and they wanted the government to eliminate hidden transaction fees through the use of credit cards. And I'd just like to say, Mr. Speaker, that the transaction fees on credit cards that are about 1.5% in Canada are about to double the international average. So that brings us back 2 years. So much work remains to be done to lower these hidden fees on credit card transactions. The small businesses in my riding also said that they wanted to see the creation of a tax credit for the training and hiring of young people, which is important when we know that youth unemployment is double the national average. They also suggested that access should be given to funding to promote the growth of businesses. And also they obviously wanted to see their administrative burden reduced. Now, they said that it was very important to support small businesses that innovate through supporting research and development. And I myself in my riding have many innovative businesses because I'm in a riding where the aerospace sector is very important. So there are a great many innovative businesses that produce state-of-the-art commodities and products in this sector and in others. So I'd like to come back to the reduction of red tape. This is something that was already proposed by the NDP and the New Democratic a new Democrat government would reduce the administrative burden for businesses across Canada. So it is not only the measures that are contained in this bill that are designed for small businesses, but there are other measures that we can put in place, more that we can do to reduce the administrative burden of businesses. For example, we can facilitate the access, to government services. We could offer more online services for businesses. And we could allow business people to register their business through a single window with all government departments, and a single desk could also be offered for business startups. So those were a few proposals that were brought forward by the NDP to reduce the administrative burden of small and medium-sized businesses, and I think that there's a lot of work still to be done in this regard, and I'm eager to hear the proposals that will come out in committee when we hear from expert witnesses. Now, I would like to address one aspect of this bill that concerns me greatly, and that is the fact that the bill does not provide enough protection for Canadians' health and safety. There is no mention in this bill of the environment, which I find regrettable, and I think that the current government depends too much on self-regulation and self-inspection. Last week I put a question in this House during question period concerning the lack of inspectors with regard to motor safety. George Innes, an expert in this sector, came to committee to tell us that there is a lack of inspectors with regard to automotive safety. So that is something that concerns us a great deal. I think that the government has not invested enough resources, enough funding in Canadians' health and safety. I know that this bill mentions very briefly the fact that the bill must not undermine public health and safety or the Canadian economy, but I think there is a way to better incorporate these measures that would protect health and safety into the bill itself, because the preamble of the bill is not necessarily as binding legally as the rest of the bill is. So I know that my time is running out, Mr. Speaker, so I would like to thank you for the time granted me to speak to Bill C-21, and I would be pleased to answer any questions.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments.
Comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Indeed, she did speak a great deal about her riding and the small and medium-sized businesses in Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, and that is a very important thing. But I would also like to know whether the bill really achieves the goal that it purports to set. As I said in my speech earlier, it talks about reducing the administrative burden. But does my colleague think that it is going to have a real effect on businesses? Does she think that over the next 5 years, will businesses see a genuine reduction in red tape? Or are the Conservatives just trying to win over small and medium-sized businesses? The Honourable Member. Essentially, my colleague is right. I think that the bill will actually have very little impact, and I believe that the measures contained in this bill must be twinned with other proposals made by the NDP, which I mentioned in my speech. So business people need to be consulted to find out what they want, and I was very pleased to learn that the NDP critic for small and medium-sized businesses is going to be announcing in the next few months, national consultations with representatives of small and medium-sized businesses. So we need to listen to what they have to say, and I eagerly await the recommendations of experts.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very impressed by everything that my colleague said about small and medium-sized businesses and the tour that she did of her riding and what came of that tour. I wrote down at least 6 suggestions that should be made to the federal government, thanks to her consultation with these people. Now, reducing red tape was one, but I had the impression, because there are so many other suggestions to be made, so I had the impression that the small and medium-sized businesses see this bill as a good one, but only a very small step in the right direction, and that there is still much to be done by the Conservative government. Do I have the right impression? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. We need a comprehensive approach, so that calls for an array of measures for small and medium-sized businesses. But I'd like to come back to the point made by my colleague from Sherbrooke as to whether this bill will have a genuine impact. We need to remember that the Conservatives said that they wanted to reduce red tape, but they actually did the opposite with the Building Canada Fund. They encouraged small and medium-sized businesses to submit infrastructure projects, but the bureaucratic system was too unwieldy. So it is a good thing to have introduced this bill, but we also need to realize that the government actually increased red tape in other areas and other projects.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North. Short question. We don't have a lot of time.
That's too bad. Geez whiz. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is just to follow up in regards to the question in regards to when you have a number of regulations that are being taken away in one department, whereas in another area there is a dramatic increase in regulations. Does the member in principle believe that where you're reducing regulations, that there might be some benefit in terms of having some balance to it? In principle, would she agree that within a department, or should it be broad so that it applies across all departments? So you could have 1,000 regulations out of one department and 1,000 new in another department. Should there be more balance?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. You have 30 seconds. Thank you. Yes, that's right. I didn't see anything in the bill concerning the member's question, so it's an excellent question. I don't know how this bill is going to be implemented exactly, and it can create harmful situations, like the member said, where there can be more regulation in one sector and much less in another. So, yes, that can create a situation of imbalance that won't help businesses.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise and let me say I appreciate my colleague, the member from Rivière-des-Mille, for sharing her time with me. This is an important debate because I don't think there's anybody in this House that represents constituents, including small and medium-sized businesses, that would not be in favour of removing the administrative burden that regulations can sometimes impose on businesses. I mean, that would simply be nonsensical. I think so. As has been stated by my colleagues, we're going to be supporting this moving forward from second reading to committee, where we will get into more of the details and make sure that the bill does what it says it's going to do. It doesn't create too much harm, because I think what we've come to learn about this government is that once you get by the language, once you get by the words, once you get by the public relations, and you get into the details, then often things are not what they were advertised. And I gotta tell you, as my colleague that spoke just before me mentioned, she had a consultation in her riding where she was out talking with small business people about some of the things that needed to be done. And I did likewise this spring. I sent out a letter to over 2,000 businesses in my in my riding of Dartmouth Cole Harbour, and I asked people for their input, and I received a good response. I got to tell you though, I didn't get a lot of them saying that we got to get rid of the red tape. I had people talk about why it is this government canceled the hiring tax credit for small business, why it is that they have continued to create problems in employment insurance, for example. Why have they so badly bungled, and this is, of course, more recently, with their announcement on how they're going to take the employment insurance fund and create $500 million of it and create what they said was 25,000 jobs. And, of course, the PBO quickly alerted us to the fact that, hold on there, we've done some number crunching. In fact, you're going to be creating not 25,000 jobs, but 800 jobs. You're going to be creating jobs at the cost of $500,000 a job. So when business people in my constituency hear that kind of foolishness, they say to me, what is it with this government? What's going on? Are they serious when they make proclamations like this, that they are going to reduce the administrative burden, that they are going to get rid of the red tape, and they are going to make life easier because every time they turn around, they make life more difficult for business in Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, and frankly across the country. And I got to tell you, I've been around a little while, and I've been in this business since the early '90s, and I went through the '90s when the Liberals, both provincially and federal, were on this removing the red tape kick, frankly, and what we saw more than anything, Mr. Speaker, was that the Liberals here in Ottawa moving more towards voluntary regulation, so that whether it was businesses in the food production area, whether it be businesses that had some impact, whether it be pipeline companies or others where they were working in the environment and had impact, they were now in transportation, rail, and truck transport and so on. Now they were cutting inspectors, and they were leaving companies to their own resources to self-regulate themselves. And, Mr. Speaker, what we've found far too often, and now we've seen again under this government, that all it takes is one tragedy, and we realize, like Megantic, for example, where we find that that whole business of voluntary regulation, of self-regulation, it just doesn't work. It sounds good, and it's meant to make things easier for these companies, but in the final analysis, what it ends up doing is creating some great hardship, not only for individuals and families and communities, but also for the economy. I listened earlier to a member talk about, something about regulations, and don't you want regulatory change to come to this House? Well, Mr. Speaker, regulation can be changed without coming to this House. I've seen it ever since 2012, when the government brought in changes to the Fisheries Act that basically gutted the Fisheries Act in terms of their ability to protect fish habitat, provide for proper conservation. There have been regulatory changes that have continued to trickle through since 2012 that are having an incredibly important and negative impact on the environment. The latest, of course, was a regulation was gazetted in the spring, which would permit aquaculture companies from using deleterious substances in the water in the process of farming, whether it be salmon or other types of aquaculture. It's a serious problem, and now that might make it easier for the companies operating the aquaculture companies operating those businesses, But in terms of the traditional fishery, in terms of environmentalists, in terms of people worried about water quality and worried about the environment, it's a serious problem. And another example, of course, is with CFIA. Not only has the government gutted the number of inspectors that are available to make sure that food is processed safely and transported safely, Mr. Speaker, but they've continued to change the regulations to allow these companies to regulate themselves. So I got to tell you that you know, a lot of business people that I've talked to in Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, they've been around a while and they've heard government say these things. They've heard government say, you know, we got to get rid of the red tape. And so the answer, you know, what people say to me is, well, then why don't they? Why don't they just do it? What's the need for all the fanfare? You know, why is it that we need a piece of legislation to make it law that the government is going to do what they should do in terms of following good administrative practices, Mr. Speaker? And I'm going to continue to talk to the businesses in Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, and we'll talk more about this bill and other things that this government is doing as it affects what they do. And let me finish on this point. This government wants to try to do things that ease the burden on business. What about easing the business on Canadians in areas like, for example, CRA and the tax forms? You know, we just saw a report about how a vast majority of Canadians, well, in fact, academics that have looked at these forms, they're not legible. People can't read them, let alone fill them out properly. And we know that what happens is if people don't fill them out properly, their claims, their taxes are delayed, any possible refund they may have, and they might end up paying interest. So if this government is going to deal with issues of taking the administrative burden off of Canadians, why doesn't it look at some of those obvious examples first and then just get on with the business? So, Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues have said, we certainly support this initiative. We have some concerns about how this bill is laid out, and we'll take the opportunity at committee to be able to raise those points and bring in some amendments and make sure that if the bill does get passed, that it's in the best form it possibly can be as a result of our contribution. Thank you.
Before we begin with questions and comments, I have the honor to note that on November 6th, 2014, I have the honor of telling you that Mr. Stephen Wallace, Secretary of the Governor-General, in place of the Governor-General, gave royal assent and to the bills noted in the annex for the November 6th at 4:30. Please accept from Undersecretary Patricia Jeton. So bills presented for royal assent Thursday, November 6, 2014. An act implementing the Cluster Munitions Treaty, Bill C6.
I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received which is as follows. November 6, 2014, Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that Mr. Stephen Wallace, Secretary to the Governor-General, in his capacity as Deputy of the Governor-General, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bill listed in the schedule to this letter on the 6th day of November 2014 at 4:20 p.m. Yours sincerely, Patricia Jeton, Deputy Secretary. The schedule, bill to be presented for royal assent Thursday, November 6, 2014, an act to implement the Convention on Cluster Munitions, Bill C6.
Questions and comments?
Member for Elgin, Middlesex. There's an extra community in there that I always have trouble with. Elgin, Middlesex, London.
They had to go with a riding name that big, Mr. Speaker, so that it would fit on the back of the jackets. First of all, I'd like to thank my member for his speech, and I enjoy his company when we are at committee, and he's been visiting lately. But I also love the fact that he says that his party will support this to move it to committee. I'm, of course, profoundly disappointed that we've yet to reconstitute committees into this session of Parliament, but I guess that's parliamentary red tape, Mr. Speaker. As a small business person myself, okay, but businesses are small. Sorry, as a growing business person myself, and a member of many business organizations. It's not hard for most small and medium enterprise people in this, business owners in this country, to realize that any minute, 1 minute spent having to fill out government forms or to perform red tape functions in your business is a minute you're not on the front line serving customers or in your business, growing your business. And so, as much as the member said he did not hear from his businesses in his riding talking so much about reducing red tape, I find that almost impossible as a small business owner myself, and would like to ask him to although he did come up at the end with some other suggestions as to where else red tape could be cut, wouldn't all small business people be rather serving customers than filling out forms?
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me respond this way. I enjoy attending that member's committee that he chairs. He does a fine job, and I've had the opportunity to attend other committee hearings of standing committees that have been meeting over the past couple of weeks. Unfortunately, none of them were mine. The Fisheries and Oceans Committee, the chair has decided for some reason not to call a meeting, and that's too bad because we do have some important business, and I commend him for having actually called his committee together and holding important meetings. So,
order. This issue of the meetings of the committees has been ruled repeatedly over this last 5 days as irrelevant to any of the matters that have been before the House, and that certainly includes the bill that's here before. So I admonish all members to both ask questions and give answers that are related to the bill that's before the House, not extraneous, irrelevant matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel duly admonished, and I look forward to my committee meeting. But let me say that the businesses in Dartmouth Cole Harbour are responsible. They want to make sure that the way that they are governed by regulation is, in fact, in a responsible manner. They also are concerned about issues like food safety, issues like health and safety, and they want to make sure, even though it may slow down things a little bit here and there, they want to make sure that the workers in their workplace are safe and that the regulations will help that happen. Because if there is a tragedy or if there is an accident, Mr. Speaker, that will surely not only slow down business but increase worker compensation rates. So those are the kinds of things that people have to consider when they're looking at regulations. It's not a zero-sum game, Mr. Speaker, for just one side. You have to consider all of the elements that go into whether or not a regulation is in the business interest, is in the public interest.
Well said. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Clement, seconded by Mr. Poilievre, move that Bill C-21, an act to control the administrative burden that regulations impose on businesses, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. my opinion, obviously, the yeas have it. Call in the members, convoquer les députés. L'honorable député.
Monsieur le Président, le NPD aimerait...
Mr. Speaker, the NDP asks that this vote be deferred to Monday, November 17th, 2014, at the end of the time allocated for government orders. Thank you.
Ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs is rising.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask you to seek the unanimous consent of the House to see the clock at 5:30.
Does the Parliamentary Secretary have unanimous consent to see the clock at being at 5:30? Yes? So ordered. The House will now proceed with consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Consideration of motion M534, standing in the name of Ms. Sitsabaisan on child poverty.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River is not present in the House to move the motion as written in the order paper today. Consequently, this matter will fall to the bottom of the order paper.
Par conséquent, la Chambre s'ajoute.
As such, the House will now adjourn until tomorrow at 10 o'clock pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.